Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story. Between Layovers. The snow had been falling for 3 hours when Dr. Clara Vasquez first noticed the outlet situation. Gate C47 sat at the terminal's furthest edge, an architectural afterthought with only 4 electrical outlets for nearly 200 stranded passengers. Most had migrated toward the food courts or claimed territory in the business lounges. Clara had stayed, partly from inertia, partly because she'd already translated 40 pages of medieval Catalan poetry that afternoon, and moving felt like admitting defeat to the weather. She was reaching for her dying laptop charger when someone said, "The left one's broken." Clara looked up. The man was perhaps 35, dressed in layers that suggested either homelessness or deliberate aesthetic, a distinction Clara had learned not to make hastily during her years teaching in Berlin. Dark hair escaped a wool cap. A camera bag sat at his feet. Professional, but worn. "Thank you," Clara said, switching. "Outlets. Though I'm not sure it matters. My flight's been cancelled twice now." "Where to?" "Boston. You?" "Nowhere specific." He smiled slightly. "I had a connecting flight to Sao Paulo, but I'm beginning to suspect the universe is intervening." Clara felt the small shock of recognition that came when someone's diction matched her own private vocabulary. Most people didn't attribute agency to the universe in casual conversation. "I'm Marcus," he offered. "Clara." They shook hands, a curiously formal gesture in an airport where normal rules had already dissolved. Marcus's palm was warm, calloused in a way that suggested manual work, not academia. "You're a photographer," Clara said, nodding toward the bag. "Street photography mostly. And you're a professor of something precise. Literature? No, linguistics." Clara laughed despite herself. "How did you... Your fingers," Marcus gestured. "You've been tapping your thumb and index finger together every few seconds. My ex-wife was a simultaneous interpreter. She did the same thing when she was translating in her head." The casual mention of ex-wife landed between them, a stone dropped in water. Clara registered it, filed it, felt something shift in the tenor of their exchange. "I was working on a 13th century poem," Clara admitted, "trying to preserve the rhythm in English without destroying the meaning. It's impossible, of course." "Why translate it at all, then?" "Because we have to try." Clara heard the earnestness in her own voice and winced internally. "Sorry, that's my academic soapbox." "No, I'm genuinely asking." Marcus settled into the adjacent seat, his attention complete in a way Clara rarely encountered outside seminars. "If the translation is necessarily incomplete, what's being preserved?" "The attempt at connection," Clara said slowly, surprised to find herself articulating something she'd never quite put into words. "Language doesn't create reality, but it's the only tool we have to share, our experience of it. A translation says, 'I existed in one linguistic world, and I'm trying to build a bridge to yours. The bridge is rickety. That doesn't make it worthless. But doesn't something die in the crossing? Something transforms. That's not the same as dying.'" Marcus's eyes, dark brown Clara noticed with amber striations, held hers for a beat longer than necessary. "I think we fundamentally disagree about whether transformation and death are different things." "Then we'll have to argue about it," Clara said, and felt the conversation lock into place like a key turning. The departure board flickered. All flights now showed simply delayed. They migrated. First to a cafe where the barista had long since stopped caring about closing time, then to an observation deck where snow accumulated on the tarmac in sculpted drifts. Marcus photographed the patterns of footprints around abandoned luggage. Clara found herself explaining the etymology of liminal while watching. Marcus's hands move, quick, decisive, intimately familiar with his equipment. "You said something dies in transformation," Clara said, returning to their earlier thread. "What are you afraid of losing?" Marcus lowered his camera. "Specificity. The precise angle of light at 6:47 a.m. in Prague. The exact timbre of my mother's laugh before her stroke. Things that only exist once, in one configuration, and then they're gone. I photograph them because I don't trust language to hold them." "But photographs are translations too," Clara argued. "Three-dimensional reality reduced to 2 dimensions. Time collapsed into a single instant." "At least they're honest about what they're losing." "Are they?" Clara felt her pulse quicken the way it did during a good debate. "Every frame you choose excludes infinite other frames. Every decision about aperture and exposure is an interpretation. You're just using light instead of words. Light doesn't lie the way words do. Light lies constantly. Every shadow is a deception about what's behind it." Marcus laughed, sudden and genuine. "God, you're stubborn. I'm consistent. There's a difference." They were leaning toward each other, Clara realised. The observation deck was empty except for them, the snow creating a white noise that made the silence between their words feel private, conspiratorial. "Tell me about the marriage," Marcus said quietly. Clara should have been startled by the intuition, but wasn't. "How did you have a slight tan line on your ring finger, and you said 'we' earlier when talking about preservation, then corrected to 'I'." Clara touched the bare space on her left hand. "His name was David. Is David. We're not dead to each other, just separate. It ended 2 years ago. What killed it? Entropy. We were both so careful to never hurt each other that we stopped being real with each other. One day I realised I was translating myself in my own home, choosing words that would land softly instead of honestly. When language fails in a marriage, there's nothing left." "I've been married," Marcus admitted. "It lasted 2 years, ended amicably enough, but it taught me I'm not built for staying in one place. I don't trust permanence, or maybe I don't trust myself with it. Because things die when they stay still. Because I do." Marcus's voice was steady but not light. "I need movement the way other people need stability. When I stay in one place too long, I start disappearing. Not metaphorically. I literally start to forget who I am. My marriage lasted 2 years, but I was gone long before it officially ended. Since then, the longest I've managed is 11 months, and by the end I was so erased I couldn't remember what I liked to eat." Clara understood then that they were both running, just in opposite directions. She from the collapse of chosen stillness, Marcus from the terror of it. "Where would you go?" Clara asked. "If you could go anywhere right now?" "Honestly, nowhere. I'd stay here." The admission hung between them. Beyond the windows, a snowplow traced patient paths across the tarmac, its lights golden in the white darkness. "I've been thinking," Marcus continued, "about a photograph I saw once in Lisbon. It was in a gallery, not a museum, this tiny place in Alfama. The print showed an empty chair in morning light. Nothing else. But something about the angle of the light and the way the chair was positioned, you could almost see the person who'd just gotten up. You could almost hear them making coffee in the next room. The absence was so specific it became a presence." "That's what good translation does," Clara said softly. "It makes you feel the weight of what's missing." Marcus turned to face her fully. They were close enough now that Clara could see the faint scar through his left eyebrow, the way his pulse beat visibly in the hollow of his throat. "I want to photograph you," Marcus said. "Why?" "Because I'm trying to remember this, and I don't trust myself to get it right in words." Clara felt the request settle in her chest like heat. "Okay," Marcus lifted his camera. The shutter clicked, once, twice. Then he lowered it without checking the screen. "I already know they won't capture it," he said. "What won't they capture?" "The way you looked at me just now, like I'd asked you something more significant than a photograph." You did, Clara said, and watched Marcus's breath catch. The space between them had contracted to inches. Clara could smell his scent, something like cedar and dark coffee. Her own heart was loud enough she wondered if he could hear it. Clara? Her name in Marcus's mouth sounded different. Considered. Kept. Yes. I think we should acknowledge what's happening here. And what is happening? I don't know the word for it in any language. Marcus's smile was crooked, uncertain. But I know I stopped wanting to leave the moment you started arguing with me. Clara felt something in her chest, crack open, not painfully, but like a window she hadn't known was sealed. I don't do temporary, she said. I can't. I've spent 2 years learning how to not evaporate, and this, whatever this is, it feels like weather. Beautiful and impossible to hold. What if weather is enough? Marcus asked. What if we stop needing it to be more than what it is? I don't know how to do that. Neither do I. But I'm tired of leaving before I find out what staying might feel like. The departure board in the distance flickered again. More delays, more gates reassigned. Time stretched and doubled back on itself. In the morning, flights would resume. Decisions would be required. But now, in this moment, suspended. Clara reached out and touched Marcus's face. His hand came up to cover hers, holding it there. Come with me, Marcus said. They found a hotel inside the terminal, one of those anonymous spaces designed for missed connections and early departures. The room smelled of industrial, detergent, and the particular loneliness of places no one chooses to be. Marcus dropped his bag by the door. Clara stood at the window watching snow erase the runway markings. I should check my flight status, Clara said. Okay. Neither of them moved. This is a bad idea, Clara continued, still facing the window. I don't know you. Tomorrow you'll be on your way to Sao Paulo or Cape Town or wherever the next frame calls you, and I'll be back in Boston teaching undergraduates who think linguistics is about grammar. We're operating outside probability here. Probability, Marcus repeated. Is that what you call it when you're afraid? Clara turned. I call it pattern recognition. I've done this before. The intensity that feels like fate. It never survives logistics. So you'd rather have nothing than something temporary? I'd rather not start grieving while I'm still in the room. Marcus flinched. Clara watched it happen and hated herself for the precision of her words, for weaponizing her gift for language. That's not fair, Marcus said quietly. No, it's not. Clara sat on the edge of the bed, suddenly exhausted. I'm sorry. I'm good at dismantling things. It's a professional skill that bleeds into everything else. You think I'm going to leave? I know you're going to leave. You said it yourself. You need movement, and I need... Clara stopped, surprised by the truth rising in her throat. I need to matter enough to make someone stay. The admission stripped her bare. Marcus crossed the room and knelt in front of her, not supplicant but equal, bringing their eyes level. You do, Marcus said, matter, but I can't promise to be what you need me to be. I don't know if I'm capable of being anyone's permanent anything. Then why are we here? Because maybe probability isn't the only math that matters. Maybe sometimes you bet on possibility even when the odds are terrible. Clara touched Marcus's face, traced the scar through his eyebrow. I don't know how to bet on terrible odds. Then let me, Marcus said, and kissed her. The kiss was not tentative. It carried the weight of their entire conversation, every argument, every confession, every moment of recognition. Clara felt herself surface into it, her careful defences scattering like snow. They moved together toward the bed, shedding layers, Marcus's jacket, Clara's cardigan, the insulating distance they'd maintained until it became unbearable. Clara's hands found the warm skin beneath Marcus's shirt and he gasped against her mouth, a sound of surprise and surrender. Tell me what you want, Clara whispered. This. You. All of it. Marcus's voice was unsteady. I want to know what you taste like. I want to learn how you move. I want... Clara silenced him with another kiss, deeper this time, her tongue sliding against his. He lowered her onto the bed, following her down. Clara's careful control fracturing into something more desperate. She pulled Marcus's shirt over his head and paused, drinking in the sight of him. Lean muscle, a scattering of freckles across his collarbone, the vulnerable hollow of his throat. "You're staring," Marcus said, but he was smiling. "I'm translating," Clara corrected, and bent to press her mouth to his sternum, feeling the rapid beat of his heart. "I'm trying to find language for this. Try touch instead." So Clara did. She mapped Marcus's body with hands and mouth, the soft skin of his inner wrists, the sharp jut of his hip bones, the surprising strength in his thighs. Marcus arched beneath her attention, fingers knotted in Clara's hair, breathing her name like punctuation. When Clara's hand slid lower, Marcus made a sound that was almost a laugh, surprised, delighted, utterly undone by her touch. "Yes," Marcus said, and then again, "Yes," and Clara felt something in herself unlock completely. They took turns leading and following, the power shifting fluidly between them. Marcus's hands were sure, practiced, knowing exactly how much pressure to apply, exactly where to touch her. Clara found herself making sounds she'd forgotten she could make, her body responding with an eagerness that felt both foreign and entirely true. When Marcus's lips moved to her chest, Clara stopped thinking altogether. When his fingers slid between her legs, she stopped remembering why she'd been afraid. There was only the immediate grammar of skin, the vocabulary of breath, the syntax of pleasure building toward crescendo. He moved lower, kissing a path down her stomach, and then his mouth was on her and Clara's back arched off the bed, one hand fisting in the sheets, the other tangled in his dark hair. He took his time, learning what made her gasp, what made her hips lift, seeking more. When she came apart beneath his tongue, she said his name like a revelation. Marcus moved back up her body, finding her lips again in a kiss that was deep and claiming. Clara reached between them, wrapping her hand around him, and he shuddered at the contact. "Clara, I want you," she said simply, "all of you." Both of them moved together, gasping at the intimacy of it. They moved together, finding a rhythm that felt inevitable, like something they'd been doing for years rather than minutes. Marcus buried his face in her neck, breathing hard, and Clara held him close, her legs wrapped around his waist. The pleasure built again, sharper this time, more urgent. Marcus's rhythm stuttered, and Clara could feel him getting close. She tightened around him deliberately, and he groaned, his control fraying. "Clara, I know, me too." They reached their peak together, or nearly so, Marcus first, then Clara a breath after, pulled over the edge by the feeling of him losing himself inside her. They collapsed into each other, sweat slicked and trembling, Clara's face pressed to Marcus's shoulder. "I take it back," Clara said when she could speak. "What?" "Language isn't the only way to share. Reality." Marcus's laugh was soft against her hair. "I'll add that to my list of academic victories." They lay tangled together, the hotel room's thin curtains filtering the sodium lights outside. Clara felt the familiar dread beginning to creep back, the awareness of mourning, of decisions, of all the practical reasons this couldn't work. "Don't," Marcus said, as if reading her mind. "Don't what?" "Start building your exit. I can feel you doing it." Clara closed her eyes. "I don't know how to not protect myself." "I know, but you don't have to figure it out tonight." Morning came in stages. First the gradual lightening beyond the curtains, then the muffled sounds of the airport resuming its operations. Finally, Clara's phone vibrating with an update. Her flight to Boston was boarding in 90 minutes. Marcus was already awake, sitting at the window with his camera. He'd photographed Clara sleeping. Clara could tell from the direction of his gaze the slight adjustment of his lens. "Show me," Clara said. Marcus crossed to the bed and handed over the camera. The image on the screen showed Clara's face in profile, hair spread across the pillow, expression unguarded in a way she'd never seen herself. She looked peaceful. She looked like someone capable of trust. "I'm keeping this one," Marcus said, "even if you disappear on me." Clara set the camera aside carefully. "My flight. I know. Mine to Sao Paulo is in 3 hours. Marcus sat on the bed's edge. "So we should probably have the conversation now." "What conversation?" "The one where we decide if this was a beautiful anomaly or the beginning of something we're both too scared to name." Clara felt her throat tighten. The morning light was unforgiving, illuminating all the logistics they'd ignored in the dark. Marcus lived out of a backpack. Clara had a rent-controlled apartment, a tenure-track position, a life constructed around stability. It existed in different gravitational fields. "I don't see how this works," Clara said. "I'm not built for uncertainty. And I'm not built for staying, so we're at an impasse. Is this where we exchange numbers and make promises we won't keep?" Marcus's expression shuttered. "Is that what you think this was?" "I think this was real and unsustainable in equal measure." "Fuck your probability, Clara." Marcus stood, started gathering his scattered clothes. "Not everything is a risk calculation. Some things are worth trying even when they're unlikely." Says the man who's never stayed anywhere longer than a year. "Because no one ever gave me a reason to," Marcus's voice cracked. "Everyone I've ever been with has treated me like a temporary condition, like something exotic that would get boring once the novelty wore off. You think I don't want permanence? I'm terrified of it. I'm terrified I'm not capable of it, but I was willing to try." "Willing to try what?" "A long-distance relationship where we see each other twice a year between your assignments, where I sit in Boston waiting while you rediscover yourself in every new city. You're so convinced you know how this ends." "Because I've read this story before." The words echoed in the small room. They stood facing each other, breathing hard, everything they'd built in the dark crumbling in the daylight. "I should go," Marcus said finally. "Marcus, no, you're right. This was probability pretending to be possibility. I know how to read when I'm not wanted." He grabbed his bag, moved toward the door. Clara felt panic rising in her chest, warring with the part of her that insisted this was the rational outcome, the safe conclusion. "Wait!" The word came out strangled. Marcus stopped, hand on the doorknob. Clara stood, wrapped the hotel robe around herself. "I'm not. This isn't about not wanting you. This is about knowing myself well enough to admit I can't be what you need. I can't be comfortable with uncertainty. I need structure, commitment, the promise that today's intimacy will still matter tomorrow. And you think I can't give you that? I think you've spent your entire life running from exactly that kind of promise." Marcus turned. His eyes were wet, but his voice was steady. "You're right. I have. Because every time I've tried to stay, I've watched myself disappear into someone else's idea of who I should be. But last night," he stopped, gathered himself. "Last night I felt like I could be entirely myself and entirely with you at the same time. That's never happened before. It's been 12 hours. I know how insane this sounds, but I also know that I've been waiting my whole life to argue with someone the way I argue with you. To have someone match my intensity without trying to sand down my edges. You scare the hell out of me, Clara. Not because you're unstable, but because you make me want to try something I'm convinced I'll fail at." Clara felt something crack in her chest. The same sensation as the night before, but sharper now, more painful. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I'll stay, or I'll go and come back, or we'll figure out some third option that doesn't exist yet, but I'm not walking out of this room without knowing we're at least trying." "Trying what?" "To build a bridge. Isn't that what you said translation was?" an attempt at connection even when the tools are inadequate. Marcus crossed back to her, close enough to touch. "I'm fluent in leaving, Clara. Teach me how to stay." Clara's breath came shallow. Every rational part of her brain was screaming warnings about rushed decisions, about incompatible lifestyles, about the statistical likelihood of failure. But there was another voice, quieter, insistent. What if he's right? What if probability isn't the only math that matters? "I don't know how to do this," Clara admitted. "Neither do I. But I'd rather fail at trying than succeed at running away again." Clara reached for Marcus's hand, their fingers interlaced with the same rightness as the night before. "I'm going to be terrible at this. I'll need reassurance. I'll need plans and schedules and concrete evidence that this is real. And I'll need space to move. I'll need you to trust me even when I'm not physically present. I'll need you to believe I can come back. That's a lot of needs. Yes. We might be completely incompatible. We might be. This is possibly the worst decision I've ever made." Marcus smiled then, tentative but genuine. "Welcome to possibility, Dr. Vasquez." Clara pulled him close, buried her face in his shoulder. "I'm going to need you to miss your flight to Sao Paulo. Already planning to. And we're going to need to have about 500 conversations about how this logistically works. I'm excellent at logistics when I'm motivated. Are you motivated?" Marcus pulled back enough to meet her eyes. "I've never wanted anything the way I want to figure out how to keep you." The kiss was different this time, not the desperate exploration of the night before, but something steadier. A promise made in the full light of morning, with all its attendant risks visible and acknowledged. Clara's phone buzzed. Her flight was boarding. "So," Marcus said, "what do we do now?" Clara thought about her life in Boston, the apartment that still smelled like David, the tenure-track position she'd worked a decade to secure, the comfortable predictability of academic semesters. Then she thought about Marcus's photographs of absent presences, about language that tried and failed and tried again, about the courage required to translate yourself to another person, knowing the result would never be perfect. "Now," Clara said, "we figure out if I can teach from anywhere with Wi-Fi." 6 months later, Clara stood in the Alfama district of Lisbon, photographing Marcus, photographing a street musician. Her apartment, their apartment, was a third-floor walk-up with terrible water pressure and a view of red rooftops that made her chest ache every morning. She taught her seminars via video conference, spent afternoons in cafes translating medieval poetry, and had discovered that uncertainty, in careful doses, could be exhilarating rather than paralyzing. It wasn't seamless. Marcus still left for assignments, Paris, Mumbai, Buenos Aires, and every departure reopened the wound of Clara's fear. But he came back. Every time he came back, with new photographs and stories and a visible relief that Clara was still there, still solid, still willing to try. They'd had their first real fight in month 3, when Marcus had extended an assignment in Tokyo without consulting Clara first. The argument had been brutal, exposing every incompatibility they'd tried to smooth over. Clara had said terrible things about Marcus's inability to commit. Marcus had accused Clara of trying to domesticate him. They'd almost ended it. Instead, they'd stayed up all night talking, actually talking, not arguing, about what commitment meant when two people's needs seemed fundamentally opposed. They'd emerged with a set of agreements. Marcus would never extend an assignment without discussion. Clara would practice sitting with her anxiety instead of demanding immediate reassurance. They would check in every day, even when Marcus was 12 time zones away. It wasn't a perfect system, but it was theirs. "You're doing it again," Marcus called now, lowering his camera. "Doing what?" "That face you make when you're translating your emotions instead of feeling them," Clara laughed. Marcus had gotten better at reading her. at recognizing when Clara was retreating into analysis. I was just thinking about the airport. Yeah? About how convinced I was that we were a temporary condition. Marcus crossed to her, slid an arm around her waist. They stood together watching the street musician, tourists dropping coins into her case. The late afternoon light turned everything golden. Marcus's hair, the cobblestones, the laundry strung between buildings. We still are, technically, Marcus said. Everything is temporary if you zoom out far enough. That's very comforting, thank you. But we're temporary in the way weather is temporary. It keeps happening. Different configurations, same essential system. Clara turned to face him. Did you just make a meteorological metaphor about our relationship? I'm learning from the best. They kissed there in the street, in full view of tourists and locals and the street musician who'd switched to a song Clara almost recognised. When they pulled apart, Marcus was smiling in that way he had, crooked, surprised by his own happiness. I love you, Clara said. She'd gotten better at saying it, at not needing to qualify or contextualise the statement. I know, I love you too. Even though I make you fill out shared calendars. Even though the colour coding is actually growing on me. They walked home hand in hand, stopping to buy bread and cheese and wine from vendors who were starting to recognise them as regulars. The apartment key stuck in the lock the way it always did. Inside, Marcus's photographs covered one wall, a growing archive of their life together. Clara's books lined another, spines in 6 languages. That night, after dinner and wine and the kind of unhurried lovemaking that came from knowing each other's bodies well, they lay in bed with the windows open. Lisbon sounds drifted in, distant traffic, conversation in Portuguese, the eternal hum of a city that never quite slept. Do you ever regret it? Clara asked into the darkness. Staying? Marcus was quiet long enough that Clara wondered if he'd fallen asleep. Then, every time I leave for an assignment, there's a moment when I think about just not coming back, when I remember how easy it used to be to drift. Clara's chest tightened. But then I think about you, Marcus continued, probably colour-coding something unnecessarily, or arguing with yourself about verb, tenses, or making that face you make when you're trying not to need me too much, and I want to see it. I want to come home to you being impossibly stubborn and brilliant, so no, I don't regret it. That's the most romantic thing you've ever said to me, and it included an insult. I contain multitudes. Clara pulled him closer. Through the window she could see a sliver of sky, stars barely visible through the city's light pollution. She thought about probability and possibility, about the infinitesimal chance that she and Marcus had ended up in the same airport on the same snow-stranded night, about all the small decisions that had led to this moment, her staying at gate C47, Marcus mentioning the broken outlet, the conversation that unfolded from that smallest of openings. Love, she'd learned, wasn't about probability at all. It was about being willing to translate yourself to another person again and again, knowing the result would always be imperfect but trying anyway. It was about Marcus learning to stay and Clara learning to let him go. It was about building a life in the unstable space between their certainties. Clara, Marcus's voice was drowsy. Thank you for missing your flight. Clara smiled into the darkness. Thank you for giving me a reason to. Outside, Lisbon continued its ancient rhythms. Inside, 2 people who'd met as strangers in a snowstorm slept entangled, their breathing synchronizing as the night deepened. The photographs on the wall captured moments already past. The books held words in languages, some living, some dead, and between them, in that small apartment with terrible water pressure, love persisted, not despite its improbability, but because of their willingness to try. The last runway light. The desert heat made mirages of everything. Sarah Olson watched them shimmer across the tarmac as she pulled her rental car into the gravel lot of Meridian Field. If you could call 3 hangars and a single runway a field. The place looked like Ambition's graveyard. Paint peeling from corrugated metal, windows opaque with dust, one windsock hanging limp as a broken promise. She'd come because the programme was affordable and the instructor had logged more hours than pilots half his age. She'd come because commercial aviation didn't care about the poetry of flight, only precision, repetition, and the muscle memory of competence. Meridian could give her that. What it couldn't give her was air conditioning. She stepped from the car into heat that struck like a physical thing. "You're early." The voice came from the shadow of Hangar 2. He emerged slowly, as if testing his welcome in the light. Tall, weathered, maybe 55, with a kind of economy in his movements that spoke of hard-won discipline. His eyes were the colour of dark thunderheads. "I'm punctual," Sarah corrected. "If our session starts at 0600, it does." He extended a hand. David Carver. His grip was brief, calloused, impersonal. She'd read about him. Or rather, she'd found fragments online. Record-setting stunt pilot in his 30s, then nothing for 15 years, then this. A quiet instructor gig at the edge of nowhere. The gaps interested her less than the hours, 10,000 of them at least. "I assume you can follow instructions," he said. "I assume you can give them clearly." Something flickered in his expression, not quite approval, but acknowledgement. "Hangar 2. We'll start with ground school." The weeks that followed were austere, exacting, almost monastic. David taught as if flight were a language more precise than words, a grammar of physics, weather, and consequence. He praised nothing and corrected everything. When Sarah executed a perfect crosswind landing on her 3rd solo, he simply said, "Again." She learned to read him in small occurrences. The slight nod when she remembered to clear the pattern, the way he leaned back in the instructor's seat when her radio calls improved, the particular quality of his silence when she got something exactly right. There was a rhythm to their days that felt almost sacred. Dawn broke pink and gold over the desert, and they would be there already. Sarah running her pre-flight check while David reviewed the weather briefing with the same intensity he might bring to scripture. The Cessna 172 they flew was older than Sarah, its panels worn smooth by thousands of hands, but David maintained it with meticulous care. "An aircraft will forgive you many things," he told her during their 2nd week, his hand resting on the cowling, "but neglect isn't one of them." She learned that he'd rebuilt this plane himself over the course of 3 years, learned that he knew every rivet, every seam, every quirk of its particular engine. He taught her to listen, really listen, to the sound of the propeller, the quality of the vibration through the airframe, the subtle music of a machine operating at the edge of its capabilities. "Feel that?" he'd ask, his hand over hers on the yoke as they climbed. That's the stall warning. Not the horn, before the horn. The way the controls get soft, like they're asking permission instead of responding to command. Sarah felt it. More than that, she began to understand that David was teaching her something beyond the mechanics of flight. He was teaching her to be present, to notice, to develop the kind of attention that meant the difference between competence and mastery. Pre-dawn became their shared country. They met before the sun broke, when the air was still cooperative and the desert offered up coolness like a secret. He made coffee in a battered percolator that looked older than the aircraft. She brought pastries from the highway gas station, which he ate without comment. Words came slowly, if at all, but in the cockpit they spoke fluently, his hand occasionally steadying the yoke when she overcorrected, her instinct developing for when he wanted her to work through a problem versus when he needed her to listen. "You fly like you're afraid of wanting it," he said once, 40 minutes into a cross-country. Sarah kept her eyes on the horizon. "I fly like someone who can't afford mistakes." Those aren't the same thing. In my life, they are. He didn't push. That was the thing about David. He left silence where other instructors stuffed advice. But she felt him thinking beside her, felt the weight of his attention even when his gaze was on the instruments. It was a Thursday evening, the sun dropping fast and turning everything copper, when the awareness shifted. They were reviewing her logbook in the hangar, standing close over the spread pages. He pointed to an entry and she leaned, in to see, and his shoulder brushed hers, and neither of them moved away. The contact lasted 3 seconds, maybe 4. Then he stepped back as if stung. "That's enough for today," he said, his voice rougher than usual. Sarah drove home with her hands tight on the wheel, her body humming with something that had nothing to do with altitude. The summer deepened. Sarah's hours accumulated. Solo time, night flying, complex maneuvers she could execute in her sleep. But what accumulated faster was the thing neither of them named. The gravitational pull that existed in proximity, in shared danger, in trust earned at 3,000 feet when the engine coughed, and he'd simply said, "You have it," and watched her bring them down with textbook calm. After evening sessions, when the heat finally broke, they began to linger. He'd lock the hangar and she'd still be there, and somehow they'd end up sitting on the hood of her car talking about her scholarship applications, about the airline, programs that wanted 90-day commitments and total geographic flexibility, about the future she was building with such careful determination. The conversation started surface level but deepened as the weeks passed. Sarah learned that David had grown up in Ohio, the son of a factory worker who'd never understood why anyone would want to leave solid ground. That he'd learned to fly at 17 with money saved from 3 part-time jobs. That his father had died never having seen him perform, which David said was probably a mercy given how the performing ended. She told him about her mother, who'd worked 2 jobs to keep Sarah in a decent school district. About the scholarship essay she had written at 14, mapping out her path to commercial aviation, with the certainty of someone who'd never been given the luxury of uncertainty. About the night her mother had told her, pride and terror mixed, that she'd applied to become an astronaut, and what a shame about her eyesight. She wanted the moon, Sarah said, watching stars emerge in the darkening sky. "I just want to fly people safely from A to B. It probably sounds boring." "It sounds honest," David replied. "The moon is beautiful from a distance, but the people who need to get home, they're the ones who matter." It was the most she had heard him say about his own philosophy, and she understood then what the accident had done to him. Not broken him, but rebuilt him along different lines. Made him someone who valued return over departure, safety over glory. "Do you miss it?" she asked. "The stunts, the crowds?" He was quiet for a long moment. "I miss the certainty. When you're 20 feet off the deck doing a knife-edge pass, there's no room for doubt. You're either perfect or you're dead. It's binary, simple. And now? Now everything is grey. Every decision is a risk calculation with incomplete information. It's harder, but it's..." He paused, searching. "It's more real. The person I was at 30 couldn't have taught you anything worth knowing. He was all reflex and no reflection." Sarah thought about the man beside her. Thoughtful, careful, present in a way that felt like a conscious choice rather than a default state. "I'm glad I got this version," she said quietly. When she looked at him, something had shifted in his expression. His eyes held hers for 3 seconds too long, and in those seconds, she felt the current that had been building between them suddenly surge into visibility. He stood abruptly. "It's late. You should get back before the road gets any darker." But his voice was rough, and when Sarah stood too, close enough that she could smell the particular combination of aviation fuel and desert heat that seemed to live in his skin, he didn't step away. "You'll get it," David said one night. "You're the kind of pilot they're looking for." "What kind is that?" "Competent, uncompromising, focused. Sounds thrilling. He smiled, rarely but genuinely. It's not supposed to be thrilling. It's supposed to be safe. And you hate that. I respect it. He looked at her then, really looked, and something in his face was undefended. I respect it because I used to be the opposite, and people got hurt. She'd wondered about the silences in his history, the years unaccounted for. What happened? David was quiet so long she thought he wouldn't answer. Then, I pushed too far on a stunt sequence. Low visibility, high stakes, ego higher than both. My wingman clipped a tower guide wire. Survived, but his career didn't. Neither did mine for a while. That's why you stopped. That's why I learned when to stop. He slid off the hood, put distance between them. It's the only thing I've gotten right since. But he'd gotten other things right, Sarah thought. He'd gotten her right. How to teach her, when to challenge her, when to simply be steady. He'd seen her not as potential to exploit or talent to claim, but as a person learning to trust herself in the air. The wanting started then. Not sudden, but surfacing. Acknowledgement of what had been building beneath every correction, every shared dawn, every moment his hand guided hers on the throttle. She told herself it was gratitude, transference, the predictable cliché of student and teacher. She knew, with the same certainty she knew how to read an altimeter, that it was none of those things. It was a Tuesday when everything shifted. She'd been practicing short field landings, and on the fourth approach, a dust devil materialized out of nowhere, a whirling column that grabbed the aircraft and shook it like a toy. Sarah's hands moved on instinct. Power, rudder, ailerons fighting for authority. For 3 seconds they were passengers. Then she broke through, wings level, and put the plane down hard but safe. Good, David said when they taxied clear and his voice was shaking. So were her hands. They sat in the aircraft, engine ticking as it cooled. Neither moved. I thought, Sarah, started, then stopped. I know. His hand covered hers on the yoke, just for a moment. Just long enough for her to feel his pulse through his palm. You did exactly right. When they climbed out, her legs were unsteady. He walked around the aircraft, checking for damage with methodical care. She watched his hands move over aluminum and fabric, capable, certain, and felt heat that had nothing to do with the sun. That night, she couldn't sleep. She lay in her rented room and replayed the moment. His hand on hers, his voice rough with something that wasn't just relief. The air between them that had felt charged, ionized, ready to spark. She wanted him, not as an instructor, not as a mentor, as a man she was absolutely, dangerously, unsurvivably in love with. The article appeared on a Wednesday. Sarah was reviewing weather charts when her phone lit up with a text from another student. Have you seen this? The headline, Where Are They Now? The Fall of David Maverick Carver. The piece was part retrospective, part exposé, a detailed cataloguing of his stunt career, the accident, and questions about whether proper oversight had existed. There were insinuations about recklessness, about inadequate safety protocols, about incidents that had been quietly settled, and there was footage. A decades-old video of David pulling a barrel roll 50 feet off the ground, smoke trailing from his aircraft, a crowd screaming in delight. He looked young in it, fearless, alive in a way she'd never seen. The comments were brutal. When Sarah arrived at Meridian that afternoon, David's truck was in its usual spot, but the hangar was locked. She knocked. No answer. She found him at the far end of the runway, standing alone in the scrub, looking at nothing. David. He didn't turn. You should go home. We have a lesson scheduled. Not anymore. Sarah walked until she stood beside him. Up close she could see the tension in his jaw, the careful blankness of his expression. One article doesn't... It's not one article. His voice was flat. The FAA wants documentation I don't have. The insurance company is reviewing my certification. And you... He finally looked at her. You need to find another instructor. I don't want another instructor. Sarah. Her name was rough in his mouth. You're 3 months from program applications. You can't afford association with someone whose credentials are being questioned. Let me decide what I can afford. No. It was the voice he used when discussing non-negotiable safety limits. I won't be the reason you lose this. You're not the reason for anything. You're the best instructor I've ever had, and I'm not walking away because someone dug up old footage to generate clicks. This isn't about loyalty. His control was fracturing, something raw showing through. This is about your future, the one you've worked for. I won't touch it. You already have, Sarah said, and immediately wished she could pull the words back. His eyes closed. Then I'm sorry. When she left Meridian that day, she didn't know if she'd ever return. The investigation took 2 weeks. 2 weeks of silence from David, of watching her phone not ring, of lying awake and replaying their last conversation. The FAA found no cause for action. His credentials were solid, his recent record impeccable. The article's innuendo died in the noise of the next news cycle, but the damage was done. Sarah tried calling, texting. She drove to Meridian 3 times and found the place locked. David's truck gone. No sign of life except the desert wind moving through the empty hangars. Other students had scattered to different instructors. The field felt abandoned, a dream half remembered. She finished her hours with a competent professional instructor in Phoenix who praised her skills and asked no questions about where she'd trained before. The lessons were fine, perfectly adequate. She learned nothing and remembered everything. At night she lay in her efficient studio apartment and thought about David's hands on the controls. The way he'd said her name in the cockpit, steady, certain, like an anchor in rough air. The moment on the hood of her car when she'd known, absolutely known, that he felt what she felt and was choosing not to act on it out of some misguided nobility that made her want to scream. She'd been so angry with him, so hurt by his assumption that she couldn't navigate her own risks, make her own choices about what mattered and what didn't. But underneath the anger was something worse, the terrible fear that he was right, that she would look back on this in 10 years, established and successful, and realise she'd dodged a bullet. That the intensity she felt was just proximity and adrenaline, the predictable chemistry of student and instructor, and that David's withdrawal had been the kindest thing he could have done. She didn't believe it, but she feared it might be true. The acceptance letter from Phoenix came on a Tuesday. Sarah stared at it for an hour. This thing she'd wanted since she was young enough to think wanting something was enough to make it happen. 90 days, full immersion, direct pipeline to exactly the career she'd mapped out. She should have been celebrating. Instead, she booked a rental car for Saturday and told no one where she was going. Sarah received her acceptance to the accelerated training program in Phoenix. 90 days, housing included, direct pipeline to regional carrier interviews. It was everything she'd worked for. She was supposed to leave in 5 days. She drove to Meridian on a Saturday unscheduled. The gate was open, but the hangars were dark. For a moment, she thought he'd already gone. Then she saw the light. Not in the hangar, at the end of the runway. The approach light, the one that hadn't worked in months, was burning steady in the dusk. Sarah walked the runway's length. David was standing beneath the light, his toolbox open, looking up at what he'd repaired. "I'm leaving Thursday," she said. He nodded slowly. "Phoenix program, I heard. Congratulations. I came to say thank you and goodbye. You don't owe me either. David." She stepped closer, close enough to see the exhaustion in his face, the careful distance he was maintaining. "Why did you fix the light?" Because it needed fixing. Why tonight? His hands flexed at his sides. Because you deserved a proper runway for your last flight. I'm not flying tonight. I'm here to tell you that you're wrong. About? About protecting me. About deciding what I can handle. Her voice was steady now, certain. About thinking I'd choose career over... She stopped. He was looking at her like a man at the edge of a cliff. Over what? He asked quietly. Over you. The words hung between them, irrevocable. Sarah. Her name was devastation. You have to go to Phoenix. I know. You can't. We can't. I know that too. She closed the last distance between them. But I need you to stop deciding what I'm strong enough to want. I need you to trust that I know what I'm choosing. If I've compromised your judgment, you haven't. You've clarified it. She reached up, her hand gentle against his jaw. I see you, David. Not the pilot in that old footage. Not the scandal or the silence or the way you've spent 15 years being careful. I see you, and I'm choosing you anyway. His control shattered. His hands came up to frame her face, his thumbs tracing her cheekbones with a reverence that made her breath catch. I'm 23 years older than you. I can count. I have baggage you don't even know about. Then tell me. I will wreck this. I wreck things. Then we'll rebuild. She leaned into his touch. David, stop running. He kissed her like a man who'd forgotten permission existed. Like devotion. Like surrender. They barely made it inside. The hangar office was cramped, cluttered with charts and manuals and the accumulated debris of years. David's hands shook as he fumbled with the door, and Sarah pressed herself against his back, her mouth finding the nape of his neck, tasting salt and sun and the particular flavour of him she'd imagined 1,000 times. He turned and caught her face between his palms, and for a long moment they simply breathed together, foreheads touching, the enormity of what they were choosing settling over them like dusk. Sarah. Her name carried every question he couldn't ask. She answered by rising on her toes and kissing him, soft at first, almost chaste, then deeper as she felt him yield. His mouth was warm and careful, learning her with the same methodical attention he brought to everything. When his tongue touched hers, she made a small sound of surprise and pleasure and felt his arms tighten in response. They moved backward through the cluttered space, bumping into filing cabinets, knocking a sectional chart to the floor. David's hands were everywhere. Her waist, her hair, the small of her back, mapping her through cotton and denim as if committing her to memory. Wait, he breathed, pulling back. His eyes were dark, pupils blown wide. If we do this, we're doing this. Sarah caught his hand and placed it over her racing heart. Feel that? That's not uncertainty, David. That's yes. Something in him broke open then. He swept his arm across the desk in one motion, maps and coffee mugs and the accumulated paperwork of years clattering to the floor, and lifted her onto the cleared surface. She gasped at the ease of it, the casual strength in his hands as he settled her there, then stepped between her knees. Tell me to stop, he said against her mouth, even as his hands found her hips and pulled her closer. No. His laugh was ragged, almost pained. I'm trying to be responsible. You've been responsible for 15 years. She wrapped her legs around his hips, feeling him pressed against her, separated only by layers of fabric that suddenly seemed unbearable. Be reckless with me, just this once. He pulled back just enough to look at her. Really look, his eyes searching her face with an intensity that made her feel seen in ways she'd never experienced. This isn't... I won't be what holds you back. You won't. Sarah caught his face in her hands, feeling the rasp of stubble against her palms, the heat of his skin. Phoenix is still happening. My career is still happening. But David... Her voice broke. I can't walk away from you without knowing what this is, without having this. "It's everything," he said simply, and the naked honesty in his voice made her chest tight. "It's been everything since the day you showed up early and corrected me about punctuality." Then he kissed her again, and the careful distance he'd maintained for months dissolved entirely. His hands found the hem of her shirt and hesitated there, trembling slightly. She answered by reaching down and pulling it over her head herself, dropping it somewhere in the darkness. The look on his face when she sat before him in just her bra and jeans was worth every moment of doubt, every fear, pure wonder mixed with hunger so raw it stole her breath. "God," he whispered. "Sarah, you're—" "Touch me," she said, and he did. His palms were rough from work, calloused from years of handling controls and tools, and they felt like revelation against her skin. He traced the line of her collarbone with his thumbs, then lower, following the edge of lace with a reverence that made her shiver. When he bent to press his mouth to the hollow of her neck, she arched into him, her fingers tangling in his hair. "Sarah?" Her name was prayer and question both. "Yes. God. Yes. Please." They shed clothing between kisses, urgent and fumbling and perfect in its imperfection. His shirt came off, and she discovered the topography of him. Shoulders broad from years of physical work, a scar along his ribs he'd never mentioned, the surprising softness of his skin over muscle. She mapped him with her hands, her mouth, learning the places that made him gasp, the spots where touch made him shudder. When his skin finally met hers, nothing between them but heat and want, she felt the rightness of it in her bones. This man, this moment, this choosing that felt like being chosen in return. David laid her back on the desk, following her down, his weight settling over her like a promise. The wood was hard beneath her shoulder blades, but she didn't care. All she could feel was him, the press of his chest against her breasts, the rough denim of his jeans against her bare thighs, the way he braced himself on his forearms to keep from crushing her, even as she pulled him closer. "I need you to tell me," he said, his voice wrecked, his forehead pressed to hers. "I need to hear you say it. I want this. I want you." She slid her hand between them, finding him through his jeans, feeling him harden further at her touch. "I've wanted you since," she gasped as his hand found her in return, fingers sliding against slick heat. "Since forever." He touched her like he taught her to fly, attentive, responsive, learning through her reactions what made her gasp and what made her arch. His fingers moved with devastating precision, circling and pressing and withdrawing until she was trembling, incoherent, her nails digging into his shoulders. "David, please, I know." He kissed her deeply, swallowing her sounds. "I know, sweetheart. I've got you." When he finally freed himself from his jeans and settled against her, they both went still. Sarah looked up at him. This man who'd taught her to trust herself in the air, who'd shown her that wanting something didn't make her weak, and saw her own wonder reflected back. "Yes?" he asked, and the question held everything: consent and tenderness, and the terrifying vulnerability of wanting someone this much. "Yes," she said, and wrapped her legs around his hips, drawing him home. The first press of him inside her was exquisite, a fullness that made her cry out, not in pain, but in recognition. He moved slowly, carefully, watching her face for any sign of discomfort, and she'd never felt more cherished or more desired. When he was fully seated, they both exhaled shakily, overwhelmed by the intimacy of the connection. "Okay," he managed. "Perfect," she breathed. "Move, please move." He did, withdrawing almost completely before sliding back in, and the drag of him against her sensitive flesh made stars burst behind her eyes. They found a rhythm together, slow at first, then building, his hips rolling in deep, purposeful movement that hit something inside her that made coherent thought impossible. Sarah clutched at him. his shoulders, his hair, the flexing muscles of his back, anchoring herself as sensation built and built. The hangar was silent except for their breathing, the slick sound of their bodies moving together, the small sounds of pleasure neither could contain. "Look at me," she demanded, and when he did, she saw everything, desire and devotion, and the terror of wanting something this much, all laid bare in his storm-coloured eyes. "I love you," David said, the words torn from him like confession. "God help me. I love you." "Good." Sarah pulled him down into a kiss that was more breath than contact. "Because I love you too, and I'm not letting you forget it." His control frayed then, his careful discipline abandoned. His thrusts grew harder, deeper, and she met him movement for movement, chasing the pleasure building at the base of her spine. His hand slid between them, fingers finding the place where they were joined, and when he touched her with exactly the right pressure, she came apart beneath him, her whole body arching off the desk as wave after wave of pleasure crashed through her. She heard herself cry out his name, felt herself clench around him in rhythmic pulses, distantly registered the way his breathing went ragged against her neck. "Sarah. God. I can't. Yes," she gasped. "Yes, David. Let go. I want to feel you." He buried his face in her shoulder with a sound that was half groan, half sob, his hips stuttering as he followed her over the edge. She felt him pulsing inside her, felt the trembling in his arms as he tried to hold himself up, felt the wet heat of what might have been tears against her skin. For a long moment they stayed like that, tangled and breathless and complete. Then David carefully withdrew and gathered her against his chest, turning so his back was against the desk and she was cradled in his lap. His heart thundered beneath her ear, gradually slowing as their breathing returned to normal. The night air crept in through the open window, cooling the sweat on their skin. Sarah shivered, and David reached for his discarded shirt, draping it over her shoulders with such tenderness it made her throat tight. "Okay?" he asked softly, his hand stroking through her hair. "More than okay?" She pressed a kiss to his collarbone, tasting salt. "That was... yeah." His arms tightened around her. It was. They sat in comfortable silence, the desert night settling around them. David's hand traced lazy patterns on her spine, circles and figure eights and abstract shapes that felt possessive and tender all at once. "I'm still going to Phoenix," Sarah said quietly. "I know. And you're still going to worry. Constantly." He pressed a kiss to her temple. "But I'm also going to trust you, to know what you want, to choose your own path. Even if it's complicated? Especially then." He shifted so he could see her face. "I spent 15 years avoiding complications. It didn't make me happy, it made me safe. And those aren't the same thing," Sarah smiled. "You sound like a good instructor." "I learned from a brilliant student." They stayed until the runway light flickered and died, its bulb finally exhausted. In the darkness they dressed slowly, reluctant to end the moment. "I'll write," Sarah said, "and call, and in 90 days you'll have your rating and your interviews and you'll be exactly where you're supposed to be." "And where will you be?" David pulled her close one last time. "Here, waiting, for however long it takes." 18 months later, Sarah returned to Meridian Field in a rental car nicer than the one she'd driven as a student. The desert looked the same, bleached and timeless, but she was different. Commercial rating earned. Type certification complete. 200 hours of right seat time at a regional carrier, with a major airline interview scheduled for next month. She'd done it. Everything she'd planned, worked for, sacrificed to achieve. The 90 days in Phoenix had been brutal and perfect. 12-hour days, simulator sessions that tested every limit, check rides that separated the competent from the qualified. She'd aced all of it. Then came the regional carrier, the endless reserve shifts, the nights in crash pads and hotel rooms that all looked identical. She'd flown through thunderstorms and mechanical issues and passengers who treated her like a waitress with wings. She'd loved almost every minute of it. And through it all, David had been there, not hovering, not limiting, but present. Letters that arrived on hard days, his handwriting careful and old-fashioned. Calls that lasted hours, his voice a thread connecting her to something solid while she floated through the transient machinery of commercial aviation. Visits when her schedule allowed, brief and fierce and sustaining. The first time he'd come to see her, 2 months into Phoenix, she'd barely recognised him in the airport crowd. He looked smaller somehow outside of Meridian, out of context. But when he'd smiled at her, that same rare, genuine smile, everything had clicked back into place. They'd learned how to love across distance, how to trust without possession, how to be separate people building separate lives that nonetheless orbited each other with gravitational certainty. It wasn't easy. There were nights she'd wanted to quit, wanted to choose the simpler path of being with him full time, building something conventional and contained. But David had never let her. "You're doing exactly what you're supposed to do," he'd say when she called crying after a particularly brutal training session. "And I'm going to be here when you're ready to come home." Home. Somewhere along the way, Meridian had become that. Not despite her ambitions, but alongside them. Now she was home. The runway light was burning again. A new fixture, LED bright and steady. David had written about installing it, about small improvements to the field, about 2 new students whose hunger reminded him of someone he used to teach. She found him in Hangar 2, elbow deep in an engine rebuild. He looked up when her shadow fell across his workspace, and his whole face transformed. "You're early," he said, that old familiar line. "And punctual," Sarah corrected and walked into his arms. He held her like something precious and hard-won, like coming home. "How was the flight?" he asked into her hair. "Perfect. Textbook. Boring in all the best ways." She pulled back to look at him. "How's the field?" "Surviving, improving. The new light works." "I saw." She touched his face, thumb tracing the lines that had deepened over 18 months. He looked tired, happy, real. "I have 2 weeks before training starts again." 2 weeks? I was thinking... She hesitated, then committed. "I was thinking we could stop being careful." David's eyes darkened. "Define careful. Separate cities, visiting schedules. Acting like this is something I can compartmentalize." Sarah stepped closer. "I want messy, David. I want complicated. I want to figure out how to build a life that includes both flying and you, and I don't care how many logistics that requires. Your career is mine, and it's going exactly where I want it to." She smiled. "Turns out you can be an excellent pilot and in love at the same time. Someone very wise taught me that wanting something doesn't make you weak." "He sounds insufferable." "He is. I'm crazy about him." David kissed her then, slow and thorough and certain. When they broke apart, he was smiling, truly smiling, the kind of joy she'd spent 18 months working to earn. 2 weeks, he said. "We better not waste them." They didn't. They flew together, Sarah in the instructor's seat now, calling out corrections with the same exacting precision David had taught her. They fixed the windsock that had been broken since her first day. They sat under the new runway light and planned logistics, her flying schedule, his teaching commitments, the apartment they could rent halfway between Meridian and her base. It wouldn't be easy, but nothing worth having ever was. On her last night before returning to base, they lay in David's bed above the hangar, windows open to the desert, stars. Sarah's head rested on his chest, his heartbeat steady beneath her ear. "I used to think love would ground me," she said quietly, "that it would be weight I couldn't afford to carry. And now?" Now I think it taught me how to land." She tilted her head to look at him. "You taught me that coming back is just as important as taking off, that there's no shame in needing a place to return to." David's arms tightened around her. "You'll always have clearance here." "I know." She kissed his jaw, soft and certain. "That's why I'm not afraid to fly." Outside, the runway light burned steady. No longer the last light of a dying field, but the first light of something beginning. A beacon for the lost. A welcome for the returning. A promise that some landings are worth the risk of flight. And in the desert darkness, two people who had learned to trust the space between earth and sky held each other close and understood. Love, like flight, requires both courage and precision. The willingness to ascend, the wisdom to return, the faith that when you find the right landing you'll know it not by ease, but by the certainty that this person, this moment, this choice is exactly where you're meant to be. Sarah Olsen had wanted to fly since she was 6 years old. Now she finally understood why. Not to escape, but to return. Again, and again, and again, to the man waiting beneath the runway light. To the love that taught her that wanting something didn't make her weak. It made her brave enough to claim it, and brave enough finally to land. The end. The Waiting Heart. The treehouse smelled of pine sap and summer dust. Lucy Brennan sat with her bare feet dangling through the slats, watching Tom Gallagher whittle a piece of cedar into something that might become a whistle, or might remain simply wood remembering the shape of a knife. She was 12 that summer, all knees and freckles and questions. He was 17, sun-darkened and quiet in the way of boys who've learned that silence often says more than words. "My mother says you'll be leaving soon," she said, not looking at him. Tom's knife paused. "Not till after harvest." "That's still leaving." He resumed his work, long curls of wood falling like wishes between the floorboards. "Graduation means something, Luce. Can't stay a kid forever." She wanted to argue that staying wasn't about being a kid, that leaving wasn't about being grown, but she didn't have the words yet. Instead, she said, "Race you to the creek," and was already climbing down before he could answer. The water ran cold even in August, spring-fed and clear enough to count stones on the bottom. They'd been swimming here since Lucy was small enough that her father carried her on his shoulders, while Tom ran ahead, all gangly limbs and laughter. Now she swam as well as he did, maybe better, and when they sat on the bank afterward with the sun pressing heat back into their skin, the silence between them felt different than it used to. "You ever think about what's out there?" Tom asked, gesturing vaguely eastward, toward horizons neither of them had seen. "Sometimes," Lucy admitted, "but mostly I think about what's here." He looked at her, then really looked, and she felt something shift in her chest like a door opening in a house she'd lived in all her life, revealing a room she never knew existed. That evening, the whole valley seemed to gather at the Havisham farm for the threshing dinner. Long tables groaned under platters of fried chicken and corn pudding, green beans, cooked with bacon, biscuits tall as teacups, pies that made the air smell like cinnamon and promise. Lucy helped serve while Tom worked with the men, their paths crossing as they always did, hands brushing as she passed him lemonade, his thanks quiet enough that only she could hear. Later, when the work was done and the musicians tuned their fiddles, Tom found her sitting on a hay bale watching couples dance in the barn's golden light. "Dance with me?" he asked. "I don't know how." "I'll teach you." His hand was calloused and gentle as he led her through the steps. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and when she stepped on his feet he only laughed and said, "You're getting it, Luce. You're getting it just fine." The summer spun out in a succession of moments like beads on a string, raspberry picking that left their fingers stained purple, County Fair midways bright with electric lights, Tom winning her a stuffed rabbit at the ring toss. Saturday afternoons at the soda fountain where they shared cherry phosphates and argued about which cereal was best at the picture show. Evenings around the radio in her family's parlour, listening to the Lone Ranger and the Shadow, Tom sitting close enough that she could feel the warmth of him, steady as a heartbeat. She didn't know she was memorising him, the way his hair fell across his forehead when he bent over his work, the sound of his laugh, low and easy, the particular blue of his eyes in late afternoon light. She was 12, and he was 17, and that summer was simply the way things were, had always been, would always be, until it wasn't. Tom graduated in May wearing a suit borrowed from his father, his dark hair slicked back, looking like a stranger until he grinned at her afterward and became himself again. Lucy gave him a fountain pen, saved for with months of egg money, and he turned it over in his hands like it was something precious. "For writing letters," she said. "Who am I going to write to?" "Me, when you go off, and do whatever it is you're going to do." He tucked the pen in his pocket, careful. "I'll write," he promised. "That's a promise, Luce." Summer came again, but different now. Tom worked his father's farm and picked up odd jobs in town, saving money for something he didn't name. Lucy helped her mother with the garden and the chickens and her younger brothers, but part of her attention was always elsewhere, tracking Tom's comings and goings like a compass pointing north. December the 7th arrived on a Sunday, clear and cold. Lucy was coming back from church when she heard the radio through the Gallagher's open door, her father and Tom's father standing in the yard with faces like stone. "Pearl Harbor," her father said. "The Japs bombed Pearl Harbor." She didn't understand, not really, not until she saw Tom 3 days later outside the recruitment office in town. His jaw set in that way she'd learned meant his mind was made up and arguing wouldn't change it. "Marines," he said, Lucy's throat closed. "When?" "February. Basic training in San Diego then," he shrugged. "Wherever they send us." She wanted to scream, to cry, to beg him not to go. She was 13 years old and the world was tilting sideways and nothing made sense anymore. Instead, she said, "You promised you'd write." "I will." He reached out and tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, a gesture so tender it hurt. "Every chance I get, Luce. I swear it." The night before he left, both families gathered at the Brennans for dinner. Lucy's mother made all of Tom's favourite foods and nobody ate much of anything. When it was time to say goodbye, Tom walked Lucy out to the porch where the cold February air bit through their coats. "I don't want you to go," she said, the words finally breaking free. "I know. I don't want the war. I don't want anything to change." "Luce," his voice caught. He pulled something from his pocket, a small wooden whistle carved from cedar. "I made this that day in the treehouse, remember?" She took it, her fingers closing around the smooth wood still warm from his pocket. "I remember everything." He kissed her forehead, his lips cold and brief. "Wait for me," he said, and she didn't ask what he meant because she already knew. March 15th, 1942. Dear Luce, boot camp is harder than anything I've ever done. Up at 500 every morning, drills until we can't feel our feet, then more drills. The sergeant says we're the sorriest bunch of farm boys he's ever seen, but I think he might be starting to like us. The ocean is different than I imagined, bigger, louder. At night sometimes I close my eyes and try to hear the creek instead, but it doesn't work. How's the planting going? Your dad should put in more corn on the South 40 this year. The soil's rested enough now. Yours, Tom April 3, 1942. Dear Tom, we planted the corn where you said. Dad grumbles, but he knows you're right. Everything's different now. There are ration books for sugar and coffee and gasoline. Mother has a victory garden that takes up half the yard. I help roll bandages for the Red Cross on Thursdays. I'm 14 now. Did you remember? Sarah Miller had a birthday party and it felt silly, all of us pretending things are normal when they're not. I listen to the radio every night and wonder where you are. The whistle sits on my nightstand. Sometimes I play it and pretend you can hear it, wherever you are. Lucy. The letters became a rhythm, a lifeline stretched across an ocean. Tom wrote about heat and boredom and brief, terrifying moments of combat he described in careful euphemisms. Lucy wrote about rationing and scrap drives, about neighbours' sons who came home and neighbours' sons who didn't, about growing up in a world that seemed to be coming apart at the seams. She learned to read what he didn't say. When his letters came more frequently, she knew he was scared. When weeks passed without word, she learned to wait without breathing until the next envelope arrived. June 1943. Dear Luce, we're somewhere in the Pacific. Can't say where. It's hot enough to melt the ink right off the page. Yesterday, Johnson got a care package from his girl and shared the cookies around. They were so stale we could have used them as grenades, but they tasted like home. I've been reading a lot. Someone left a beat-up copy of Thoreau and I've been working through it slow. He writes about living deliberately, about sucking out the marrow of life. Out here, every day feels deliberate. Every moment feels like it means something. I think about the treehouse a lot, about summer, about sitting on your porch drinking your mother's lemonade, about the way the fields look in the morning when the mist is still rising. I think about you, Luce, more than I should probably admit. T. August, 1943. Dear Tom, I'm 15 now and working at the drugstore after school. Mr. Peterson's son is overseas too and he needed the help. I make sodas and wrap packages and listen to the ladies' gossip about whose victory garden is best and whose daughter is stepping out with which boy. None of the boys here are you. Mother says I'm too young to wait for anyone, that I should live my life and not put it on hold for maybes and somedays. But she doesn't understand. This isn't waiting. This is just knowing. I read your letter about Thoreau 10 times. The part about living deliberately, about meaning. You mean something to me, Tom. You always have. I think about you too. More than I should probably admit. Always, Lucy. The letters grew longer, more honest. They stopped pretending distance meant nothing, stopped acting like the war was a brief interruption in lives that would simply resume. Tom wrote about fear and faith, about the men he fought beside and the ones who fell. Lucy wrote about loneliness and longing, about the girl she'd been and the woman she was becoming. December 1944. Dear Lucy, not Luce anymore. You're not 12 and I'm not 17 and we should probably stop pretending either of us is still a kid. 3 Christmases. I've been gone now. 3 Christmases of sea rations and sand and missing home so bad it feels like a physical ache. I got your package, the socks your mother knitted, the fruitcake, the photograph of you in your Sunday dress standing by the creek. I've looked at that photograph every day since it arrived. You're beautiful, Lucy. You grew up beautiful, and I wasn't there to see it, and that might be the worst casualty of this whole damn war. I'm tired. We're all tired. But I keep thinking about after, about coming home, about whether home will recognise me when I finally get there. Will you? Tom, January 1945. Dear Tom, I would recognise you blind. I would recognise you in the dark. I would recognise you if years passed and we were both entirely different people. You're not a casualty of anything. You're the best man I know, and you're going to come home, and I'm going to be there when you do. That's not hope. That's certainty. I'm 17 now, old enough to know my own mind, old enough to say this plainly. I love you. I've loved you since I was 12 years old, and you taught me to dance in a hay-strewn barn. I'll love you when you're 80, and we're sitting on a porch drinking cold milk and arguing about corn yields. Come home to me. Lucy March. 1945. Dear Lucy, I love you too. I've loved you since you were all freckles and questions and fearlessness. I love you now, grown and beautiful and braver than any Marine I've served with. When this is over, and it will be over, it has to be over. I'm coming home and I'm asking you to marry me properly, with a ring and witnesses and everything your mother will insist on. Wait for me just a little longer. Tom June, 29th, 1947. The train station smelled like coal smoke and coffee, summer heat and metal warming in the sun. Lucy stood on the platform in a yellow dress she'd sewn herself, her dark hair pinned up in the way that made her look older, sophisticated, like the women in magazine advertisements. She felt neither old nor sophisticated. She felt 19 and terrified, and so full of hope it hurt to breathe. The train came around the bend with a shriek of brakes and hiss of steam. Doors opened, people poured out, sailors and soldiers and civilians, a flood of humanity spilling onto the platform. Lucy's heart hammered against her ribs as she searched face after face, looking for... There. Tom stepped down from the third car, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder, his uniform creased from travel. He'd grown harder, leaner, his face marked with lines that hadn't been there before. But when he saw her, his whole expression transformed, and he was just Tom again. Her Tom, finally home. She ran. Propriety be damned, she ran straight to him, and he dropped his bag and caught her, lifting her off her feet, burying his face in her neck. She felt him shaking. Or maybe that was her shaking. And then they were both crying and laughing, and she was kissing him, there in front of God and the whole town, kissing him like she'd been wanting to kiss him for 7 years. You came back, she said against his mouth. I promised I would. You kept your promise. All of them, Luce. He pulled back just enough to look at her, his hands framing her face. Every single one. The celebration that night filled the Grange Hall with music and dancing and the kind of joy that only comes after sorrow. But Tom pulled Lucy outside after an hour, away from the noise and the crowd, and they walked together down the familiar road toward the creek, toward the woods where their treehouse still stood in the old oak. The summer night breathed around them, thick with the sound of crickets and the smell of honeysuckle. Tom stopped walking and turned to face her, and in the moonlight he looked young again, uncertain in a way she hadn't seen since they were children. I need to ask you something, he said. I know what you're going to ask. Let me ask it properly. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box, worn velvet, gone soft with handling. I bought this in San Diego before we shipped out. Carried it through 5 years, the Pacific Theatre, then occupation duty in Japan. Kept it close through all of it, so I'd remember I had something worth surviving for. He opened the box. The ring inside was small, simple, a single modest stone that caught the moonlight and held it. Lucy Brennan, will you marry me? She didn't answer with words. She kissed him instead, slow and sure, and when she pulled back she said, Yes, yes, Tom, yes. They married in August in the little white church where they'd both been baptised, where Tom's parents had married and Lucy's parents before them. Lucy wore her mother's dress, altered to fit, and carried wildflowers picked from the fields they'd run through as children. Tom wore his dress uniform because he didn't own a suit that fit anymore, and when he said his vows, his voice shook but didn't break. Their wedding night they spent in the small house Tom had been fixing up since he came home, a farmhouse at the edge of his father's land that needed paint and plumbing, but had good bones and a wide porch and windows that caught the morning light. Lucy stood in the doorway of the bedroom feeling suddenly shy. This man she'd known all her life, somehow a stranger in this moment. Tom came up behind her, his hands gentle on her shoulders. We can wait, he said quietly. If you're nervous, if you need time. She turned to face him, this man who'd written her letters from hell, who'd carried a ring through combat zones, who'd waited years for her, and would wait years more if she asked. "I don't want to wait any more," she said. "I've been waiting my whole life for this. For you." He kissed her then, tender and unhurried, and led her inside. The bedroom was simple, a quilt her grandmother had made, curtains that moved with the night breeze, moonlight spilling across the floor. Tom lit the lamp on the bedside table, the flame casting everything in warm gold, then turned to face her. "You're trembling," he said softly. "So are you." He laughed, a breathless sound. "I am. I've thought about this, about you, for so long, and now that you're here, really here..." His hands came up to cup her face. "I don't want to rush. I don't want to do anything wrong." Lucy reached up and began unbuttoning his shirt, her fingers clumsy but determined. "There's no wrong way to love each other, Tom." He helped her with the buttons, then with the pins in her hair, letting it fall in dark waves around her shoulders. Each article of clothing removed slowly, reverently, until they stood before each other with nothing hidden. Lucy felt exposed in a way that had nothing to do with nakedness, vulnerable and seen, and somehow more herself than she had ever been. "You're so beautiful," Tom whispered, his hands skimming her shoulders, her arms learning the geography of her body with trembling fingers. She touched him in return, feeling the raised scars on his ribs, the hard muscle of his shoulders, the rapid beat of his heart beneath her palm. "So are you?" He drew her to the bed, and they lay down together, limbs tangling, skin against skin for the first time. Every touch was discovery. The curve of her hip, the hollow of his throat, the places that made breath catch and muscles tense with wanting. "Tell me if I hurt you," he murmured against her neck, his lips tracing the line of her jaw. "You won't." She pulled him closer, arching into his touch. "I trust you." They moved together slowly at first, learning the rhythm, the give and take. There was awkwardness, bodies still unfamiliar, pleasure mixed with brief discomfort, but beneath it all was something deeper. Years of longing, of letters written in the dark, of loving each other across impossible distance, all concentrated into this moment of finally. Tom kissed her mouth. Tom, her throat, her shoulders, whispering her name like a prayer. Lucy wrapped herself around him, holding on as if he might disappear if she let go, as if this was still a dream she might wake from. But he was solid and real, and here, and when she gasped his name, he answered with her own, and the world narrowed to just the two of them, just this. Afterward they lay tangled together, heart still racing, skin damp with sweat. Tom traced idle patterns on her shoulder, his touch gentle now, soothing. "Are you okay?" he asked. Lucy turned her face to kiss his chest, tasting salt. "I'm perfect. We're perfect." "I love you," he said, the words fierce despite his exhaustion. "God, Luce, I love you so much." "I know." She pressed closer, feeling safe in a way she hadn't felt since before the war. "I've always known." They made love again in the deep hours of the night, slower this time, with more confidence and less urgency, learning what made the other sigh, what drew gasps and pleas, what transformed touch into something transcendent. And when they finally slept, it was wrapped in each other's arms, Lucy's head on Tom's shoulder and his hand in her hair, both of them knowing they'd found their way home at last. In the morning, Lucy woke to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows and Tom's arm heavy and warm across her waist. She lay still, listening to him breathe, memorizing this new intimacy the same way she'd once memorized the freckles on his arms and the sound of his laugh. He stirred, his eyes opening slow. "Morning, Mrs. Gallagher," she smiled. "Morning, Mr. Gallagher. Any regrets?" "Not a single one." They made breakfast together in the small kitchen. Eggs from Lucy's mother's chickens, bread Lucy had baked the day before. They ate on the porch, watching the sun climb higher, drinking coffee rationed carefully from their meagre stores. "I was thinking," Tom said, "we should fix up that old tree house, make it safe again." "For who?" He grinned. "For our kids. Someday." Lucy laughed, the sound bright in the morning air. "Someday soon, maybe." Maybe. Life settled into new rhythms. Tom worked his father's farm and Lucy kept the house and helped her mother with the younger children. On Saturdays they drove to town in Tom's old truck and shared cherry phosphates at the soda fountain like they'd done as children. Except now he held her hand across the table and kissed her in public and nobody batted an eye. Some nights Tom woke gasping from dreams he wouldn't talk about, and Lucy held him until the shaking stopped, her presence the only answer to questions he couldn't ask. Some mornings Lucy would catch him standing in the doorway just watching her work, and when she asked what he was doing he'd say, "Just making sure you're real." They learned each other slowly, carefully, the way you learn a language or a skill, with patience and practice, and the understanding that some things take time to master. They fought sometimes, small, disagreements about money or in-laws or whose turn it was to feed the chickens. They made up quickly, neither of them willing to waste time on pride when they'd already lost so much time to distance. In October, Lucy missed her monthly. In November, Dr. Patterson confirmed what she already knew. "We're having a baby," she told Tom that night over dinner. He stared at her, his fork halfway to his mouth. Then he was out of his chair and pulling her up and spinning her around, laughing and crying at the same time. "A baby," he said. "We're having a baby. Are you happy? Luce, He set her down carefully, his hands on her still flat stomach. "I'm so damn happy I don't have words for it." Their daughter was born in June of 1948, squalling and perfect, with Tom's dark hair and Lucy's freckles and a temper that suggested she'd inherited the best and worst of both of them. They named her Rose, after Lucy's grandmother, and raised her in the little farmhouse that Tom kept adding on, too, room by room, as their family grew. On summer evenings they sat on the porch with cold milk and listened to the radio while Rose and eventually her brothers played in the yard. Sometimes Lucy would catch Tom watching her, with an expression she couldn't quite name. Wonder, maybe, or gratitude, or just the simple contentment of a man who'd found his way home after a long journey. "What are you thinking about?" she'd ask. "You," he'd say. "Always you." The years spun out, Rose starting school, the boys learning to drive, grandchildren eventually, Tom's hair going grey, and Lucy's hands developing the same arthritis that had plagued her mother. They grew old together in the house Tom had built, surrounded by the fields they'd run through as children, listening to the radio on quiet evenings when the work was done. On their 50th wedding anniversary, their children threw them a party at the Grange Hall, where they'd celebrated Tom's homecoming. Lucy wore a new dress and Tom wore a suit that actually fit, and they danced the way he'd taught her all those years ago in a hay-strewn barn, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, while their grandchildren watched and whispered about how romantic it all was. "You ever regret it?" Tom asked as they swayed together, "waiting for me, marrying me?" Lucy looked up at him, this man she'd loved since she was 12 years old, whose letters she'd treasured through a war, whose children and grandchildren filled the room with laughter. "Not once," she said, "not for a single moment." "Me neither." He kissed her forehead the way he had the night before he left for war, gentle and reverent. "Best decision I ever made, loving you." "Second best," Lucy corrected. "Oh?" "The best decision was coming home." Tom smiled, that slow, easy smile she'd been memorizing her whole life. "That wasn't a decision, Luce. That was a promise, and I always keep my promises." The radio played on, and they danced, and somewhere in the fields beyond the hall, the corn grew tall and green under the summer stars, and all was as it should be. the Windover Slate Ridge. The wind came first, always first, scraping across the grey throat of the mountain like a blade-testing stone. Eleanor Hale felt it through the walls of the converted tool shed that served as Slate Ridge's schoolhouse, felt it rattle the loose window panes and whistle through gaps in the timber frame. She'd been here 3 weeks, and already she understood that the wind was not weather but presence, a third party to every conversation, every thought. The children before her, 11 of them, ages 7 to 14, watched her with the patience of those accustomed to disappointment. Their hands bore the calluses of young labourers. Their eyes tracked not her carefully prepared arithmetic problems on the slate board, but the light changing beyond the window, the shift in air pressure that meant the mountain was moving, settling, preparing its daily violence. Miss Hale? The smallest girl, Ada, raised a dirt-creased hand. My pa says the northeast face is showing cracks again, says it'll come down before spring. Eleanor set down her chalk. This was the 3rd time this week a lesson had been interrupted by geology, by the mountain's moods and prophecies. In Boston, such interruptions would have been discipline problems. Here they were survival. What do the cracks look like? She asked. Ada's face brightened. Vertical, running with the grain, deep enough to fit a hand. And what does that tell you? That the stone's under stress, that it wants to move. Eleanor nodded, her heart performing a small traitorous leap. This was learning, not the rote memorization she'd been trained to deliver, but observation, deduction, the marriage of eye and understanding. She turned to the board and began sketching the mechanics of stone fracture, the vocabulary of tension and compression that these children already knew in their bones but had never seen named, dignified by geometry. She didn't notice him at first. Jonah Reed, standing in the doorway with his shoulders blocking most of the weak afternoon light. When she finally turned, his presence struck her like a physical force. He was perhaps 35, his face weathered to the same grey as the quarry stone, his eyes the colour of winter sky. He held his hat in hands that looked capable of breaking or building with equal facility. Mr. Reed. She heard the unwanted formality in her voice, the eastern crispness that marked her as foreign here. Can I help you? Came to fetch the Bennett boys, slide on the south tier. His voice was low, abraded by wind and dust. Their father wants them home before dark. 2 children rose without question, gathering their meagre possings with practised efficiency. Eleanor watched them go, watched Jonah Reed's eyes pass over her makeshift geological diagram with something that might have been interest or might have been contempt. She couldn't yet read the local silences. You're teaching them stonework, he said. Not a question. I'm teaching them to see what they already know. His mouth twitched, not quite a smile. And you learned this where? Boston? Books, mostly, and observation. She met his gaze, refused to apologize for her education. I understand you think that's insufficient. I think the mountain doesn't care what books say. He settled his hat back on his head. But I also think Ada's right about those cracks. And I heard what you told her about stress fractures. That was accurate. It was the smallest of concessions, but Eleanor felt it warm something in her chest. She nodded, and he left, and the wind came howling back into the space he'd vacated. That night, in her boarding room above the general store, Eleanor stood at the window and watched the quarry settlement hunker down against the cold. Lamplight made yellow squares in the darkness. Somewhere, men were drinking and gambling away their exhaustion. Somewhere, children slept under thin blankets. Somewhere, Jonah Reed was doing whatever it was quarry foreman did when the day's danger had passed. She pressed her palm against the cold glass. She had come here fleeing irrelevance, the genteel suffocation of her aunt's Boston parlour, where her education was ornamental and her opinions unwelcome. She'd imagined herself useful, necessary, a figure of transformation in the wilderness. Instead, she felt like an artifact, something fragile and possibly fraudulent. But Ada had listened, and Jonah Reed had called her accurate. It was enough. For now, it was enough. The mountain's lessons came hard and fast. Eleanor learned to read the weather in the colour of the stone, the quality of the wind. She learned which men could be trusted and which were made cruel by fear. She learned that survival here was not individual but collective, an intricate web of dependencies where a single broken thread could kill. And she learned to watch Jonah Reed. He moved through the quarry like water finding level, his attention everywhere at once. He could read stone the way she read books, understanding not just what was present but what was implied, what was coming. She began timing her walks to coincide with the shift changes, telling herself it was educational, that she needed to understand the rhythms of this place to teach its children. It was partially true. One raw morning in early November, she found him alone on the eastern rim, staring down at a section of cliff face that gleamed wet in the thin sunlight. She approached carefully, boots crunching on loose shale. "That's not stable," she said. He didn't startle. "No." The strata are tilted. See how the layers don't run true? There's a fault line cutting through. Probably old, probably been there for centuries, but it's active. That moisture isn't from rain. Jonah turned to look at her. Really look at her. Not the polite half-attention he'd offered before. "You see that from here?" "I see the pattern. The rest is inference." She moved closer, close enough to smell the stone dust on his coat, the faint tang of black powder. "What are you seeing?" "The way the mountain breathes." He gestured toward the wet stone. "That seep started 3 days ago. The old men say it means nothing, that the mountain's been weeping since their grandfather's time. But I think it's moving, settling into something new. Do you trust the old men?" "I trust the mountain." He paused. "But I'm starting to think your books might help me hear it better." Something shifted between them then, subtle as a change in air pressure, profound as a crack running deep. Eleanor felt it in her pulse, the sudden acute awareness of her body in space, of his proximity, of the vast drop behind them, and the cold wind pressing them toward dangerous ground. "I could show you," she said, "the mathematics of it, the geometry. I'd like that." They began meeting in the evenings. In the schoolhouse after the children had gone, Eleanor would spread her books across the rough tables while Jonah brought specimens, chunks of granite, samples of quartz-veined slate, fragments that told the mountain's history. She taught him the language of geology, and he taught her to read the subtle signs that books couldn't capture. The smell of stressed stone, the particular echo of a hollow space, the way sound changed when a crack was forming. Their fingers touched over diagrams. Their breath mingled in the cold air when they bent over the same sample. They were careful not to acknowledge it, this growing current between them, but it charged everything. Every explanation, every shared discovery, every moment of understanding achieved in tandem. One night, working late over a particularly complex stratigraphic map, Jonah spoke into the silence. "My wife died in a slide 4 years ago." His voice was steady, factual. She was bringing lunch to the cruise. Wrong place, wrong time. The mountain took her in seconds. Eleanor's hand stilled on the paper. "I'm sorry." "Everyone's sorry. That's what they say when the mountain kills." He looked at her, his eyes dark in the lamplight. "But I'm telling you because you should know. This place takes things, and I've learned not to want what can be taken." The implication hung between them, heavy as falling stone. "I understand," Eleanor said, though her throat felt tight. "I came here because I needed to matter, to be tested, to choose something real instead of having my life chosen for me. But I'm beginning to think that desire itself is dangerous here." "It is." He stood, began gathering his coat. Then he stopped, turned back to her. "But I can't seem to stop wanting to see you, to hear what you think, to watch you teach those children that their observations matter." He paused. "That's dangerous too." He left before she could respond. The wind took the warmth of his presence, replaced it with cold. Eleanor sat alone in the lamplight, her heart a wild thing in her chest, and understood that she was lost. Already. December brought snow and paranoia. The unstable northeast face that Ada's father had worried over began showing new cracks, hairline fractures that Eleanor mapped obsessively, comparing them to the geological survey she had ordered from the territorial office. The mathematics were clear. The face would fail. Not today, perhaps not this year, but inevitably, catastrophically. The town elders disagreed. "The mountain's been standing since the Bible was written," old Thomas Carmichael declared in the general store loud enough for everyone to hear. "I've worked that face for 40 years. If it were going to come down, it would have done it already." "Rock memory doesn't work that way," Eleanor had replied, unable to stop herself. "The stresses accumulate. Just because something has held for 40 years doesn't mean it will hold for 41. The room went cold. These men had survived by trusting their instincts, their experience, their father's wisdom. She was asking them to trust equations instead, to believe in invisible forces and theoretical models. She was asking them to fear what they'd never feared before. Jonah stood at the back of the store, silent. His face gave nothing away. That night she confronted him outside the boarding house, her breath making ghosts in the frozen air. "You know I'm right. You've seen the same patterns I have." "I've seen patterns before," he said carefully. "Been wrong before too. This is different. The data. He said it gently, but she heard the distance in it. "Eleanor, these men have families. They've got quotas to fill, debts to pay. If we shut down the northeast face on speculation, people starve. You're asking me to choose between your mathematics and their survival. I'm asking you to prevent their deaths. Are you certain?" His eyes were hard now, challenging. "Certain enough to stake lives on it. Because that's what you're asking me to do." She wanted to say yes. The numbers were clear, the trajectory obvious. But standing there in the cold, watching his breath mingle with hers in the darkness, she felt the weight of responsibility like a physical thing. She'd been so sure of her relevance, her purpose. Now she was being asked to prove it with consequences she couldn't fully imagine. "I'm certain," she whispered. Jonah nodded slowly. "Then I'll talk to the crews. But Eleanor, if you're wrong, you'll need to leave. This town won't forgive being made afraid for nothing. And if I'm right," his smile was sad, "then we'll bury fewer men, but you'll still have made them afraid. Sometimes there's no winning against the mountain." He left her there, and she watched him disappear into the darkness, feeling the first true cold of doubt. 3 days later, a minor slide took down a tool shed on the northeast face. No one was hurt. It happened during the night shift change. Pure luck. But the message was clear. The mountain was moving. The town's response was not gratitude, but resentment. She'd been right, yes, but being right meant confronting their vulnerability, acknowledging that the old ways might be insufficient. Men stopped meeting her eyes. Parents kept their children home from school. Even Ada avoided her in the store. And Jonah became distant, polite, professionally courteous. He consulted her maps, implemented her recommendations, but the warmth was gone. He'd chosen duty over desire, safety over feeling, and she couldn't blame him. She could only ache. On Christmas Eve, sitting alone in the schoolhouse, Eleanor drafted her letter of resignation. She would return to Boston, to irrelevance and safety. She had tried to matter, and had only succeeded in making herself the symbol of fear and change. Better to leave them to their comfortable certainties, their old patterns, their chosen blindness. She sealed the letter as snow began to fall, heavy and silent, blanketing the mountain in white. The sound came at dawn, a deep groan like the earth, clearing its throat. Eleanor woke to it, her body knowing before her mind did that this was catastrophe. She dressed in seconds, running into streets already filling with frightened people. The northeast face, the entire northeast face, was preparing to fail. The slide hadn't happened yet, but it was coming. She could see it in the way the snow was shifting, the unnatural bulge in the cliff wall, the hairline cracks suddenly gaping wide. Hours, maybe. Perhaps only minutes. Jonah was already there, organising evacuations with the grim efficiency of a man who'd done this before. He saw her and something flickered in his eyes. Relief or regret, she couldn't tell. "How long?" he asked. She studied the face, her mind racing through calculations. "The main fracture is propagating along the fault line. See there?" She pointed to where a crack was visibly widening, stone grinding against stone with a sound like distant thunder. "When it reaches that dolomite layer, the whole mass will go. We have to redirect it." "Can't redirect a mountain." "No, but we can change where it falls." She grabbed his arm, pulled him to a makeshift map table where her surveys were pinned. "Look, if we collapse this support column here, the mass will shift east into the old quarry pit instead of west into the settlement. It's already hollow from previous mining. It can take the load." Jonah studied the map, his jaw tight. "That's an intentional blast on unstable ground. Could trigger the whole thing early. Kill whoever sets the charges. I'll do it. The hell you will. I'm the one who understands the engineering, and I'm the one who knows how to set charges." His hand closed over hers on the map, firm and warm. "But you're right about the redirect. Thomas," he shouted to the old foreman, "get the men clear. East side only. We're bringing down the support column." The next 2 hours were chaos and precision braided together. Eleanor calculated exactly where to place the charges, while Jonah and his most trusted men hauled black powder and fuses up the treacherous face. She watched from below, her heart in her throat as he moved across stone that groaned and shifted beneath him. "Jonah!" she screamed as a chunk of cliff broke free, tumbling past him by inches. He didn't look back. He couldn't. Every ounce of his attention was on the placement, the timing, the prayer that her mathematics were as sound as her conviction. When the charges were set, he came down faster than she'd ever seen anyone move on stone, sliding and jumping with controlled recklessness. He hit the ground running, grabbing her hand and pulling her behind the reinforced barrier they'd erected. "Light it," he ordered his second. The fuse sparked, raced upward, disappeared into the mountain. Jonah's hand tightened on hers. She pressed against him without thinking, feeling his heart hammering against her shoulder blade. The explosion was small, precise, exactly what was needed. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the entire northeast face exhaled, a vast settling groan, and came down in a controlled collapse that filled the old pit with thunder and stone dust. When the dust cleared, the settlement stood untouched. The mountain had been redirected, its violence channeled into emptiness instead of lives. The silence was profound. Then someone cheered, and someone else, and suddenly the whole town was shouting, crying, embracing. Eleanor found herself swept up in it, hands clasping hers, voices thanking her. But all she could see was Jonah, standing apart, watching her with an expression she couldn't read. She pushed through the crowd to him. "You trusted me," she said. "I did. You could have died." "Yes." His hand came up, cupped her face with a gentleness that made her tremble. His thumb brushed stone dust from her cheek. "Seems I've learned to want what can be taken after all." The crowd was dispersing, families retreating to their homes, men already talking about clean up and salvage. Jonah took her hand and led her away from it all, up the eastern path to a small shelter carved into the mountainside. A foreman's lookout, she realised. A place where someone could watch the quarry and be alone with the wind. Inside it was dim and cold but sheltered. He lit a lamp, and in its flickering light she saw him clearly for the first time. Not the careful foreman, not the grieving husband, but the man beneath, raw and present and wanting. Eleanor. Her name in his mouth was a prayer and a question. She answered by closing the distance between them, her hands finding his face, his jaw rough beneath her palms. I'm not leaving. I'm staying. Whatever this is, whatever it costs, I choose it. His kiss was not gentle. It was hunger held too long in check, fear transmuted into need. Two people who'd learned to trust falling into something deeper than safety. She gasped against his mouth, and he pulled her closer, his hands spanning her waist, then rising, to the buttons of her coat. Are you sure? He asked, his voice ragged. Because if we do this, there's no going back to careful. No more pretending we can keep this professional. I stopped pretending weeks ago. She pushed his coat from his shoulders, feeling the solid strength of him beneath the layers. I want this. I want you. I want to be chosen and to choose, right here, right now, with full knowledge of the consequences. What followed was both education and surrender, an exploration conducted with the same intense focus they'd brought to the mountain, but directed inward, toward each other. She learned the topography of his body, the scars that marked where stone had cut him, the particular catch in his breath when she touched him just so. He learned her in return, with hands that knew how to be both powerful and precise, mapping her with a reverence that made her feel both fragile and essential. There was no bed, only blankets he'd spread on the floor of the shelter. The stone was hard beneath them. The wind howled outside, and neither of them cared. This was not comfort, but necessity. Two people who'd spent too long alone coming together with the force of everything they'd resisted. When he moved over her, into her, Eleanor understood finally what the mountain had been teaching her all along. That safety was an illusion. That the only true choice was whether to meet life's dangers with courage or fear. She chose courage. She chose him. She chose this moment where pleasure and risk were indistinguishable, where surrender was power and vulnerability was strength. After, lying in the circle of his arms with their breathing synchronized and the lamp burning low, she felt transformed. Not softened, but tempered, like metal that's been forged and is now both flexible and strong. I love you, she said, because it was true and because there was no reason left to hide it. I love you, and I'm terrified, and I'm not sorry for either. Jonah's arms tightened. Around her. I love you too, and I'm learning to be glad of it, terror and all. Outside, the mountain settled into its new configuration, stable at last. Spring came late to Slate Ridge, but when it arrived, it brought green to the grey. Small, tenacious plants that grew in the cracks and hollows where stone met soil. Eleanor stood at the quarry's edge in the pale dawn, watching the work crews prepare for the day's blast. Beside her, Jonah made notes in the journal they now kept together, a record of observations both geological and practical, a marriage of theory and experience that had become essential to the quarry's operations. The southern tiers showing stress, she said, pointing to a section of cliff face where the strata bent just slightly out of true. Not immediate, but worth monitoring. Agreed. He made the note, then looked up at her with a small smile. Remember when you first got here, how the men thought you were frivolous? I remember thinking this place would kill me. She leaned into his shoulder, comfortable with the casual intimacy they'd earned. Turns out it just remade me. Remade both of us. It was true. In the months since the slide, everything had shifted. The town no longer saw her as an outsider, but as the woman who'd saved them, though she knew that wasn't quite accurate. She'd provided the mathematics, they'd provided the courage to trust them. It was collaboration, not salvation. And Jonah had stopped trying to keep the mountain and his heart in separate chambers. He'd learned that thought and feeling could coexist, that vulnerability wasn't weakness but a different kind of strength. They were married in early summer, in a simple ceremony at the schoolhouse, with half the town in attendance. Ada had woven her a crown of dried mountain sage. Thomas Carmichael had stood up and apologised formally for doubting her. Eleanor had cried, which surprised no one, and Jonah had stood steady beside her, which surprised no one either. Now they lived together in a small house at the settlement's edge, close enough to hear the mountain, far enough to have privacy. She still taught, but her curriculum had evolved. Geology and literature, mathematics and moral philosophy, all woven together in ways that made sense to children who lived where the abstract met the concrete every day. And in the evenings, she and Jonah mapped the mountain together, planning routes that would be safe, identifying dangers before they materialised. They were making the quarry better, not safe. It would never be safe, but more intelligent in its risks. "What are you thinking?" Jonah asked, studying her face. "That I'm happy, and that happiness feels more honest here than it ever did in Boston, because here it's earned." She turned to face him fully, the wind pulling at her hair. "That I chose well." "So did I." He kissed her, brief and sweet, then returned his attention to the cliff face. "Come on, we have work to do." They walked down together toward the quarry, two figures moving in practiced synchrony across dangerous ground. Behind them, the schoolhouse windows caught the rising sun. Below them, the work crews gathered for the day's labour. And all around them, the mountain, vast, indifferent, utterly itself, held them all in its grey embrace. The wind came as it always did, but now when Eleanor felt it, she didn't brace against it. She simply stood firm and let it pass through her, another element in the landscape she'd learned to call home. They had been tested. They had chosen each other despite the risks, or perhaps because of them, and that choice, renewed each morning in the wind over Slate Ridge, was its own kind of permanence, not the false safety of avoiding danger, but the true strength of meeting it together, with eyes open and hearts willing. It was enough. It was everything. Ink and illusions. The rhythmic tap of Harper Lennox's fingers on her keyboard paused as she heard the telltale sound of a motorcycle pulling into the driveway next door. She glanced at the clock, 6:15 p.m, right on schedule. Her fingers hovered over the keys, waiting for the engine to cut off, for the heavy footsteps to cross the gravel drive, for the door to shut with a definitive click. Only then did she exhale and resume typing. His hands moved deliberately, each touch calculated yet somehow instinctive, as if his body remembered a map his mind had forgotten. Harper pushed her glasses up her nose and squinted at the screen. Too cliché. She deleted the sentence and tried again. The image of her neighbour, broad-shouldered, perpetually frowning Jack Maddox, floating unbidden into her mind. His touch was careful, almost cautious, like a man who had spent years learning the exact force needed to disarm explosives rather than ignite them. Better. Harper saved the file, a small smile playing at her lips. 2 more chapters and Midnight Reconnaissance, the 5th instalment in her best-selling Covert Hearts series, would be complete. Her editor at Pinnacle Publishing would be thrilled. The readers of L.L. Moon's steamy military romance novels would be ecstatic, and Harper Lennox, head librarian of Windermere Cove's small public library, would remain exactly what she had always been, invisible. The duality of her existence had never bothered her before. In fact, she'd cultivated it deliberately. By day, she was the quiet, bookish woman who recommended gentle mysteries to elderly patrons and organised children's reading hours. By night, she transformed into L.L. Moon, whose novels featured strong-willed heroines and damaged heroes finding redemption through love, and spectacularly detailed intimate encounters. Her phone chirped with a text notification. "Brilliant news, darling. Covert Hearts series just hit 2 million in sales. NYT list. Confirmed for Midnight Reconnaissance pre-orders alone. We need to talk publicity. Call me." Margot Harper groaned, dropping her head into her hands. Publicity. The word alone made her stomach clench. L.L. Moon had never done interviews, never attended book signings. Her author photo was an artfully shadowed silhouette, her bio purposefully vague. A former literature professor who now lives in a coastal town, L.L. Moon spent her days surrounded by books and her nights writing about passion. The deception had been easy at first, when her debut novel had been a modest success. 5 years and 14 books later, the mystique surrounding L.L. Moon had only intensified her popularity. Harper shut her laptop and walked to the window, peering through the curtains at the cottage next door. A single light burned in what she knew was the kitchen. Jack would be making dinner now, something simple and nutritious. In the 3 years since he'd inherited his grandfather's house, she'd learned his routines as intimately as if they were characters in one of her books. Monday was grilled chicken night, Tuesday was fish, Wednesday, like today, was pasta, whole grain, with a sauce he made from scratch. He'd eat at the counter, standing, reading something on his tablet. Afterward he'd wash his dishes immediately, then spend an hour or two working on renovations before showering and reading until precisely 10 p.m, when his light would go out. Harper knew all of this not because she was a stalker, but because the rhythm of his life had become the metronome that kept time for her own. She structured her writing sessions around the comings and goings of the man who, without knowing it, had become the template for every brooding hero she'd created since he arrived. She'd spoken to him exactly 47 times. 47 brief, awkward exchanges that consisted primarily of good morning, nice weather, and have a good day. Once, during a power outage, he'd come to check if she had candles. Once she'd gathered the courage to bring him cookies as a welcome gift when he first moved in. Beyond that, their relationship existed entirely in her imagination, and on the pages of books that had sold millions of copies. Her phone rang, startling her from her thoughts. Margot wasn't one to be ignored. "Harper, darling, did you get my text? This is tremendous news." "I did, yes. It's wonderful," Harper replied, moving away from the window and back to her desk. "So, publicity. We need to strike while the iron is hot. I've been thinking." Harper tensed. Margot's thinking usually led to suggestions involving public appearances. What if we arrange a small, exclusive fan event? Nothing huge or intimidating. Just 20 or so devoted readers, an intimate setting. They'd love to meet the mysterious L.L. Moon. "Margot, we've discussed this. I can't. Not in New York, not at a big bookstore. Somewhere that feels safe for you." Margot paused, dramatically. "What about that charming little independent bookshop in your own town? Sea Pages, is it?" Harper nearly dropped the phone. "Windmere Cove? You want to host an L.L. Moon event in my town? It's perfect. Small, controlled environment. People who've never connected Harper Lennox with L.L. Moon. We keep it exclusive, mysterious even. Fans get to meet you, but we maintain your public anonymity. They sign NDAs if it makes you feel better." Harper's mind raced through all the ways this could go catastrophically wrong. Everyone in town knew her. They'd recognise her voice, her mannerisms. "I can't," she said firmly. Then, more softly, "But maybe if it were truly anonymous, if they could meet the author without knowing it's me." "Go on," Margot encouraged. What if it's a masked event? Everyone, including the author, wears masks. Make it thematic. Covert identities, like my books." There was silence on the other end, then a delighted laugh. "Harper, Lennox, you brilliant woman. It's perfect, mysterious, on-brand, and just the right amount of dramatic. Unmask your passion with LL Moon, but no one actually unmasks. I love it. As Margot rattled off logistics and dates, Harper found herself agreeing to something she'd spent years avoiding. Her gaze drifted back to the window, to the light in Jack's kitchen. What would the quiet intensity of Jack Maddox think if he knew his awkward, barely speaking neighbour was the author of books that had helped thousands of women discover their own desires? What would he say if he knew that his hands, his scars, his rare but devastating half-smile had inspired countless fictional moments of passion? It was a question she would never have to answer, she assured herself. Their worlds would never collide. The next morning, Harper arrived at the library 15 minutes early, as she always did. The small stone building had been a church in the 1800s before being converted to Windermere Cove's public library in the 1950s. She loved the arched windows, the worn wooden floors that creaked in specific places, the smell of old paper and lemon polish. This was her domain, where she felt competent and calm. Not like the jittery, anxious person she became whenever she spotted Jack Maddox approaching. As if her thoughts had conjured him, the library door opened precisely at 10:15 a.m, Thursday, which meant Jack would return last week's book and check out exactly one new one. Always fiction, often classics, occasionally contemporary literary works, never romance. "Good morning," she said, proud of how steady her voice sounded. Jack nodded, placing the old man and the sea on the counter. His dark hair was damp from a recent shower, and a fresh cut on his forearm suggested he'd been working on another renovation project. "Hemingway," she said, scanning the book. "Did you enjoy it?" He seemed surprised by the question, as if their script didn't usually include this line. It was... He cleared his throat. "Good. Bit sparse." Harper smiled despite herself. Sparse is generous. Hemingway never used two words when one would do. The corner of Jack's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile, but nearly. "Any recommendations?" This too was off script. Harper blinked, then gestured toward the new releases section. "Depends what you're in the mood for." Jack followed her to the display, his steps nearly silent despite his size. A habit Harper had incorporated into Commander Riker Stone, the hero of her third novel. Military training so ingrained that even in civilian life he moved like a shadow. "Something with more words than Hemingway," he said, and this time there was definitely a hint of humour in his voice. Harper reached for a book without thinking. This just came in. It's supposed to be excellent. She froze as she realised what she was holding. Midnight Reconnaissance by L.L. Moon. It wasn't supposed to be on shelves yet. The official release was still 2 weeks away. C Pages must have put their advance copy in the library's new release section. Jack took the book from her hands, their fingers brushing momentarily. Harper hoped he couldn't feel her pulse racing. "Military romance?" he asked, eyebrow raised as he examined the cover, which featured a silhouetted couple against a night sky filled with stars. Harper's face burned. I mean, it's popular and... "I'll take it," he said, cutting off her stammering. "Never tried this genre before." As Harper walked back to the counter to check out her own book to her neighbour, she felt as though she might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. Jack Maddox was going to read her words that had been inspired in no small part by him. "Enjoy," she managed to say as she handed him the book. He nodded, that almost smile appearing again. "See you next Thursday." As the door closed behind him, Harper sank into her chair, a mixture of horror and inexplicable excitement churning in her stomach. For the first time since she began writing as L.L. Moon, her two worlds felt dangerously close to colliding. Jack Maddox sat on his back deck, the library book open on his lap, his coffee cooling beside him. The morning sun filtered through the oak trees, casting dappled shadows across the pages. He'd been reading for 3 hours straight, unable to put the damn thing down. It wasn't what he had expected. Yes, there were intimate scenes that made him shift uncomfortably in his chair. But beyond that, there was something about the writing that felt personal. The way the author described the protagonist's hypervigilance, his difficulty sleeping, the way certain sounds triggered memories he'd rather forget. It was unnervingly accurate. He flipped to the author bio on the back flap. L.L. Moon. The photo was artfully obscured, just a silhouette against a window. A former literature professor who now lives in a coastal town, Jack frowned. Could be any coastal town, anywhere. But something nagged at him, a sense of familiarity in the prose that he couldn't quite place. His phone buzzed with a text from his former squad mate, Mike. "You coming to Derek's wedding next month?" Jack sighed. The thought of a large social gathering made his skin crawl, but Derek had been there for him during the worst days of his recovery. He owed him this much. "Yes, but I'm not dancing." Mike's response was immediate. "We'll see about that after a few beers, Captain No Fun." Jack pocketed his phone and returned to the book, losing himself once again in the story of a Special Forces commander and the war correspondent who saw through his defences. By the time he finished the final chapter, the sun was high overhead, and he felt strangely exposed, as if the author had somehow peered into his soul. On impulse, he walked to his laptop and searched for information about L.L. Moon. There wasn't much. No interviews, no public appearances, just a website with book information and a contact form for fan mail that probably went straight to a publicist. A new link caught his eye. Unmask Your Passion, an exclusive event with L.L. Moon at C. Page's bookstore, Windermere Cove. Jack stared at the screen. L.L. Moon was coming here, to this tiny coastal town that barely registered on most maps. The event was described as intimate and exclusive, limited to 20 attendees. A masquerade theme meant everyone, including the author, would remain anonymous. Before he could talk himself out of it, Jack clicked register and filled out the form. What was the worst that could happen? He'd spend an evening in a room full of romance readers, most likely women, all of them strangers. The thought made him wince, but his curiosity about the author overrode his discomfort. He wanted to know how she had written so accurately about things he'd never discussed with anyone outside his unit. How she understood the weight of command, the burden of responsibility for other people's lives. How she knew exactly what it felt like to wake up screaming from dreams filled with sand and blood and failure. The confirmation email arrived instantly. "Congratulations, you're invited to an exclusive evening with L.L. Moon. Thursday 7 p.m, C. Page's bookstore. Masks required. Identities optional. Passion guaranteed." Jack closed his laptop, oddly unsettled. He picked up the novel again, rereading a passage that had struck him earlier. "The hardest thing about coming home," he told her, "isn't adjusting to comfort or routine. It's realizing that while you were living in a world where every decision might be your last, everyone else was just living, buying groceries, watching TV, falling in love. And you don't know how to do those simple things anymore without scanning for threats, without waiting for the other shoe to drop." How did she know? How did this mysterious L.L. Moon, whoever she was, understand exactly what it felt like to be in his head? For the first time since moving to Windermere Cove 3 years ago, Jack felt a flicker of something like hope. Hope that maybe there was someone who might understand the parts of himself he'd never been able to explain. Harper's hands trembled as she applied mascara, careful not to smudge it onto her glasses. No, not her glasses. Tonight she'd wear contacts, another layer of disguise. Her hair, usually pulled back in a practical bun, fell in loose waves past her shoulders. The dress she'd chosen, a deep blue wrap style that emphasized her waist and showed more cleavage than anything in her normal wardrobe, had been ordered online specifically for this event. "You can do this," she whispered to her reflection. "It's just one evening. No one will know it's you." Her phone chimed with a text from Margot. "Car will pick you up at 6:30. Remember, you're just another guest until the revealed moment. You've got this, superstar." The plan was simple. Harper would arrive with the other attendees, mingle anonymously, and only at a predetermined moment would the bookstore owner, who was the only person in town who knew her secret, indicate that LL Moon was ready to take questions. Even then, she would remain masked, her identity protected. At exactly 6:30, a sleek black car pulled up outside her cottage. Harper grabbed her purse and the ornate masquerade mask she'd purchased online, casting one last glance at Jack's house. His motorcycle was gone, which meant he was out for the evening. One less worry, at least. C. Page's bookstore had been transformed for the evening. Fairy lights twinkled from the ceiling. Candles, flameless, Harper noted with librarian approval, flickered on tables scattered with rose petals, and soft jazz played in the background. Champagne flutes were being filled as masked attendees, mostly women, but a few men, chatted excitedly. Harper slipped in, securing her mask over her eyes. The elaborate design covered most of her upper face, with delicate silver filigree, extending to her hairline. Between that, the contacts, and her unusual styling, she doubted even her regular library patrons would recognise her. "Welcome," said Abby, the bookstore owner, with a wink that only Harper could see. "Please, enjoy some champagne. LL Moon will be circulating among you before the formal Q&A. Harper accepted a glass gratefully, taking a larger sip than she intended. The bubbles went straight to her head, but the alcohol helped calm her nerves. She could do this. She was just playing a role, like her characters did. She turned, intent on finding a quiet corner to observe from, when she collided with a solid chest. "Sorry," a deep voice said, steadying her with hands that were warm and firm on her bare arms. Harper looked up and nearly dropped her champagne. Through the simple black mask that covered the upper half of his face, she would recognise those eyes anywhere. Grey-blue, like the ocean during a storm. Jack Maddox was at her book event. Jack Maddox, her neighbour, her unwitting muse, the man whose silent intensity had inspired an entire series of romantic heroes, was standing in front of her, apologising for bumping into her, completely unaware that she was both the woman who lived next door and the author whose event he was attending. "It's fine," she said, pitching her voice slightly lower than normal. "No harm done." He nodded, and she waited for him to move on, but instead he remained standing there, studying her with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. "Are you a fan of LL Moon?" she asked, desperate to break the silence. A faint flush appeared above his mask. "I've only read one of her books, actually. Just finished it today." "And?" Harper couldn't help herself. "What did you think?" Jack took a sip of his drink. "Whiskey, not champagne," she noted, before answering. "It wasn't what I expected. There was a lot more understanding than I anticipated." "Understanding? Of what it's like to come back from war." His voice had dropped, becoming almost confessional. "Most people who write about it get it wrong. They focus on the dramatic parts, the firefights, the explosions. They don't understand that the hardest battles happen in the quiet moments afterward." Harper's breath caught. This was more than Jack had ever said to her in their 3 years as neighbours. "You served?" she asked, even though she knew the answer. He nodded once. "Special Forces. 8 years. Just like Commander Riker Stone from Midnight Reconnaissance." Harper felt a wave of guilt. Had she been too specific in her characterization? Had she somehow invaded his privacy without realizing it? "And the book captured that experience for you?" she asked carefully. "Parts of it?" He swirled the amber liquid in his glass. "I'd like to ask the author how she knew, how she could describe so accurately what it feels like to..." He trailed off, seeming embarrassed by his own openness. "To what?" Harper encouraged gently. "Jack's." Eyes met hers, and for a moment she forgot they were in a room full of people. "To feel broken in ways that can't be seen or fixed." The rawness in his voice made her heart ache. Without thinking, she placed her hand on his arm. Maybe she knows that even broken things can be beautiful. That's what her books are about, right? Finding wholeness even with the broken pieces. He looked at her with surprise, then something like recognition. "You sound like you know her work well." Harper withdrew her hand quickly. "I'm a big fan," she said lightly. "Have you read her other books?" "Not yet, but I might now." There was a warmth in his gaze that made her stomach flutter. "I'm Jack, by the way." "Elle." Harper caught herself just in time. "Carly," she improvised. "Nice to meet you, Jack." Before they could continue their conversation, Abby clinked a glass for attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, LL Moon has been among you all evening, and now she's ready to take your questions. However, in keeping with the spirit of mystery, she'll remain masked, and we ask that you respect her privacy." All eyes turned expectantly to Harper, who took a deep breath and stepped forward, feeling Jack's gaze on her back as she moved to the front of the room. "Good evening, everyone," she said, still using the slightly lower register she had adopted with Jack. "Thank you for coming tonight. I'm honoured that my words have meant something to you." For the next 45 minutes, Harper fielded questions about her writing process, her inspiration, her characters. She grew more confident with each answer, especially when her responses elicited appreciative nods from Jack, who stood at the back of the room, watching her intently. "One final question," Abby announced, pointing to a woman near the front. "Your male characters are so authentic," the woman said. "Do you base them on real men in your life?" Harper froze, acutely aware of Jack's attention. "I observe," she said carefully. "I believe that the best fiction comes from emotional truth, even if the specific details are invented. So while none of my characters are exactly based on real people, they all contain elements of humanity that I've witnessed or experienced." It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the complete truth either. She didn't mention that Commander Riker Stone's habit of running his thumb along his jaw when thinking was something she'd seen Jack do countless times from her kitchen window, or that the scar on Lieutenant Drake Mason's left shoulder in Covert Seduction was inspired by the glimpse she'd caught of Jack's own scar one summer day when he was working shirtless in his yard. As the event wound down, Harper felt both exhilarated and exhausted. She'd done it. She'd appeared publicly as LL Moon without compromising her identity. Guests were leaving, thanking Abby, and casting curious glances back at Harper, who remained by the refreshment table sipping a glass of water. That was illuminating. She turned to find Jack beside her again, his expression thoughtful behind his mask. "I'm glad you enjoyed it," she said, fighting to maintain her composure. "You never answered that last question fully," he said quietly. "About your inspiration." Harper's pulse jumped. Some things a writer has to keep to herself. "Fair enough." He hesitated, then added, "I'd like to write to you. To LL Moon, I mean. There are things I want to say about your book, about what it meant to me, that I couldn't express here." "The website has a contact form," Harper said, her mouth suddenly dry. Jack shook his head. "Those go to publicists, editors. I'd like to know my words would reach you directly." Abby appeared at Harper's side, a lifeline. "We actually have a special arrangement with LL Moon," she said smoothly. "Letters can be left here at the bookstore. We forward them directly to the author, no intermediaries." "Thank you," Jack said, his eyes still on Harper. "It was nice meeting you, Carly." As he walked away, Harper let out a shaky breath. "That was too close," she whispered to Abby. "But exciting, right?" Abby grinned. "Who was that masked man, anyway? He couldn't take his eyes off you." That, Harper said, watching Jack's broad shoulders disappear through the door, was my next-door neighbour. Jack sat at his kitchen counter, staring at the blank page before him. He'd started and discarded 5 versions of this letter already. How did you write to someone whose words had reached inside your chest and found all the broken pieces you'd been hiding? He took another sip of coffee and began again. Dear LL Moon, I'm not good with words. That's your territory. But I wanted to thank you for Midnight Reconnaissance. It's the first time I've read something that captured what it feels like to come home from war and find that home isn't home anymore. I served 8 years in Special Forces, 4 deployments. I've been back in civilian life for 3 years now, and most days I still feel like I'm operating undercover in a foreign country, trying to remember how normal people behave. Your character, Commander Stone, thinks at one point that the hardest part of peace is that there's no mission objective, no clear measure of success or failure. That's exactly right. Some days getting out of bed and talking to the grocery store cashier feels like a successful operation. Other days, it feels like failure when I can't manage a simple conversation with... Jack paused, thinking of Harper Lennox's shy smile when she'd recommended LL Moon's book to him. The way she'd blushed when he'd taken it, as if embarrassed by the suggestion, with someone I'd like to know better. I don't know how you understand these things. At the event I wanted to ask you, but it seemed too personal a question for a public setting. Maybe you have someone in your life who served. Maybe you're just extraordinarily observant. Either way, thank you for seeing us, those of us who came back, different than we left. I'll be reading the rest of your books now, all of them. Respectfully, Jay. He read it over once, folded it, and sealed it in an envelope before he could second-guess himself. Tomorrow he'd drop it off at Sea Pages, as Abby had suggested. The next morning, as Jack was leaving to deliver the letter, he spotted Harper coming out of her cottage, arms full of books and papers, struggling to lock her door. Without thinking, he jogged over to help. "Let me," he said, taking the stack from her arm so she could find her keys. "Oh, thank you." She seemed flustered, pushing her glasses up her nose with one finger. "Just bringing some work home for the weekend." "Research?" he asked, nodding at what appeared to be historical reference books. She blinked in surprise. "Yes, actually. For the, summer reading program. We're doing a historical theme." As she successfully locked her door, Jack returned the stack to her arms, their fingers brushing briefly in the exchange. Strange sense of familiarity washed over him. Something about her eyes. "I read that book," he said suddenly. "The one you recommended. LL Moon." Harper's cheeks flushed pink. "Oh, did you... was it..." "It was excellent," he said. "I'm going to read more of her work." A smile transformed Harper's face, making her look younger, less reserved. "I'm glad. Her writing is... special. There was an event last night at Sea Pages, a masked meet and greet with the author. It was interesting." "Oh? I didn't know," Harper said, not quite meeting his eyes. "How was it?" Jack studied her for a moment. Revealing in some ways. She seems thoughtful, smart. Harper nodded, shifting the books in her arms. "Well, I should get these inside. Thanks for your help." "Any time," Jack said, watching her hurry back to her door. There was something about her voice just then that had niggled at the back of his mind, a cadence that seemed familiar. Shaking off the thought, he headed to Sea Pages to deliver his letter. Harper closed her door and leaned against it, heart racing. Jack had been at her event. He'd liked her book. He thought LL Moon was thoughtful and smart. The strange double life she'd been leading suddenly felt more complicated than ever. As Harper Lennox, she could barely string together a coherent sentence around Jack Maddox. As LL Moon, or as Carly at the masquerade, she'd had a real conversation with him, had connected with him in a way she'd only dreamed about. Her phone rang, Margot's name flashing on the screen. "The event was a triumph," Margot crowed without preamble. "Abby says everyone loved you, and we've already seen a spike in pre-orders. We should do more of these. Small, exclusive, mysterious. It's perfect branding. It was intense, Harper admitted, sinking onto her couch. But yes, I think it went well. Tell me everything, Margot demanded. Any standout moments, interesting questions? Harper hesitated. There was a man there, a veteran. He said my portrayal of military experience was accurate. It was validating. That's what I've been telling you. Your work resonates because it feels authentic, even when you're writing about experiences you haven't had personally. You have that rare gift of emotional insight. But it wasn't just emotional insight, Harper thought as she ended the call. It was 3 years of watching Jack Maddox, of cataloguing his expressions, his movements, his rare smiles. It was imagining his life before Windmere Cove, creating scenarios that explain the shadows in his eyes. She'd built her most successful characters on the scaffold of a man she barely knew. Was that creative genius, as Margot suggested? Or was it a strange, one-sided intimacy that bordered on invasion of privacy? The question haunted her as she tried to focus on her historical research. By mid-afternoon, she gave up and decided to walk to Sea Pages to see if Abby had any insights from the event that might help her make sense of her conflicted feelings. The small bookstore was busy with Saturday shoppers. Abby spotted her and waved her over to the counter. Harper, just the person I wanted to see. Abby reached under the counter and pulled out an envelope. This came for LL Moon this morning. I thought you might want it right away. Harper stared at the envelope labelled simply LL Moon. The handwriting was bold and angular, masculine. It's from him, isn't it? Abby whispered, leaning forward. Your hot neighbour who couldn't take his eyes off Carly last night. We don't know that, Harper protested, but her racing pulse suggested otherwise. Did he say anything when he dropped it off? Just that he hoped it would reach you. He seemed earnest. Abby studied Harper's face. You're really into him, aren't you? This isn't just a crush on the guy next door. Harper sighed, tucking the letter into her bag. It's complicated. I hardly know him in real life, but I feel like I understand parts of him that maybe no one else does. It's why my characters work. They're pieces of him, filtered through my imagination. Well, now you have a way to know the real him, Abby said, nodding at Harper's bag where the letter lay hidden. This could be the start of something, Harper. A real connection, not just one in your head. Harper wasn't so sure, but she thanked Abby and left, the letter burning a hole in her bag all the way home. Once inside, she made tea, arranged herself on the window seat, and carefully opened the envelope. By the time she finished reading Jack's letter, tears were streaming down her face. The raw honesty of his words, the vulnerability he'd shown to a person he believed was a stranger. It moved her in ways she hadn't expected. She hadn't been wrong about him. The man she'd imagined, the one who inspired Commander Stone and her other heroes, was real. But he was also so much more complicated, more genuine, more wounded and hopeful than any character she could create. Without allowing herself to overthink it, Harper took out a sheet of her personal stationery, cream-coloured with a small lighthouse embossed in the corner, a gift from a library patron, and began to write. Dear Jay, your letter touched me deeply. Thank you for your service, but more importantly, thank you for trusting me with your thoughts about coming home, about the challenges of returning to a world that seems to operate on different rules than the one you left. I don't have direct experience with military service. My understanding comes from research, from listening, and perhaps from a kind of emotional empathy that has always allowed me to imagine my way into others' experiences. But nothing I write has the legitimacy of lived experience, so your confirmation that I got some of it right means more than you know. You mentioned struggling with simple conversations with someone you'd like to know better. I understand that feeling, though from a different angle. I'm a naturally reserved person. In my daily life, I often find myself tongue-tied around others, especially people I admire or am drawn to. It's ironic that I can write thousands of words about the most intimate human connections, yet sometimes fail to make small talk in real life. Perhaps that's why writing is so freeing. On the page, we can be our best, most articulate selves. We can say the things we wish we could say out loud, like this: "Thank you for seeing me." Not just LL Moon, the author with a mysterious persona, but the person behind the words who is trying, just like you, to make sense of human connection in all its beautiful complexity. Warmly, L. Harper sealed the letter before she could reconsider. Tomorrow she'd take it to Abby for delivery back to Jack. It was a risk, revealing even this much of herself, but something about Jack's honesty demanded honesty in return. And thus began a correspondence that would change everything. Over the next 3 weeks, Harper lived in 2 parallel worlds that were increasingly difficult to keep separate. In one world she was Harper Lennox, librarian, who now exchanged slightly longer but still awkward greetings with Jack Maddox when they crossed paths. She'd progressed from good morning to actual questions like, "Did you enjoy the Steinbeck?" and comments such as, "The garden looks nice." Baby steps, but progress nonetheless. In the other world she was LL Moon, who exchanged increasingly intimate letters with Jay, sharing thoughts, fears, and hopes that she'd never expressed to anyone else. Their correspondence had quickly evolved from discussion of her books to deeper reflections on life, purpose, and connection. Jack wrote about nightmares that still plagued him, missions he couldn't discuss but whose weight he still carried. She wrote about her fear of being truly seen, the contradiction of craving connection but fearing exposure. Neither mentioned identifying details. She was careful never to reference her work as librarian, and he never mentioned Windmere Cove by name, but with each exchange they revealed more of their true selves. Meanwhile, Harper was halfway through writing the next book in her series, and for the first time she felt a twinge of guilt using Jack as inspiration. The man in her imagination was being replaced by the real person she was coming to know through his letters, more complex, more vulnerable, more human than any character she could create. On a rainy Thursday afternoon, Harper was shelving books in the reference section when she heard the library door open. A quick glance at her watch confirmed it was 10:15, Jack's regular time. She smoothed her cardigan and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear before emerging from between the shelves. "Good morning," she said, smiling more naturally than she once had. Jack returned the smile, a real one that reached his eyes, not the guarded half-smile she was used to. "Morning, I finished these," he said, placing 2 LL Moon books on the counter. They were illuminating. Harper's pulse quickened. "You're working your way through her catalogue, I see." "I am." Jack ran a hand through his hair, slightly damp from the rain. "I had some correspondence with her, actually, through the bookstore." "Oh?" Harper hoped her surprise sounded genuine. "She's not what I expected." He seemed to be choosing his words carefully. "More genuine, less steamy romance novelist," Harper supplied with a small laugh. Jack's eyes crinkled at the corners. "Exactly. There's a depth there that surprised me." He hesitated. "Have you read her new one, Midnight Reconnaissance?" Harper nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. "Of course. I ordered it for the library." "The main character stone. Did you notice anything familiar about him?" Harper froze, alarm bells clanging in her head. "Familiar how?" Jack shook his head, as if dismissing a thought. "Nothing. Just something that struck me." He glanced at the new releases section. "Anything good coming this week?" Crisis temporarily averted, Harper led him to the display, recommending a few titles she thought he might enjoy. As they talked, more easily than ever before, she couldn't help but notice the way his expression softened when he looked at her. How he seemed more present, less guarded. Was it possible that their letter exchange was affecting how he saw her, even though he had no idea that Harper and LL Moon were one and the same? "I was wondering," Jack said as she checked out his new selections, "if you'd like to get coffee sometime. There's a new place on the pier that's supposed to be good." Harper nearly dropped his book. "Coffee? With me?" A flash of uncertainty crossed his face. "If you're interested. No pressure." "Yes," she said quickly. "I'd like that. Very much." His smile then, warm, genuine, a little relieved, sent a flutter through her chest. "Great, Saturday morning around 10. Perfect, Harper." Agreed, handing him his books. As Jack left, Harper sank into her chair, conflicting emotions washing over her. Joy at the prospect of spending time with him, guilt at the deception that was growing more complicated by the day, and a gnawing fear that when the truth inevitably came out, she would lose both the real connection they were forming and the fantasy one she'd created through their letters. That evening, another letter from Jack arrived via Abby. Harper made herself wait until after dinner to open it, savouring the anticipation. These letters had become the highlight of her weeks, a space where she could be completely herself without fear of judgment. "Dear Elle, I did something impulsive today. I asked out my neighbour, the shy librarian I mentioned before. We're getting coffee Saturday. I'm both looking forward to it and terrified I'll say the wrong thing and ruin whatever small progress we've made toward actual conversation. Is it strange that I feel I can talk to you more easily than to someone standing right in front of me? With you, the words flow. With her, I fumble and forget basic English. Yet there's something about her that draws me, a quietness that feels like it's full of thoughts she doesn't share, a sense that there's so much more beneath the surface than she lets people see. In your last letter, you asked what I hope for now that I'm back in civilian life. I've been thinking about it for days. The honest answer is that for a long time, I didn't hope for anything. I came back, inherited my grandfather's house, and existed. I renovated rooms. I read books. I went through the motions. But lately I've started to want more. Connection. Purpose. Maybe even a future that feels like more than just surviving each day. Your books, your words, helped with that. They reminded me that broken people can still find wholeness, that the past doesn't have to define everything that comes after, so thank you for that gift, and wish me luck on Saturday. I'll try not to be completely awkward. Yours, Jay. Harper set the letter down, her hands trembling slightly. Jack was developing feelings for both versions of her, the author he corresponded with and the librarian he was getting to know. It was both wonderful and terrible, a dream and a nightmare colliding. She couldn't write back tonight. How could she respond to a letter about himself asking her out? The layers of deception were becoming too complex, the moral ground too shaky. For the first time since their correspondence began, Harper didn't immediately reply. Instead, she opened her laptop and stared at the manuscript of her new novel, the words blurring before her eyes. How had a simple pen name, a private way to express herself without judgment, turned into this elaborate double life? And more importantly, how could she find her way back to honesty without losing Jack in the process? Saturday morning dawned clear and bright, as if the universe were offering perfect weather as compensation for Harper's internal turmoil. She changed outfits 3 times before settling on a simple blue dress that Abby had once told her brought out her eyes. Contacts instead of glasses, hair down instead of up, small changes that made her look more like Carly from The Masquerade without being obviously different from her everyday self. The coffee shop on the pier was a charming converted boathouse with large windows overlooking the water. Harper arrived 5 minutes early but found Jack already there, securing a table by the window. He stood when he saw her, that warm smile appearing again. "You look nice," he said as she sat down. "Thank you," Harper replied, hoping the blush she felt wasn't too obvious. So do you. It wasn't just politeness. The blue Henley he wore matched his eyes, and he seemed more relaxed than she'd ever seen him. Conversation flowed more easily than she'd expected. They discussed books. He was making his way through the classics he'd missed while enlisted. Music. They discovered a shared appreciation for jazz and local history. Harper knew all about the town's past as a smuggler's haven, which fascinated Jack. "I've lived next door to you for 3 years," Jack said as they finished their second coffees, "and I feel like I'm just now meeting you." "I'm not very good at people," Harper admitted. "Books are easier. They don't judge if you say the wrong thing." Jack nodded, understanding in his eyes. "I get that. When I first got back, crowds were impossible. Conversations felt like tactical operations. Too many variables, too much that could go wrong." He paused. "It's better now. Some days are still hard, but overall better." "What helped?" Harper asked, genuinely curious, despite already knowing parts of the answer from his letters. "Time. Routine." He looked out at the water. "And recently, finding connections that matter. Remembering how to be human again." The way he looked at her then made Harper's heart ache with both joy and guilt. There was interest there. Warmth. The beginning of something that could be wonderful, if it weren't built on a foundation of half-truths and omissions. "Can I ask you something?" Jack said suddenly. "It might seem strange." Harper nodded, a flutter of anxiety in her stomach. "Have you ever heard Met L.L. Moon?" For a moment Harper couldn't breathe. Yes, of course. I order her books for the library. They're quite popular." Jack studied her face. "There's something familiar about her writing, something I can't quite place." He shook his head. "Sorry, that probably sounds crazy." "Not crazy," Harper managed. "Many readers feel a personal connection to writers they enjoy. It's the magic of good writing. It feels like it's speaking directly to you." "It's more than that," Jack insisted. "There are phrases, insights. It's as if she knows things she couldn't possibly know." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Harper described in her most recent novel. "Anyway, I'm probably reading too much into it." Harper knew she should let it drop, but something pushed her to ask, "Have you read all her books now?" "Almost, and I've been writing to her through the bookstore. We've been corresponding for a few weeks." "Oh? What do you write about?" Harper held her breath, waiting for his answer. Jack's expression softened. "Everything. Nothing. Life. It's the strangest thing. Writing to someone I've never properly met, yet feeling like she understands me better than people I've known for years." The guilt Harper had been carrying crystallized into resolution. This had gone too far. She couldn't continue deceiving him, not when he was opening up to her, to both versions of her, with such honesty. "Jack, Sorry," he interrupted, looking embarrassed. "I didn't mean to go on about it. It's just been unexpected, finding that connection through letters." Harper swallowed the confession that had been on the tip of her tongue. Not here, not now. This needed to be done carefully, thoughtfully. "I understand," she said instead. "Sometimes the written word allows for a kind of honesty that's harder face to face." "Exactly." The smile he gave her then was so full of warmth that Harper knew, whatever came next, she had to find a way to tell him the truth, even if it meant losing him. As their coffee date ended and Jack walked her home, their hands occasionally brushing, Harper made a decision. She would write one more letter as L.L. Moon, a letter that would begin the process of revealing the truth, whatever the consequences. "Dear Jay, I've started this letter 12 times, and each attempt feels inadequate. How do you tell someone that you've been less than honest, that what began as a small omission has grown into something that keeps you awake at night? You asked in your first letter how I could understand so well what it feels like to come home from war. The truth is, I don't, not from personal experience, but I do, understand what it means to live a divided life, to present one face to the world while keeping another hidden. My pen name wasn't meant to become a deception. It was protection, a way to express parts of myself I couldn't share as the person I am in daily life. But as LL Moon became successful, the division grew. Now I find myself in an impossible situation, connected to someone in two separate ways, neither of them fully honest. I need to tell you something important, something that may change how you see me in these letters we've shared. I'm not asking for forgiveness, only the chance to explain in person. If you're willing to hear me out, come to See Pages this Friday at 7 p.m. No masks this time, just truth. With hope, L. Harper read the letter one last time before sealing it, her hands trembling slightly. She'd chosen her words carefully, revealing enough to be honest without giving away everything in writing. Some truths needed to be spoken face to face. Abby had agreed to close the bookstore early on Friday to give Harper and Jack privacy for what promised to be a difficult conversation. Now all Harper could do was deliver the letter and wait, the knot in her stomach growing tighter with each passing day. On Thursday morning, Harper was shelving new arrivals when she heard the library door open. Jack's distinctive footsteps approached, and she steeled herself to face him, unsure what his reaction to her letter had been. "Good morning," she said, turning with a smile she hoped didn't betray her nerves. "Morning." His expression was unreadable. "Got a minute to talk?" Harper nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. "Of course, let me just..." She finished shelving the book in her hand and led him to the small reading nook at the back of the library, away from the few morning patrons browsing the shelves. "Is everything okay?" she asked as they sat in adjacent armchairs. Jack studied her face for a long moment. "I got a strange letter from LL Moon yesterday. She wants to meet in person, says she hasn't been honest with me." Harper's pulse hammered in her ears. "Are you going to go?" "I don't know." He ran a hand through his hair. "It's complicated." "Because of the pen name? The anonymity?" Harper asked carefully. "Partly." Jack leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "But also because of you." "Me?" Her voice came out higher than she intended. "This thing between us, coffee, conversations, getting to know each other, it matters to me. A lot." His eyes held hers, sincere and direct. "And these letters with LL Moon, they've meant something too. It's confusing to feel connected to two different people at the same time." Harper's heart ached with the irony of his words. Maybe they're not as different as you think," Jack frowned. "What do you mean?" It was now or never. Harper took a deep breath. "Jack, I need to tell you something important. The library door chimed, and Martha, Harper's elderly assistant, appeared at the end of the aisle. "Harper, dear, the school group is here for the reading hour. 33rd graders waiting in the children's section." Harper closed her eyes briefly, frustration washing over her. "I'll be right there, Martha." She turned back to Jack. "I'm sorry. I have to..." "It's okay," he said, standing. "We can talk later." "Friday," Harper said impulsively. "Are you free Friday evening?" Jack's expression shifted, something like suspicion crossing his features. "Friday at 7? Harper nodded, her heart racing. "Please come. It's important." He studied her face for a long moment. "Harper, are you..." "I have to go," she said, rising quickly. "But please, Jack, Friday at 7, See Pages bookstore. I'll explain everything." Before he could respond, she hurried away, leaving him standing alone in the reading nook, confusion evident in his expression. The next day and a half were among the longest of Harper's life. She checked her phone obsessively, half expecting a message from Jack, though they'd never actually exchanged numbers. She jumped every time the library door opened, but Jack didn't return. By Friday evening, Harper was a bundle of nerves as she walked to See Pages. Abby had arranged the store much as she had for the masquerade event, but more simply. Just two comfortable chairs facing each other in a quiet corner, a bottle of wine and 2 glasses on a small table between them. "He'll come," Abby reassured her, squeezing her shoulder before leaving. "And it'll work out. He cares about you. Both versions of you." Harper smiled weakly. "Thanks. For everything." As Abby's car pulled away, Harper poured herself a glass of wine with shaking hands. It was 6:55 p.m. She sat in one of the chairs, smoothing her dress, the same deep blue one she'd worn to the masquerade, a deliberate choice to help Jack make the connection. At 7:10, there was still no sign of him. Harper's hope began to fade. He wasn't coming. He'd figured it out and was too angry, too hurt to face her. At 7:22, just as she was about to give up, the bookstore door opened. Jack stood there, his expression guarded as he took in the scene. The empty store, the wine, Harper in her blue dress. "You came," she said softly, standing. "You knew I would," he replied, closing the door behind him. "You're her, aren't you? L.L. Moon." Harper nodded, her heart in her throat. "Yes." Jack moved closer, his eyes never leaving her face. "I suspected, after I got your letter. Things started falling into place. The way you both use certain phrases, the timing of the masked event, how much L.L. Moon seemed to know about me in her books." "When did you know for sure?" Harper asked. "I didn't. Not until just now." He stopped a few feet away from her. "Were you ever going to tell me if I hadn't started to figure it out?" "Yes," Harper said firmly. "That's why I wrote the letter, why I asked you to come tonight. I couldn't keep lying to you, not when you were being so honest with me, both as Harper and as L.L. Moon." Jack was quiet for a long moment. Why the deception? Why not just tell me from the beginning? Harper gestured to the chairs. "It's a long story. Will you sit? Please?" After a moment's hesitation, Jack nodded, taking the seat across from her. Harper poured him a glass of wine, which he accepted but didn't drink. "I never meant to deceive you specifically," she began. "The pen name came first, years before you moved to Windmere Cove. I was teaching literature at a small college then, shy, insecure about my writing. L.L. Moon was protection, a way to separate my professional life from what I thought would be a small, private, creative outlet." "But it wasn't small for long," Jack said. Harper shook her head. "No, the books took off, and suddenly maintaining my anonymity became crucial. I moved here for the privacy, for a fresh start where no one knew me as either person. Then you moved in next door and..." "And what?" Jack prompted when she paused. Harper met his eyes. "And you became my muse, the quiet, guarded neighbour with ghosts in his eyes. I started writing characters inspired by what I imagined your story might be." A flicker of discomfort crossed Jack's face. "You wrote about me without knowing me." "Yes," Harper admitted, "and I'm sorry for that. It was presumptuous and unfair. But then I got to know you, through our letters, through our conversations at the library and over coffee, and I realised how much more complex, how much more human you are than any character I could create." Jack was quiet, processing her words. "At the masquerade event when we talked, you knew exactly who I was." "Yes, and I was terrified you'd recognise me, but also thrilled to finally have a real conversation with you, without my usual shyness getting in the way." "So Carly was what? A performance?" There was a hint of hurt in his voice. "No," Harper said quickly. "That was me, a version of me without the barriers I usually put up. Just like L.L. Moon in our letters was me, being more honest and open than I've ever been with anyone." Jack took a sip of his wine, his expression thoughtful. "You've been living a double life all this time?" "Triple, actually," Harper said with a sad smile. "Harper the shy librarian, Carly the confident woman at the masquerade, and L.L. Moon the successful author who writes the words I can't say out loud. But they're all me, Jack, different facets of the same person. And which one was falling for me?" The directness of his question took her breath away. "All of them," she whispered. "That's why I had to tell you the truth. because I couldn't bear to keep lying to someone I... She trailed off, unable to say the words. Someone you what? Jack pressed, leaning forward. Someone I'm falling in love with, Harper finished, her voice barely audible. Jack was silent for what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, he reached across the table and took her hand in his. I have one. More question. Harper nodded, her heart pounding. Anything. The letter you wrote me after the masquerade, was that real? Were those your true feelings, or just part of the act? Every word was real, Harper said without hesitation. I've never been more honest than in those letters, Jack. That's the irony of all this. I had to hide behind a pen name to show you who I really am. Jack's thumb traced small circles on the back of her hand. I understand that better than you might think. It's sometimes easier to be brave on paper or behind a mask. Are you angry? Harper asked softly. I was, he admitted. When I first suspected, I felt betrayed, used even. But then I reread our letters and realised that whatever name you were using, the connection between us was real. He paused. I'm still processing all this, Harper. It's a lot to take in. I know, and I'll understand if you need time, or if you can't forgive the deception. Jack studied their joined hands. I've spent years building walls, keeping people at a distance. Through your books, your letters, you somehow found a way past those defences. That matters more to me than the name you used to do it. Hope bloomed in Harper's chest. So where do we go from here? Jack finally smiled. That rare, genuine smile that had always made her heart skip. I think we start over. No masks, no pen names. Just Jack and Harper, getting to know each other for real this time. He stood, still holding her hand, and pulled her gently to her feet. Harper Lennox, would you like to have dinner with me tomorrow night? I'd like to properly meet the woman behind the words that helped me find my way home. Harper felt tears of relief sting her eyes. I'd love that, Jack Maddox. As he drew her into his arms, Harper felt the walls between her separate selves beginning to dissolve. She wasn't Harper or Carly or LL Moon. She was all of them, and more. A whole person finally brave enough to be seen. Jack's lips met hers, in a kiss that felt like both a beginning and a homecoming. When they parted, his forehead resting against hers, he whispered, I think our story might be even better than the ones you write. Harper smiled up at him, no longer hiding. Then let's write it together, one page at a time. Outside C. Page's bookstore, the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, while inside, two people who had spent years living in shadows finally stepped into the light, ready to discover what happened after Happily Ever After, when the real story was just beginning. The end. "4 days in Cedar Hollow. The landslide came at dawn, a wet thunder that severed Cedar Hollow from the county road and took the power lines with it. Anna Collier heard it from her bedroom window, the groaning earth, the crack of pine, and knew before the lights flickered that the world had contracted to the size of the valley. By afternoon, the library had become what it always became in crisis, a gathering place. She lit oil lamps in the reading room and set the camp stove on the reference desk, boiling water for instant coffee that tasted like memory and ash. The regulars came first. Mrs. Havering with her knitting, Tom Wilson with his portable radio, then the stranded travellers, then the curious, and then him. He appeared in the doorway near closing, rain streaming from his jacket, a duffel bag hanging from one shoulder. "I'm sorry," he said, and the apology seemed to encompass more than his wet boots on her floor. "I was told someone here might have a room." Anna looked at him properly then. 40 perhaps. Lean in the way of men who work with their hands. Dark hair, silvered at the temples, eyes the colour of creek stones. "You're the engineer," she said. "From the county." "James Hale." He extended a hand, then withdrew it, seeing the rain dripping from his sleeve. "I was inspecting the culvert when the slide hit. My truck's on the other side. She should have felt imposed upon. The library had a small apartment upstairs, her refuge when her marriage felt too quiet. But it was hers, private, separate from the persona she maintained among the stacks. Instead, she felt something else, a quickening. "I have space," she said, "but you'll have to tolerate books." His smile was brief, transformative. "I think I can manage." That first night they were strangers observing proprieties. She showed him the narrow room, the shared bathroom, the kitchenette with its 2-burner stove. He thanked her with the careful courtesy of someone aware, of imposing. They ate soup heated over the camp stove, speaking of practical things, the roads, the weather, the likelihood of power restoration. But beneath the mundane exchange, Anna felt herself observed. Not in the way her husband observed her, cataloguing tasks, noting efficiencies, but with genuine curiosity. James asked about the library's collection, its history, her work. He listened to her answers as though they mattered. When she asked about his own life, he deflected gently. "Infrastructure," he said with a self-deprecating shrug. "Bridges, drainage, things people only notice when they fail." "But you notice them always," she said. He met her eyes then, and something passed between them, recognition perhaps of kindred loneliness. "Yes," he said quietly, "I suppose I do." Later, alone in her room, Anna lay awake listening to the drum of rain on tin. She thought of her husband, David, in their house across town. He would be fine without her. He was always fine. There, marriage had become a series of parallel routines, affectionate but separate, like neighbouring gardens that never quite touched. She thought of the stranger sleeping one wall away, and felt a dangerous heat bloom in her chest. The second day brought sleet and necessity. Without power, the library's heating system was useless. James suggested combining their efforts, closing off the upper rooms, concentrating warmth in the reading room below. They worked together in companionable silence, hanging blankets over doorways, arranging chairs near the wood stove someone had donated decades ago. "Tell me about the books," he said, running his hand along a shelf of leather spines. "What do you love most?" Anna considered this. "The ones where people say true things," she said finally, "even when the truth is difficult." He pulled down a volume, Gaskell, she noted, and opened it at random. "I wanted to see the place where Margaret grew to what she is, even at the worst time of all, when I had no hope of ever calling her mine." He looked at her, like this. "Yes." Her voice came out softer than intended, like that. They fell into a rhythm over the following hours. She catalogued water damage while he repaired what he could, tightening hinges, resealing a window frame, fixing the temperamental lock on the front door. Between tasks they talked, not the polite conversation of strangers, but the careful excavation of deeper truths. He told her about his marriage. "Sarah's brilliant," he said, admiring and sad. "We built a good life, but somewhere along the way we forgot to build it together. Now we're just efficient." Anna understood. "David and I are kind to each other," she offered. "But kindness isn't the same as seeing. I could disappear and he'd mourn the disruption more than the loss." "I doubt that's true." "Don't you?" She met his gaze. "When's the last time your wife asked what you were thinking rather than what you were doing?" His silence was answer. "Enough." That evening they prepared dinner together, pasta and canned sauce luxurious in the candlelit dimness. Anna found a dusty bottle of wine in the library's storage closet, left over from some long-ago fundraiser, and they drank from mismatched mugs, talking about first loves and lost dreams and the slow accretion of compromise that defined middle age. "I used to write," Anna confessed. "Stories, poetry, nothing published, but it mattered to me." "Why did you stop?" "Life, marriage. The library needed me more than my notebooks did." She paused. "That's not quite true. I stopped because no one asked to read them. After a while, silence becomes its own answer. James set down his mug. "I'd like to read them, if you'd let me." The offer was simple, but it pierced something in her chest. When had anyone last wanted to know her that way? Not as wife, librarian, reliable presence, but as herself. "They're in storage," she said, not quite ready for that vulnerability. "But thank you for asking." Later, washing dishes side by side, their hands collided in the soapy water. They both froze. Anna felt the heat of his palm against hers, the calluses earned through labour, the gentleness of his grip. Neither moved to break the contact. "Anna," he said quietly. A warning or an invitation? She couldn't tell. She stepped back, heart hammering. "I should check the stove," she managed, fleeing to the reading room where the fire burned too hot and her face burned hotter still. News came on the third morning via Tom Wilson's radio. Power crews had reached the valley's edge. Roads would open within 48 hours, perhaps sooner. Anna should have felt relieved. Instead, she felt the walls closing in. James stood at the window watching sleet become rain. "I should be glad," he said. "I have work waiting. Sarah's probably worried." "Have you called her?" "No signal, and—" He turned to face her. "I'm not sure what I'd say." The confession hung between them, dangerous and electric. Anna knew she should deflect, return to safe territory, preserve the careful distance they'd maintained. Instead, she asked, "What would you want to say? That I've been happier these 3 days than I've been in years? That talking with you feels like remembering who I used to be? That I keep imagining—" He stopped himself. "I'm sorry. That's unfair to you." "Imagining what?" "Staying." The word fell like a stone. "Not going back. Building something different. With you." Anna's breath caught. The fantasy he'd articulated was her own, rendered sudden and real, and terrifying. "You don't mean that," she said, backing away. We're just..." "What? Lonely? Bored? Taken advantage of proximity?" His voice was gentle but unyielding. "I know what I feel, Anna. I've felt it since you handed me that first cup of terrible coffee." "Stop." The word came out sharp. "You can't say these things. We're married. We have lives. Lives we've been performing rather than living. That doesn't give us the right. I'm not talking about rights. I'm talking about truth." She turned away, gripping the back of a chair. "The truth is that feeling something doesn't make it permissible. Marriages are built on more than attraction." "I'm not talking about attraction." He moved closer but didn't touch her. "I'm talking about recognition, about finding someone who sees you clearly and doesn't look away." The ache in his voice nearly undid her, because he was right. In 3 days, James Hale had seen her more completely than David had in 15 years, but that recognition came with a price she wasn't sure she could pay. "I need you to leave me alone," she whispered. "Please." To his credit, he did. He retreated to the upstairs room, and she heard the floor creak as he paced. She sank into a chair, trembling. What frightened her most wasn't his confession. It was how desperately she wanted to say yes. They avoided each other for the rest of the day. Anna threw herself into unnecessary tasks, reorganizing the fiction section, scrubbing floors that didn't need scrubbing. James stayed upstairs, and she heard the sound of hammering as he repaired things that had gone unbroken. By evening, the silence had grown unbearable. She climbed the stairs and found him in the small study, replacing a cracked window pane. "You don't have to do that," she said. "I know." He didn't look at her. "But I need to be useful. It's what I know." "James, I'm sorry about earlier. I shouldn't have put that on you." "You didn't say anything I haven't thought." That made him look up. The longing in his eyes was naked, undefended. "Then what are we doing, Anna? Why are we pretending this isn't real?" "Because real doesn't mean right." But even as she said it, she moved closer. "Because we've made promises." to people who stopped choosing us years ago. That doesn't absolve us. No, he agreed, it doesn't. But it doesn't make this less true either. They stood, foot apart, the air between them charged. Anna knew she should leave, should retreat to safety, to the familiar contours of denial. Instead, she stayed. "What do you want from me?" she whispered. "Nothing you're not willing to give." "But Anna," his voice roughened, "if you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to kiss you." Her heart hammered. "I know." Neither moved. The moment stretched, taut as wire. Then the window pane he'd been holding slipped from his fingers and shattered. They both jumped back, the spell broken. James cursed. Anna laughed, a shaky, half-hysterical sound, and suddenly the tension transformed into something else. Not safety, but reprieve. "I should clean this up," he said. "I'll get the broom." But as she turned to leave, his hand caught her wrist, gentle, questioning. "Tomorrow," he said, "when the road's open, I'll leave. But tonight, can we just be honest? No pretending, no performing, just us." She should have said no, should have protected them both, from the precipice they were approaching. Instead, she nodded. "Just tonight," she whispered. It was a promise and a lie, and they both knew it. The fourth night arrived with a silence that felt sacramental. Rain had stopped. The world outside held its breath. They sat in the reading room, candles burning low, speaking the truths they'd been circling. He told her about the morning he'd woken next to Sarah, and realised he felt nothing. Not anger or resentment, just absence. She described the evening David had cancelled their anniversary dinner for a departmental meeting, and she'd felt relief rather than hurt. "When did we become people who settle?" Anna asked. "When it seemed easier than fighting for something more." "Is that what this is? Fighting?" James was quiet for a long moment. "No," he said finally. "This is remembering what fighting for looks like." She rose and moved to the window, watching moonlight silver the wet street. He followed, standing close enough that she could feel his warmth. "I'm afraid," she admitted. "Of what?" "That tomorrow you'll leave and this will have been a beautiful lie. That I'll have risked everything for a moment. And if it's more than a moment?" She turned to face him. "How can it be? We live different lives. We have commitments. Even if we wanted." "I want." The words were raw. "Anna, I want so much it terrifies me. But I won't lie to you about what's possible. I can't offer you a future. I can barely offer you tonight." "Then why?" "Because some truths matter even when they're temporary. Because I'd rather have one honest night with you than a lifetime of pleasant pretending." Her eyes burned. "That's not fair." "No," he agreed. "But it's true." They stood in the candlelight, the weight of impossible choices pressing down. Anna thought of David, of the life they'd built. Comfortable, predictable, kind. She thought of the woman she'd become in that life. Competent, contained, fundamentally unseen. And then she stopped thinking. She reached up and touched James's face. His breath caught. For a heartbeat, neither moved. "Anna, don't." Her thumb traced his cheekbone. "Don't ask me if I'm sure. Don't give me reasons to stop. Just..." He kissed her. It was nothing like she'd imagined. Gentle at first, almost tentative, as though they were both afraid of shattering something precious. Then deeper, hungry, years of loneliness finding voice in the press of lips and the tangle of breath. When they broke apart, both were trembling. "We can't," she whispered against his mouth. "I know. I know." But neither pulled away. Instead, Anna took his hand and led him upstairs to the small room where, in the candlelight, they undressed each other slowly, not with the practiced efficiency of long marriage, but with reverence and discovery. Each button, each whisper of fabric felt ceremonial. James's hands trembled as he traced the curve of her shoulder. "You're beautiful. I'm 43 and ordinary. You're neither." He kissed the hollow of her neck. "You're extraordinary. You always have been." Anna had forgotten what it felt like to be seen this way, not as function or convenience, but as desire itself. When James lowered her to the bed, his body covering hers, she felt a decade of numbness crack open. Their lovemaking was slow and deliberate. He learned her by touch, the places that made her gasp, the rhythm that made her arch into him. She discovered him in turn, the scar on his ribs, the catch in his breath when she kissed his collarbone, the way he whispered her name like a prayer. There was no pretense between them. When she asked him to slow down, he did. When he asked if something felt good, she answered honestly. They negotiated pleasure with the same care they'd negotiated conversation. Each moment a choice, each touch a question answered with trust. "Look at me," he said when she closed her eyes. "Anna, look at me." She did, and saw herself reflected in his gaze, wanted, known, real. When release came, it came for both of them together, a cresting wave that left them gasping and intertwined. Anna's face pressed to James's shoulder, his hand cradling her head. Afterward they lay in the twisted sheets, limbs entangled, hearts slowing. "I love you," he said into the darkness. "I know I have no right. I know it changes nothing. But I love you." Anna felt tears slide down her temples. "I love you too. God help me, I do." They held each other through the night, knowing morning would bring separation but unable to imagine being anywhere else. Rishi'd slept alone so many nights and closed the door behind them. The power returned at dawn with an industrial hum that felt obscene. Anna woke to find James already dressed, his duffel packed, standing at the window. "Roads are open," he said without turning. "I checked the radio." She sat up, pulling the sheet around her. "So that's it." "What else can it be?" But his voice cracked on the question. She rose and went to him, wrapping her arms around him from behind. For a moment he leaned into her touch. Then carefully he disentangled himself. "If I don't leave now," he said, "I won't leave at all. And we both know what that costs." Anna wanted to argue, wanted to say that love mattered more than vows made in youth to people they'd outgrown. But she thought of David, kind, dependable David, and knew she couldn't unmake 15 years on the strength of 4 days. "What happens now?" she asked. "We go back to our lives. We try to be better than we were. And this? Us?" James turned to face her, cupping her cheek in his palm. "This was real. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Not your husband, not your conscience, not the years that'll try to convince you it was just a storm-drunk fantasy. It was real, and it mattered. Will I see you again? I don't know. Maybe that's not the question. Then what is? Whether what we found here changes how we live there." Kissed her once more, long, aching, final, and then he was gone. Anna returned home that afternoon to find David making soup. He hugged her, asked if she was all right, told her he'd been worried. She answered carefully, honestly where she could. That night, lying beside her husband, she thought about James's question. Could 4 days change a lifetime? She didn't know yet. But the next morning, when David mentioned a faculty lecture he wanted to attend, Anna said, "I'd like to come with you." He looked surprised. "Really? I thought you found them boring." "I do, but I'd like to understand what matters to you." It was a small beginning. Perhaps it would lead nowhere. Perhaps the gap between them was too wide to bridge. But for the first time in years, she wanted to try. 3 weeks later, a package arrived at the library. Inside was a book, a vintage edition of North and South, its spine carefully repaired. In the margin of chapter 19, penciled in a hand she recognised, were 7 words. Some lights are meant to be remembered. Anna pressed the book to her chest and let herself cry. Not for what she'd lost, but for what she'd briefly held, and for the truth that James had given her, that she was capable of being seen, of being loved, of being more than the comfortable role she had accepted. She would carry that truth forward, not as license for abandonment, but as a standard by which to measure her life. And in the quiet of the library, surrounded by stories of people who'd said true things even when truth was difficult, Anna Collier began to write again. The end. A love remembered. Eleanor Callahan's fingers traced the outline of her reflection in the bathroom mirror, following the map of wrinkles that had settled into her face over 84 years. She didn't mind them, these etchings of time. Each line had its own story. Laughter lines from summer picnics with the children, worry lines from David's motorcycle accident in 83, the deep furrow between her brows from the day James forgot her name for the first time. Ellie, James's voice called from the bedroom, unusually clear this morning. Have you seen my watch? The gold one. Eleanor closed her eyes briefly, savouring the sound of her nickname on his lips. These moments of lucidity had become rare treasures, appearing without warning and disappearing just as quickly, like fireflies in the growing dusk of his mind. Coming, love, she called back, quickly dabbing Chanel No. 5 behind her ears, a ritual she maintained despite knowing he rarely noticed anymore. She found James sitting on the edge of their bed, dresser drawers pulled open, his pyjamas still on but inside out. His white hair stood up in tufts, and confusion clouded his eyes despite the momentary clarity in his voice. The gold watch, he repeated, his hands patting the bedspread. My father's watch. I need it for... Eleanor knelt carefully before him, her knees protesting the movement. For our anniversary dinner tonight, she finished, reaching for his hand. 60 years, James. Can you believe it? His eyes, still that remarkable shade of hazel that had made her stumble over her words at a dance hall in 1963, flickered with something. Recognition, perhaps, or just the reflection of her own hope. 60, he murmured, squeezing her fingers. Then, who are you? The question no longer stung as it once had. Eleanor simply smiled and pressed her palm against his cheek. I'm Eleanor, your wife, and tonight our family is coming for dinner to celebrate us. James nodded, accepting this information with the placid trust of a child. Eleanor helped him dress, guiding his arms through the sleeves of his favourite cardigan, the navy one with leather elbow patches that their grandson Michael had given him 5 Christmases ago. Before James's diagnosis, he had been meticulous about his appearance. Pressed shirts, polished shoes, his silver hair always neatly combed. She maintained these standards for him now, a small act of preservation. The doorbell rang as she was adjusting his collar. That'll be Margaret, Eleanor said, kissing his forehead. Our daughter. She's bringing those lemon squares you like. James blinked at her, and for a terrifying moment, Eleanor thought she saw not confusion but utter blankness in his gaze, as if looking through her into an endless void. Then he smiled, the crooked, charming smile that had once made her knees weak on dance floors and in darkened movie theatres. I like lemon squares, he said simply. Margaret's voice carried up the stairs, followed by the deeper tones of her husband Robert and the excited chatter of their daughters, Lily and Emma. Eleanor guided James toward the door. Dad! Margaret's face lit up when she saw him, and she embraced him carefully. At 57, Margaret had inherited Eleanor's petite frame and James's expressive eyes. Happy anniversary. Thank you, James replied automatically, social graces still deeply ingrained even as other parts of him slipped away. Grandpa, Emma, 16 and luminous with youth, bounded forward. I brought you something." She pressed a small package into his hands. James stared at it, uncertain. "Open it, dear," Eleanor encouraged. His fingers moved slowly, methodically unwrapping the gift. Inside was a small digital picture frame, its screen coming to life with a slideshow of family photos. "See, Grandpa," Emma explained, standing close. "It has all our pictures in it. Look, there's you and Grandma at the beach house, and there's when you taught me to fish, James." Watched the images flicker past, his expression unreadable. Then, with startling suddenness, he said, "Cape Cod, 1988. David fell off the dock." The room went still. Eleanor exchanged a glance with Margaret, whose eyes had widened in surprise. The photo on screen indeed showed their vacation home in Cape Cod, though from a more recent trip. "That's right, Dad," Margaret said carefully. "You remember David falling in? Mum had to fish him out because you were laughing too hard to help." James nodded, a small smile playing at his lips. "He splashed like a seal, all arms." Eleanor felt a familiar tightness in her chest, hope and heartache intertwined. She had learned not to expect these moments of recollection, nor to expect them to last. David arrived 30 minutes later with his wife Tara and their son Michael, now 28, and sporting a beard that made him look startlingly like James in old photographs. The house filled with a comfortable chaos of family, coats being hung, food being arranged, furniture being shifted to accommodate everyone in the living room where Eleanor had set up for dinner. "Mom, this looks beautiful," David said, helping her arrange the table. At 59, her firstborn still had the gentle demeanour that had made him the peacemaker of the family. "How are you holding up? Really?" Eleanor considered the question as she straightened the linen napkin she'd ironed that morning. A small indulgence for a special occasion. "I'm still here," she said finally. "We both are, in our own ways." David's eyes, so like his father's, softened with understanding. "Remember what Dad always said about marriage?" Eleanor smiled. "It's not about the years, it's about the moments." "Yes." "Well," David said, glancing over to where James sat in his armchair watching Michael adjust the sound system. 60 years is a lot of moments." Eleanor followed his gaze. "Yes," she whispered, "a lifetime of them." What no one mentioned, what had become an unspoken understanding, was that these days those moments existed only for her. For James they appeared and disappeared like raindrops on hot pavement, evaporating almost as soon as they fell. Margaret appeared at her elbow. "Mom, we found the record." Eleanor turned, her heart quickening. "You did? I thought it was lost in the move." Margaret held up a vinyl record in its worn sleeve. Frank Sinatra's "Come Fly With Me." Their wedding song, the one James had insisted they dance to at every anniversary celebration. "It was in Dad's study behind his medical journals," Margaret explained. "Michael's setting up Grandpa's old record player now." Eleanor took the record, running her fingers over its surface. Another piece of their past preserved despite everything. "Thank you, darling. This means everything." As the family gathered around the table, Eleanor watched James carefully. He seemed content, if slightly bewildered by the activity around him. He ate methodically when food was placed before him, smiled politely at conversation directed his way, but remained largely disconnected, a benevolent observer at his own celebration, until Margaret raised her glass for a toast. "To Mum and Dad," she said, her voice wavering slightly. 60 years of showing us what love looks like, in good times and in hard ones. You've taught us that love isn't just the grand gestures, it's in the everyday moments of kindness, patience, and choosing each other again and again." James suddenly straightened in his chair, his gaze sharpening. He reached for his water glass with unusual precision. "To my beautiful wife," he said clearly, looking directly at Eleanor, "the love of my life." The room fell silent. Eleanor's hand trembled as she raised her own glass, her vision blurring with unshed tears. For this crystalline moment, James was fully present, fully himself. To us, she whispered. As the evening progressed, Eleanor found herself alternating between host and caretaker, making sure everyone had enough to eat while monitoring James for signs of fatigue or confusion. Yet something about tonight was different. Whether it was the familiar faces, the music playing softly in the background, or some mysterious alignment in the misfiring synapses of his brain, James remained unusually engaged. When Michael suggested they move to the living room for dessert and the sharing of memories, Eleanor braced herself. These moments could be particularly difficult for James, highlighting as they did all that he had lost. But as they settled into their seats, James reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with surprising certainty. "Dance with me, Ellie," he said. The needle dropped onto the vinyl with a soft hiss, and the rich tones of Sinatra filled the living room. Eleanor stood frozen, James's request echoing in her ears. "Dance with me, Ellie." Words he had spoken hundreds of times throughout their marriage, but hadn't uttered in nearly 3 years. James rose from his chair without assistance, extending his hand with a grace that seemed to shave decades off his stooped frame. The family watched in silent amazement as Eleanor placed her hand in his, allowing him to guide her to the centre of the room where they had pushed back the furniture. "Come fly with me, let's fly away," Sinatra crooned as James placed his right hand gently at the small of Eleanor's back, taking her other hand in his left, the proper form he'd insisted on learning before their wedding because, as he'd told her, "I want to lead you right, Ellie, always." They began to move, not with the vigour of their youth, but with a measured dignity that held its own kind of beauty. James guided her through the steps with surprising sureness, his eyes never leaving hers. "The last time we danced," he said softly, for her ears alone, "was at David's wedding anniversary, 5 years ago." Eleanor's breath caught. "Yes," she whispered, afraid to break whatever spell had momentarily cleared the fog from his mind. "You wore green, with little rhinestones, and those ridiculous shoes that hurt your feet." A laugh bubbled up from somewhere deep inside her. "They were torture devices. I took them off under the table and you smuggled them out in your jacket pocket." James smiled, a real smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "You walked to the car in your stockings. I carried you over that puddle in the parking lot." "You did," Eleanor confirmed, tears threatening again. "You've always carried me over the rough spots, James." They continued moving to the music, unaware that Michael had begun quietly filming them on his phone, that Emma was wiping tears from her cheeks, that David and Margaret were clutching each other's hands so tightly their knuckles had gone white. When the song ended, James held Eleanor for a moment longer, then leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. A proper kiss, not the confused peck he sometimes offered when prompted. Eleanor closed her eyes, memorizing the feeling. "I've loved you for 1,000 years, he murmured against her mouth, "and I'll love you for 1,000 more." Eleanor pulled back slightly, a small laugh escaping her despite the emotion tightening her throat. "That's from that song Emma likes, the one from the vampire movie." James's eyes twinkled, actually twinkled with mischief. "Did I get it wrong? I was trying to be romantic." Eleanor cupped his face in her hands. "You've never gotten romance wrong a day in your life, James Callahan." They returned to their seats to enthusiastic applause from the family, James giving a small, courtly bow that made the grandchildren giggle. As they settled back into their chairs, Eleanor felt a strange mix of elation and terror. These moments of clarity were precious beyond measure, but they also sharpened the pain of what would inevitably follow, the confusion returning, the light in his eyes dimming once more. "Should we share some memories? Now?" Margaret suggested. "That's what we planned, right, Mum?" Eleanor nodded, pushing aside her apprehension. "Yes, let's do that." One by one, the family began to speak, sharing stories of James as father, grandfather, husband. David recalled fishing trips where James had shown infinite patience untangling lines and baiting hooks. Margaret spoke of how he had driven 8 hours to her college dormitory when she'd called home homesick and ready to quit, how he had walked the campus with her all weekend until she remembered why she'd wanted to be there in the first place. Michael talked about his grandfather teaching him to change the oil in his first car, and how James had slipped him an extra $20 afterward, whispering, "Don't tell your grandmother I'm undermining your allowance system." Lily remembered being terrified of thunderstorms as a child until Grandpa explained that thunder was just the clouds bowling, and every time we heard it, it meant someone had gotten a strike. Emma, the youngest at 16, spoke last. "When I was little and stayed over, Grandpa would make pancakes in funny shapes, not just Mickey Mouse ears. He tried to make pancakes that looked like us, or animals we liked. They were always terrible," she said with a laugh. "Like nightmare-inducing terrible. But he was so proud of them, and he'd make up stories about each pancake as we ate them." She turned to James, her expression softening. "You always made me feel like the most important person in the room, Grandpa. You still do." Throughout these recollections, James listened with unusual attentiveness. Sometimes he nodded or smiled in apparent recognition. Other times he looked puzzled, as if hearing about a stranger's life. But he remained engaged, his hand resting on Eleanor's knee, occasionally squeezing gently when a particular memory seemed to resonate. After Emma finished speaking, a comfortable silence fell over the room. Then James cleared his throat. "I'd like to. Say something," he announced. The family exchanged surprised glances. James rarely initiated conversation these days, especially in group settings that tended to overwhelm him. "Of course, Dad," David encouraged gently. "We'd love to hear from you." James straightened in his seat, and Eleanor was struck by how much he suddenly resembled the man who had stood before classes of medical students for 40 years as a respected professor of cardiology. His shoulders squared, his chin lifted, and when he spoke, his voice carried the authority that had once commanded hospital rounds. "I know I'm not always here," he began, gesturing vaguely toward his head. "I know I forget things, important things, people." His eyes found Eleanor's. "I forget you sometimes, my love, though never for long. Your face might slip away, but the feeling, the knowing that you are my heart, that stays." Eleanor pressed her hand to her mouth, unable to speak. "The doctors explained what would happen," James continued. "Back when I could understand it. Like water draining from a bathtub, they said. But that's not how it feels. It's more like standing in a dense fog. Sometimes the fog thins, and I can see everything clearly. Your faces, my life, all of it. Then it thickens again, and I'm lost." He paused, looking around at the family with remarkable clarity. "Tonight the fog has lifted more than usual. I don't know why. I don't know how long it will last, but I want to use this moment to tell you all that even when I can't express it, even when I seem far away, I carry your love with me. It's the thread I follow through the fog." Margaret was openly weeping now, her shoulders shaking as Robert held her. David stared at his father with naked love and grief etched on his face. The grandchildren watched in solemn wonder, witnessing a grandfather they had begun to lose suddenly, miraculously return to them. "And Eleanor?" James turned fully toward his wife, taking both her hands in his. "My Ellie, 60 years isn't nearly enough. I'd marry you again tomorrow. I'd marry you every day for another 60 years if I could." In that moment, Eleanor felt the weight of every day they had shared. The births of their children, the deaths of their parents, vacations and illnesses, arguments and reconciliations, the quiet Tuesday evenings and the momentous celebrations. All of it, every second, had led to this room, this moment, these words. "You would?" she asked softly. "In a heartbeat," he replied. Then, with a flash of his old humour, he added, "Though according to my most recent ECG, my heartbeats are rather irregular these days, so you might need to be patient with me." The family laughed through their tears, and Eleanor felt something tight in her chest begin to loosen. This moment of perfect clarity, of James fully present and aware, recognizing and loving his family, this was the anniversary gift she had never dared to wish for. After James's speech, the evening took on a dreamlike quality. They ate Margaret's lemon squares and drank coffee. They looked through old photo albums, James occasionally offering startlingly precise details about pictures taken decades ago. They played another record, Nat King Cole this time, and James hummed along, his foot tapping in perfect rhythm. But as the clock crept past 9, Eleanor noticed the sign she'd learned to recognise, the slight furrow returning to James's brow, his responses becoming more halting, his gaze beginning to wander. The fog was rolling back in. "Perhaps we should wrap up for the evening," she suggested gently. "It's been a wonderful celebration, but I think we're both getting tired." The family understood immediately. Goodbyes were exchanged, hugs given, promises to visit again soon offered. As they gathered their coats and leftovers, each family member took a moment with James, holding his hand or kissing his cheek, trying not to betray their awareness that the grandfather and father who'd been so vibrantly present all evening was already beginning to recede. "We'll help clean up before we go," David offered, but Eleanor shook her head. "Leave it, darling. I'll take care of it tomorrow." "Are you sure, Mom?" Margaret asked, concern evident in her voice. Eleanor nodded. "I want some quiet time with your father now, while he's still—" She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. As the front door closed behind the last of their family, Eleanor turned to find James standing in the middle of the living room looking lost. "Who are all those people?" he asked. Eleanor felt the familiar pang, sharper tonight after hours of having her real husband back. She crossed to him, taking his hand. "That was our family, love. Our children and grandchildren. They came to celebrate our anniversary." James nodded slowly, processing this information without fully comprehending it. "Anniversary," he repeated, the words seeming to float disconnected from any meaning. 60 years of marriage," Eleanor explained patiently. "Diamond anniversary. Though I told you long ago I didn't need more diamonds." She led him toward the stairs, moving slowly to accommodate his hesitant steps. "You gave me something much better tonight, James. You gave me yourself." He followed her, docile now. The commanding presence that had held the room captivated just an hour ago vanished like morning mist under a strengthening sun. Yet even in this state there was something gentle and dignified about him. The essence of James, his fundamental kindness, his quiet grace, remained intact even as his memories fractured and dispersed. In their bedroom, she helped him undress and put on his pyjamas. This intimate ritual had evolved over the past few years from something occasionally embarrassing for them both to a comfortable routine. Eleanor had been a nurse before retiring, and she brought that professional efficiency to the task, though she never stopped seeing her husband's body with love. The broad shoulders now stooped, the stomach that had softened with age, the surgical scar on his left knee from a skiing accident in his 50s. "Arms up," she instructed gently, helping him into his pyjama top, then guiding him to sit on the edge of the bed while she removed his slippers and helped him into the pants. "You're very kind," James said, the formal politeness he often adopted when confusion set in. "I'm your wife," Eleanor replied simply. "I promise to love you in sickness and in health." She helped him into bed, tucking the covers around him the way he liked, making sure the pillow was positioned properly under his head. Then she moved to her vanity to remove her makeup and change into her own nightgown. In the mirror she could see James watching her, his expression peaceful though distant. She wondered what he was thinking, if he recognised her at all now, or if she had become simply a kind caretaker, familiar but unnamed. "You look beautiful," he said suddenly. Eleanor turned, surprised. Thank you, James. Are you coming to bed soon? He asked, patting the space beside him. Yes, love. Just washing up. When she slipped under the covers a few minutes later, James reached for her hand in the darkness. Eleanor's heart quickened. These small gestures of connection sometimes bridged the gaps in his memory, anchoring him to her even when words failed. I don't remember everything, he said softly, but I remember you smell like flowers. Eleanor turned toward him, close enough to feel his breath against her face. Chanel No. 5, she whispered. You gave me my first bottle the day David was born. Said every new mother deserved something that made her feel beautiful. David, James repeated. Our son. Yes. He fell in the water, at the beach house. Eleanor smiled in the darkness. That's right. Cape Cod, 1988. James was quiet for a long moment, and Eleanor thought he might have drifted to sleep. Then he spoke, again his voice barely audible. I'm sorry, Ellie. For what, my love? For forgetting. For leaving you alone while I'm still here. Eleanor propped herself up on one elbow, finding his face in the dim light filtering through the curtains. His eyes were open, looking directly at her with a lucidity that took her breath away. You haven't left me, she said fiercely. You're right here, and I'm right here with you, James Callahan. I always will be. He reached up to touch her face, his fingers finding the wetness on her cheeks that she hadn't realised was there. You're crying, he observed. Happy tears, she assured him, covering his hand with her own. Tonight was perfect. Dance with me again tomorrow, he asked, his voice already growing drowsy. Every day, Eleanor promised, knowing that by morning he would likely have no recollection of this conversation, of the dance they'd shared, of the remarkable speech he'd given to their family. But she would remember for both of them, every single day. James's breathing deepened as sleep claimed him. Eleanor remained awake a while longer, watching the gentle rise and fall of his chest, cataloguing every moment of this extraordinary evening in her memory. The doctors had warned her that these periods of clarity, what they clinically termed terminal lucidity, often preceded a steep decline. She pushed the thought away. Tonight was not for worrying about tomorrow. Finally, she settled beside him, her hand resting lightly over his heart, its steady rhythm lulling her towards sleep. Good night, my love, she whispered. Thank you for remembering us tonight. Eleanor woke before dawn, the grey light of early morning seeping around the edges of the curtains. For a moment she lay still, listening to James's breathing beside her, trying to recapture the magic of the previous evening. Then she slipped quietly from bed, wrapping her robe around her against the morning chill. Downstairs, evidence of their celebration remained, wine glasses on the coffee table, dessert plates stacked beside the sink, the record player still open with Nat King Cole waiting to be returned to his sleeve. Usually meticulous about cleaning up before bed, Eleanor had left it all, unwilling to waste a moment of James's rare lucidity on domestic chores. She put on coffee and began to tidy, moving quietly around the kitchen and living room. The house felt different this morning, charged somehow with the residual energy of last night's gathering, as if the walls themselves had absorbed some of the love that had filled the rooms. As she closed the record player, her fingers lingered on its wooden cabinet. James had bought it for their 25th anniversary, insisting that digital music couldn't compare to the warmth of vinyl. Some things are worth preserving the old way, he'd told her then. Some experiences shouldn't be compressed and streamlined. The same could be said for memory, she thought now. Modern. Medicine had tried to compress James's decline into neat categories and stages, to streamline their expectations with clinical terminology and brain scans. But last night had defied all predictions and prognoses. Last night had been worth preserving, old-fashioned and miraculous. She was rinsing dishes when she heard his uncertain footsteps on the stairs. Drying her hands quickly, she moved to meet him, finding him halfway down, clutching the railing with both hands, his expression wary. "Good morning," she said brightly. "You're up early?" James stared at her, his gaze shifting from recognition to confusion and back again, like a radio searching for a clear signal. "Coffee?" he asked finally. "Yes, it's ready. Come down and I'll pour you a cup." She helped him navigate the rest of the stairs, then guided him to his seat at the kitchen table, the one with the view of the bird feeder he had built decades ago, and which Margaret's husband now kept filled with seed. As Eleanor poured his coffee, black with one sugar, the way he'd taken it for 60 years, she studied him surreptitiously, looking for any hint of the man who had danced with her just an hour ago, who had spoken so eloquently about love and memory. But his movements were hesitant again, his gaze unfocused. The fog had returned, perhaps thicker than before. "There's a cardinal at the feeder," she said, setting his cup before him. "Your favourite." James turned to look out the window, a small smile lifting the corners of his mouth. "Red bird," he said, the simple observation containing a hint of delight. "That's right." Eleanor sat opposite him with her own coffee. "Do you remember what we did yesterday, James?" He frowned slightly, concentrating. "We had visitors?" "Yes. The family came for dinner, for our anniversary." "Anniversary?" he echoed. The same disconnected repetition as last night. Then, unexpectedly, 60 years. Eleanor's heart leaped. "That's right. 60 years of marriage." James took a sip of his coffee, his expression clearing briefly. "Did we dance?" "Yes," Eleanor whispered, her throat tight with emotion. "Yes, we danced to Frank Sinatra." "Come fly with me," James said, nodding as if confirming a fact to himself. "You wore blue." Eleanor looked down at her robe, a faded floral pattern in pinks and greens. "Last night I wore blue," she agreed. "The same colour as my dress on our first date. Do you remember that night, James, at the Starlight Ballroom?" But James's attention had shifted back to the window, to the cardinal now joined by its more subdued mate. "Two birds," he observed. Eleanor followed his gaze. "Yes, the pair always comes together. They mate for life, you know." James turned back to her, and for a brief, heart-stopping moment she saw complete clarity in his eyes. "Like us," he said. "Yes," Eleanor agreed, reaching across the table to take his hand. "Exactly like us." The days following their anniversary settled back into familiar patterns. James's remarkable lucidity had indeed been fleeting, though Eleanor treasured the small fragments that seemed to have remained. He sometimes hummed "Come Fly With Me" when she helped him dress, and once he called her Ellie unprompted, the diminutive sending a shock of joy through her. A week after the celebration, Margaret came by while James was napping to help Eleanor organise the photographs and mementos from the evening. "Michael put together this album," Margaret said, placing a leather-bound book on the kitchen table. "He included printouts of the pictures and the video he took of you and Dad dancing." Eleanor opened it carefully, her breath catching at the first photograph. James leading her in their dance, both of their faces illuminated with joy. "Oh, Margaret, it's beautiful." "There's a USB drive in the back with all the digital files," Margaret explained. "And Michael uploaded everything to the family cloud account too. He said to tell you nothing will ever be lost." Eleanor nodded, unable to speak for a moment. Their children and grandchildren had become the keepers of their memories, a role reversal both poignant and necessary. "Has Dad had any more moments?" Margaret asked carefully, setting a cup of tea before her mother. "Like at the party?" Eleanor shook her head. "Not like that night, no. But he's been, I don't know how to describe it, more present somehow, as if part of him remembers remembering, if that makes any sense." Margaret covered her mother's hand with her own. "It does. And Mom," she hesitated, choosing her words carefully, "what you do for him every day. It's the most profound act of love I've ever witnessed." Eleanor looked up from the photo album, meeting her daughter's gaze. "It's not a burden, if that's what you're thinking." "I know it's not," Margaret assured her, "but it's still remarkable. The patience, the dignity you give him." She paused. "We've been talking, David and I, about getting you some more help. Just a few hours each day, someone to be here while you run errands or have lunch with friends or just take a nap." Eleanor's first instinct was to refuse, as she had previous offers of assistance. She had managed James's care largely alone since his diagnosis, with the family helping for specific outings or appointments. "Maybe," she said instead, surprising herself with the concession. "Not every day, but maybe a few afternoons a week might be nice." Margaret's relief was palpable. "Really? You'll consider it?" Eleanor smiled, running her finger over the photograph of her and James dancing. "He told me once, years ago, that taking care of yourself is how you take care of the people you love. I think I'm finally ready to listen to his advice." They spent the afternoon looking through the album and talking, their conversation wandering from serious discussions of James's care to light-hearted reminiscences. When James woke from his nap and made his careful way downstairs, he joined them at the table, accepting a cookie from Margaret with a polite thank you, though he showed no particular recognition of his daughter. "Look, Dad," Margaret said, turning the album toward him. "Pictures from your anniversary party." James studied them with mild interest, occasionally nodding or making small sounds of acknowledgement. Then he pointed to a photograph of Eleanor. "Beautiful," he said decisively. "My wife is beautiful." Margaret and Eleanor exchanged a glance, both touched by this moment of connection. "Yes, she is," Margaret agreed. "The most beautiful woman in the room, always." James nodded, satisfied with this assessment, then returned his attention to his cookie. After Margaret left, Eleanor and James settled into their evening routine. A simple dinner, some television, nature documentaries seemed to engage him most these days, and then the careful process of preparing for bed. As she helped him brush his teeth, Eleanor thought about Margaret's offer of additional help. Perhaps it was time to accept that she couldn't do everything alone, that allowing others to share the care was not a failure but a practical kindness to them both. "You're quiet tonight," James observed, as she helped him into bed, one of those startling moments of perceptiveness that still occasionally emerged from the fog. "Just thinking," Eleanor replied, smoothing the covers around him. "About what?" She sat on the edge of the bed beside him. "About love, about how it changes shape over time but never really diminishes." James considered this, his forehead creasing in concentration. "Like water," he said finally, "in different containers." Eleanor smiled at the unexpected metaphor. "Exactly like that, James. That's perfect." He reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with surprising accuracy. "Stay with me until I fall asleep." "Of course." The next morning, Eleanor woke with a sense of purpose. After helping James with breakfast and settling him in his favourite chair with a bird identification book he still enjoyed looking through, she made several phone calls, first to a home healthcare agency Margaret had recommended, then to her friend Vivian for a lunch date, and finally to David to ask if he might take James for a drive that afternoon. "Just around town," she explained. "He always enjoyed your drives together, and I have some errands to run." "Of course, Mom," David agreed readily. "I can come by around 2 if that works." "Perfect," Eleanor said. "And David, thank you." "For what?" "Taking my dad for a drive. It's nothing." "For understanding," Eleanor said simply. "For helping me see that accepting help doesn't mean I'm giving up." There was a short silence on the line. Then David said, "You've never given up on anything in your life, Mum. Least of all Dad." After she hung up, Eleanor joined James by the window. He was studying a page of warblers, his finger tracing the colourful illustrations. "Little birds," he said when she sat beside him. "Yellow ones." "Yellow warblers," Eleanor confirmed. "We saw them at the Audubon Sanctuary last spring, remember? You were so excited you almost fell into the pond leaning over the rail. James looked up from the book, a flash of indignation crossing his features. I did not almost fall in, he protested. I was perfectly balanced. The unexpected clarity of his response, coupled with the familiar stubborn tone that had characterised so many of their good-natured arguments over the decades, made Eleanor laugh out loud. James Callahan, you had one foot off the ground and were windmilling your arms like a cartoon character. If David hadn't grabbed your belt, you'd have been swimming with the tadpoles, James harumphed, returning to his book with exaggerated focus. But Eleanor caught the small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. These moments, these brief, precious windows when her real husband emerged from the fog had become her sustenance. David arrived, promptly at 2, greeting his father with the easy warmth he'd always shown. Ready for a drive, Dad? Thought we might cruise by the old hospital, maybe stop for ice cream at Wilson's. James looked at Eleanor, a habit formed over recent years as his own decision-making had become more difficult. Go on, she encouraged. I've got some things to take care of here. You two have fun. After they left, Eleanor stood in the quiet house, momentarily at a loss. It had been months since she'd been alone for more than the briefest intervals. The silence felt both strange and luxurious. She moved through the rooms slowly, seeing their home with fresh eyes. The sunlight streaming through the kitchen windows illuminated 60 years of accumulated life. Photographs crowding the refrigerator door, a collection of painted ceramic birds James had started bringing her from medical conferences around the world, the small crack in the counter from when David had dropped a frozen turkey in 1992. James's study, largely untouched since his retirement 5 years ago, his medical textbooks lined the shelves alongside mystery novels and biographies. His desk remained organised with the precision that had defined his professional life. Pens aligned, notepads centred, the leather blotter Margaret had given him for his 70th birthday still pristine. Eleanor ran her fingers along the spines of his books, then paused at a small wooden box tucked between volumes on cardiology. She recognised it immediately, the box James had carved during a woodworking phase in his 60s, inspired by a similar piece they'd seen in an antique shop in Vermont. Inside, she found what she knew would be there, a collection of small mementos he had saved throughout their marriage, movie ticket stubs from their first date, the hospital bracelet from when David was born, a pressed flower from their 20th anniversary trip to Hawaii, a small, smooth stone from the beach at Cape Cod. Each item represented a moment he had deemed worth preserving. Eleanor held the stone in her palm, remembering the day he'd found it, a perfect oval streaked with white quartz that caught the light. Like your hair in the sun, he had said, tucking it into his pocket. She replaced the items carefully and returned the box to its spot. These tangible pieces of their history had always been important to James, as if he had somehow known that one day his internal archive of memories would begin to fail, and he would need these physical touchstones. The irony wasn't lost on Eleanor, that she, who had spent 6 decades being teased for her terrible memory, "You'd forget your own birthday if I didn't remind you," James often joked, was now the sole keeper of their shared past. All those times she had relied on him to remember the name of a restaurant they had visited, or the year they had taken that road trip through New England, and now their roles were reversed. She glanced at her watch, realising she had spent nearly an hour lost in reminiscence. Vivian would be waiting at the cafe. Eleanor changed quickly into a blouse she knew James particularly liked, a soft lavender that brought out the green in her eyes, applied a touch of lipstick and grabbed her purse. The freedom of driving alone felt almost illicit after months of careful planning around James's needs. She rolled down the windows, letting the warm spring air tousle her silver hair, and impulsively turned up the radio when one of James's favourite jazz standards came on. Vivian was already seated at an outdoor table when Eleanor arrived. Her dramatically red hair, dyed since her 40s, though she vehemently denied it, visible from the parking lot. The two women had been friends since their children were in elementary school together, their bond strengthened by shared experiences of motherhood, career transitions, and now, widowhood for Vivian and caregiving for Eleanor. "Look at you," Vivian exclaimed as Eleanor approached. "You're positively glowing. Must have been some anniversary celebration." Eleanor slid into the chair across from her friend, accepting the glass of iced tea Vivian had already ordered for her. "It was extraordinary," she admitted. "James was himself again, Viv. Really himself. For hours." She described the evening, the dancing, James's speech, the moments of perfect clarity that had seemed like a miracle. Vivian listened with the attentiveness of someone who understood exactly what such a gift would mean. "Oh, Ellie," Vivian said when Eleanor finished, reaching across the table to squeeze her hand. "I'm so happy you had that. What a precious thing." "It was," Eleanor agreed. "And it made me realise something. I've been so focused on what we're losing, on all the ways his mind is failing, that I sometimes forget to appreciate what remains." Vivian nodded. The essence of him. The James underneath the confusion. "Exactly, and I need to take better care of myself if I'm going to be there for him properly." Eleanor sipped her tea. "I'm hiring some help. Just a few hours a week to start." Vivian's eyebrows shot up in exaggerated shock. "Eleanor Callahan accepting help. Alert the media. Has hell frozen over?" Eleanor laughed, the sound surprising her with its freedom. When had she last really laughed? I know, but I'm trying to be sensible." "About time," Vivian pronounced, lifting her glass in a toast. "To sensible decisions and extraordinary men, even when they drive us crazy." "Even then," Eleanor agreed, clinking her glass against her friend's. They spent a leisurely 2 hours at the cafe, their conversation meandering from serious topics to gossip about mutual friends, punctuated by Vivian's irreverent humour. By the time Eleanor headed home, she felt lighter somehow, as if she had set down a burden she hadn't fully acknowledged carrying. She arrived back at the house just as David's car pulled into the driveway. Her son helped James from the passenger seat, and Eleanor was struck by how much they resembled each other now that David had entered his 60s. The same tall frame, the same deliberate way of moving. "How was your afternoon?" she asked, meeting them at the front walk. "Great," David replied. "We drove by the hospital, saw the new wing they're building. Dad told me about delivering twins there in '83 during that big snowstorm, remember?" Eleanor glanced at James, surprised. "You remember Dr. Peterson's twins? The ones born during the power outage?" James nodded, his expression animated in a way it rarely was these days. "Had to use flashlights," he said. "No power." "That's right," Eleanor confirmed, exchanging a look of wonder with David. "You used flashlights and delivered them both perfectly healthy." David stayed for dinner, the three of them eating on the back patio as the evening settled around them. James was unusually talkative, though his sentences remained simple and sometimes disconnected. More than once he reached for Eleanor's hand across the table, a gesture so natural and familiar that she found herself blinking back tears. After David left, they sat outside a while longer, listening to the evening chorus of birds and watching the fireflies begin their nightly display. James seemed content, his face relaxed in the gathering darkness. "Good day," he said simply. Eleanor leaned over to kiss his cheek. "Yes, love, a very good day." Over the next few months, a new rhythm established itself in their lives. 3 times a week, a home health aide named Carmen arrived at 9 in the morning, bringing with her a cheerful efficiency and genuine affection for James that made Eleanor's initial hesitation about outside help seem foolish in retrospect. "Mr. C and I have big plans today," Carmen would announce, helping James with his coffee, while Eleanor gathered her things for whatever outing she'd planned. Lunch with Vivian, a book club meeting at the library, or sometimes just a solitary walk through the park. "What trouble are you two getting into while I'm gone?" Eleanor would ask, teasing. Carmen would wink conspiratorially at James. "Oh, you know, wild parties, dancing on tables, the usual." And James would smile, sometimes playing along with a surprisingly coherent "Don't forget the motorcycles," or "and the poker game," revealing glimpses of the dry humour that had always been a cornerstone of his personality. These respites gave Eleanor space to breathe, to remember parts of herself beyond the role of caregiver. She joined a water aerobics class at the community centre, reconnected with former nursing colleagues for monthly luncheons, and even began volunteering 2 hours a week at the hospital where she and James had both worked for decades. Between Carmen's visits and the increased involvement of their children and grandchildren, the weight of James's care no longer rested solely on Eleanor's shoulders. The family had formed a loving constellation around him, each member playing their part in maintaining his connection to the world. David took him to weekly appointments with his neurologist, transforming what could have been stressful medical visits into father-son outings that often included stops at their favourite diner. Margaret came by every Wednesday evening for what she called kitchen table therapy, simple activities like sorting buttons or folding napkins that engaged James's hands and mind in manageable ways while she caught him up on family news. Michael, now pursuing a PhD in neuroscience, inspired, he admitted, by his grandfather's condition, called regularly on video chat, sometimes just to read aloud to James from the mystery novels he had always enjoyed. The younger grandchildren, Lily and Emma, visited on weekends, filling the house with the energy of youth and treating their grandfather with a natural acceptance that adults sometimes struggle to achieve. Through it all, Eleanor marvelled at how James continued to defy the usual progression charts his doctors had shown them. Yes, there were difficult days, mornings when he didn't recognise her at all, evenings when agitation overtook him and he paced the house looking for something he couldn't name. But there were also unexpected moments of connection, of recognition so profound they took her breath away. Like the afternoon in July when a summer storm knocked out the power, and she found James in the kitchen methodically gathering candles and matches from the emergency drawer, a task he had always handled during outages throughout their marriage. Or the morning he suddenly pointed to a blue jay at the feeder and recited, word for perfect word, the poem he had written for her on their 25th anniversary, which had begun, "Blue as your eyes on our first morning, bright as your smile across decades." These moments came without warning and disappeared just as suddenly, like shooting stars across the darkening sky of his consciousness. Eleanor learned to appreciate them without expectation, to receive them as gifts rather than harbingers of recovery. On their 61st anniversary, a milestone they hadn't been certain they would reach together, the family gathered again, this time for a smaller celebration in the backyard. David grilled steaks, Margaret brought her famous potato salad, and the grandchildren set up lawn games that James watched with bemused interest from his comfortable chair in the shade. "Remember our 50th?" Eleanor asked him as they sat side by side watching Michael attempt to teach Emma the proper technique for croquet. "The big party at the country club. You gave that ridiculous speech about how marriage was like golf, all about the follow-through." James turned to her, his expression suddenly sharp with recognition. "You hated that speech," he said, chuckling. "Said I made us sound like we were on a perpetual golf course." Eleanor's heart skipped. "You remember that?" "Made it up to you later," James continued, his voice dropping suggestively. "New diamond earrings, and that weekend in Montreal." Eleanor blushed, amazed that this particular memory had surfaced so clearly when he sometimes couldn't recall what he'd had for breakfast. "James Callahan, you're still full of surprises." He reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with the certainty of long practice. "Love you, Ellie. Always will." The evening continued with a simple dinner outdoors, candles glowing as dusk settled around them. James ate with good appetite, occasionally joining the conversation with brief but relevant comments that delighted everyone. When David brought out a cake emblazoned with 61 years and counting, James insisted on feeding Eleanor the first bite, just as they had done at their wedding. As the family began to pack up, James tugged at Eleanor's sleeve. "Dance?" he asked, gesturing toward the portable speaker Michael had set up earlier. A hush fell over the gathering. No one had expected a repeat of the previous year's miraculous dance, least of all Eleanor. "I'd love to," she said, her voice steady despite the emotion welling in her chest. Michael quickly scrolled through his phone, finding Come Fly With Me and setting it to play. James rose from his chair with David's subtle assistance, then stood before Eleanor, extending his hand with the formal courtesy that had charmed her since their youth. They moved together more slowly than the year before, James leaning slightly on her for support, their steps smaller and more cautious. But the essential grace was still there, the way his hand settled at the small of her back, the perfect pressure of his palm against hers, the rhythm they had shared through 6 decades of marriage. The family watched in silent awe as the elderly couple moved across the patio in the soft glow of string lights and candles. Margaret wiped tears from her cheeks and David stood with his arm around Tara, both of them witnessing something they understood went beyond words. When the song ended, James didn't immediately release Eleanor. Instead, he held her gaze with unusual intensity. "Next year," he said clearly, "let's dance to that song from the vampire movie." Eleanor laughed, startled and delighted by the joke, a callback to their conversation after last year's dance. "The one about loving you for 1,000 years? James nodded, a mischievous glint in his eye. Always wanted to be immortal. Later, after the family had gone and they were preparing for bed, Eleanor found herself humming that very song, 1,000 Years by Christina Perri, as Emma had informed her with the slightly condescending patience teenagers reserve for explaining pop culture to their elders. "What are you singing?" James asked as she helped him into bed. "Just a silly love song," Eleanor replied, "about loving someone forever." James settled against his pillow, his expression thoughtful. "Forever's not long enough," he said softly. Eleanor paused in the act of straightening his blankets, struck by the lucidity of the observation. "No," she agreed, "it isn't." She finished her own bedtime routine and slipped under the covers beside him, finding his hand in the darkness as she had done for more than 22,000 nights. His fingers curled around hers, warm and familiar. "Ellie," he murmured, already half asleep. "Yes, love." "When I forget, you remember for both of us. Promise?" Eleanor pressed closer to him, resting her head against his shoulder. "I promise, James. Always." In the quiet darkness of their bedroom, surrounded by the artifacts of their shared life and the intangible presence of 6 decades of love, Eleanor made her silent vow. She would remember it all, every dance, every argument, every ordinary Tuesday, every extraordinary celebration. She would hold their history safe within her heart, preserving it against the inevitable losses that time and illness would bring. And in the moments when the fog lifted, when James returned to himself even briefly, she would be ready with their memories, waiting to dance with him again through the cherished landscape of their life together. Because love, she had learned, was not just in the remembering. It was in the constancy, the dailiness, the quiet acts of care that continued long after the grandest gestures had faded. It was in the space between heartbeats, in the gentle pressure of hands that had held each other through joy and grief, health and sickness, clarity and confusion. It was in the dance that continued, even when the music had changed, even when the steps grew slower and less certain, even when one partner sometimes forgot the rhythm, while the other remembered for them both. As James's breathing deepened into sleep beside her, Eleanor whispered into the darkness, 1,000 years, James Callahan, and then 1,000 more. Whiteout Haven. Carleen Temple never expected her career would bring her to this. Sitting behind the wheel of her rust-dusted SUV, she peered out at the winding mountain road ahead. A swirl of wind carried flurries of snow across her windshield, creating a hypnotic dance of white that threatened to lead her astray. As she gripped the steering wheel, she thought about how just a week earlier she'd been elbow-deep in the chaos of a city protest, capturing raw images of everyday people fighting an oppressive local ordinance. Now she was assigned to something that felt trivial in comparison, photographing the final days of Blackwood Outpost, a remote ranger station scheduled for permanent closure. Her editor had called it a soft story, but to Carleen it felt like a forced vacation. Carleen was known for capturing images of war zones, natural disasters, and crisis situations. Photographs that revealed the starkness of human endurance. The city magazine that employed her, Photoscope, insisted she needed a break from the front lines. But as Carleen navigated the precarious hairpin turned up the mountain, she couldn't help but feel cheated of the adrenaline rush she thrived on. The swirling wind seemed to mock her, as if the world itself was scolding her for her restlessness. Blackwood Outpost came into view after an arduous drive. The station wasn't much to look at from the outside, just a squat wooden cabin-like structure set against a towering pine forest. A tattered flag hung from a crooked pole, half buried in snowdrifts. The ground was thick with fresh powder that shimmered under the afternoon sun. There was an unnerving quiet here, the kind of hush that only deep wilderness could conjure. Carleen stepped out of her SUV, feet crunching in the snow, and surveyed the area with a detached eye. She was here for pictures, after all. She hauled her camera bag and a small duffel into the outpost's main office, brushing off snow from her parka as she stepped inside. The warmth and sudden darkness of the cabin interior made her eyes blink rapidly in adjustment. An old wood-burning stove in one corner crackled softly, and the worn wooden floors groaned under her boots. The air smelled of cedar logs and coffee grounds. She expected a friendly welcome, maybe some forced conversation. Instead, she was greeted by a tall, broad-shouldered figure with a face as stoic as a stone statue. Andrew Latham regarded her with a guarded expression, arms folded over his chest. He looked to be in his early 40s, though the lines on his face hinted at a deeper world weariness. His ranger uniform was slightly rumpled, the sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms corded with muscle, a testament to someone who'd spent more time climbing rocky inclines than pushing pencils. "I'm Andrew," he said, voice gruff but measured. "You must be Carleen Temple, the photographer." There was no handshake, no grin. Carleen nodded. "Carleen, that's me. I'm here to, capture the station's last days, apparently." Andrew's eyes flitted across the camera case and the duffel bag. "So I've been told. You'll want to take a quick look around before it gets dark. This place doesn't have much in the way of artificial light once the sun goes down." The tension was immediate, almost tangible. Carleen could tell he was reluctant to play the role of a helpful guide. She pressed her lips together, the dryness of the heated air chapping them more than she cared to admit. She could sense her own impatience flaring. She set aside her bag and began taking in the small details that often escape the casual observer. The station walls were lined with wildlife identification charts, old black and white photos of the outpost's earlier days, and a logbook that looked ancient enough to be a museum piece. Andrew hovered nearby, arms still folded. She tried to break the silence. "So, how long have you been up here on your own?" His gaze flickered to one of the older photographs on the wall, a group shot of park rangers from decades ago, all smiling confidently. "Few years, give or take." "That's quite a stint," Carleen remarked, trying for something like conversation. "You must really love the quiet." He let out a non-committal sound. "It has its advantages." The day dragged on. Carleen snapped a few preliminary shots. The outpost's exterior, the frozen trees, the battered sign that read Blackwood Outpost S 19-12. The biting cold stung her cheeks, but she pushed on, determined to make the best of this assignment. She told herself she might even find a hidden gem of a story here. She just needed to be open to it. By late afternoon, her hands were shaking from the cold, and she found Andrew in the station office flipping through a pile of outdated inspection forms. She asked a few questions about the station's history, but received only clipped answers. He was neither hostile nor welcoming, just distant. With the sun dipping behind the mountains, Carleen decided she would head back down, find lodging at a nearby town and return tomorrow. She was, after all, just passing through. Collect some atmospheric shots, do a short piece on the closure. What more was there? Fate had other plans. As she stepped outside to load her gear, the wind intensified. The world went from gently drifting snow to a violent swirl of frost and ice in minutes. Visibility plummeted. Carleen's SUV, barely visible under a coat of rapidly accumulating snow, refused to start. Each turn of the key resulted in a sickly sputter. She popped the hood, but the engine was beyond her ability to fix in sub-zero conditions, especially under a raging wind. She swore under her breath, cursing the suddenness of the blizzard and her own unpreparedness. Andrew appeared behind her, brow furrowed. "You're not getting anywhere in this storm. The roads close fast when it hits." "I have. To get down," she insisted, more from frustration than reason. Her teeth chattered involuntarily. You can't just freeze out here," he cut in, voice raised to be heard over the howling wind. "You can stay the night in the outpost. There's a spare cot in the back room." Carleen hesitated, pride warring with common sense. It was a no-brainer, really. She nodded, hooking her camera bag over her shoulder, and trudged back inside. Andrew followed, shutting the door firmly behind them. Within moments, the storm's roar was muffled, replaced by the steady crackle of the wood stove. There they stood, two strangers forced by circumstance into sharing the cramped warmth of an old ranger station, on a night when the world outside seemed intent on burying everything in a blanket of white. Carleen exhaled, a slow breath that felt thick with resignation. She had no idea how long the storm would last or what the night might bring. But she knew one thing for sure. She was stuck here with Andrew Latham, a man whose silence felt like its own kind of storm. For the first time, she wondered if there was more than just the station's closure to capture. Maybe, behind the stoic gaze of the ranger, lay a story as vast and unsettling as the wilderness itself. Morning arrived with a terrifying hush, the kind of hush that tells you the world outside is no friendlier than it was the night before. Through the frost-laced window, Carleen could see the unending expanse of white blanketing every surface. Trees stood like silent sentinels burdened by the overnight snowfall. The wind had momentarily calmed, but the storm hadn't truly passed. Its presence loomed as a threat, ready to gather strength again at any moment. Inside the outpost's modest office-cum-living area, Carleen woke up on a narrow cot. Stiff-limbed and bleary-eyed, she wondered if she had ever been this aware of her own breathing. She'd spent much of the night listening to the wind batter the walls, half expecting them to cave in. Surviving war zones had rarely shaken her confidence, but something about nature's unrelenting force humbled her in ways she hadn't anticipated. She smelled coffee, a faint but welcoming aroma. Andrew stood by the small kitchenette, pouring a dark brew into two mismatched mugs. He placed one on a makeshift table, then cleared his throat. "It's not the fancy stuff, but it's hot." Carleen approached, hands outstretched towards the mug. "That's all I need right now." Her voice was low, gravelly from lack of sleep. They sipped in silence, the only sound the occasional crackling of logs in the stove. The radio set on a nearby shelf offered nothing but static. Andrew tried different frequencies, each resulting in the same harsh hiss. "So, the radio's not picking up any weather updates," he said finally, as if she needed more confirmation that they were stuck. "No telling how long we'll be cut off." Carleen nodded. She was used to unpredictable conditions, but typically in crowded cities with flickering neon lights, not in the austere solitude of these mountains. She peered outside again. "How do you usually pass the time when you're snowed in like this?" Andrew shrugged. "Routine, mostly. Tending to the building, keeping the stove going, reading old wildlife reports." There was a pause. "I've never really had to pass the time with someone else here." Despite her reluctance, Carleen felt a surge of curiosity. "Never?" He looked away. "Not in a few years." They left it at that. Daylight hours trickled by. Carleen busied herself by inventorying the station's artifacts, taking pictures of logbooks, old trail maps, and the well-worn paths just outside. She thought about the article she was supposed to write, how her editor wanted something rustic and warm. The magazine had asked her to depict the closure of Blackwood Outpost as a nostalgic moment, a piece of history fading into memory. But as she captured images of the battered station in the thick of a merciless winter, she struggled to spin it in a cosy sentimental light. Meanwhile, Andrew busied himself checking the generator, clearing snow from the outpost's roof to prevent collapse, and making sure the stove stayed fed. He seemed restless with her presence, not hostile, just unaccustomed to sharing his space. At midday, they huddled over a simple meal of canned soup. Carleen tried to spark conversation. "Ever had to rescue anyone up here before? Hikers? Campers?" He gave her a pointed look. "A few. People get reckless when they underestimate the wilderness. They think a few warm layers and GPS on their phone can save them from a storm." She caught the implied admonition. "Hey, I wasn't reckless. I just didn't know the storm would roll in so fast." Andrew offered a half shrug that bordered on an apology. "It came in quicker than usual. The mountains can have that effect. Weather changes in the blink of an eye." Carleen sighed and stared at her soup. She couldn't help but feel judged, as if her presence disrupted something precious to him. Then again, she had judged him too, dismissing him as just some lonely mountain man. But people weren't that simple. Perhaps, she thought, there was more to Andrew than meets the eye. The afternoon blurred into a suffocating quiet. Carleen found herself pacing the cramped living space, the walls feeling closer every moment. Her frustration built like static electricity in the air. She was used to chaos, to movement, to the pulse of city life. Here, time slowed to a crawl, the hours marked only by stoking a fire or refilling a mug of coffee. By evening, she felt her nerves fray. Andrew noticed. "You can't sit still, can you?" She frowned. "I guess not. I keep feeling like I should be out there, capturing something. Or maybe I should be editing my photos, just doing something." He set aside. Set, a book he'd been pretending to read. "Life moves differently here. There's no point fighting it." "Easy for you to say," she retorted. "You choose this life." He paused, and for a moment a flicker of pain crossed his face. "Yes," he said quietly. "I do." Unsure how to respond, Carleen pulled out her laptop to sort through the photographs she'd already taken. The silence weighed heavy until Andrew spoke again, almost haltingly, as if he was forcing the words out. "Why do you take pictures of disasters?" She blinked, surprised by the question. I guess I started because I believed it mattered, showing the world what's really happening, where the suffering is. I thought it would help people see beyond their own safe lives and spark some compassion." He nodded, eyes distant. "And did it?" "Sometimes," she said, her voice softer now. "But after so many war zones and riots and catastrophes, you start to wonder if you're making any real difference. Or if you're just feeding a cycle of sensational news." Andrew leaned back in his chair. "That's a heavy burden to carry." Carleen shrugged, but she felt a lump in her throat. She was used to going numb, but here, with nothing but the crackling of logs and Andrew's steady gaze, the emotional residue was harder to ignore. Night came swiftly, bringing with it an inky darkness that pressed against the small windows. Andrew offered her a lantern for the back room. She hesitated at the threshold, looking out into the pitch-black corridor. Her city instincts were useless here. There were no streetlights, no hum of distant traffic, just an all-consuming dark. She forced herself to step inside. The minimal light from the lantern threw dancing shadows on the timber walls. She didn't realise how much the emptiness unnerved her until she heard her own breath come shallow and quick. She placed the lantern on a small table, giving the space a warm glow. It made the emptiness feel a bit less intimidating. She lay down on the cot, heart thumping in her chest. The day had been physically unremarkable. A few steps in the snow, some photos, mostly waiting out the storm, but emotionally she felt exhausted. And she knew part of that exhaustion came from Andrew's presence. A calm presence, but one laden with locked-up memories, and she suspected sorrow. She sensed it in his posture, in his careful choice of words. Her phone had no reception, and she couldn't distract herself by scrolling or texting. With nothing but the distant crackle of the wood stove to keep her company, she let her mind wander. It drifted to the stories she'd covered. The heartbreak of families torn apart by conflict, the blank stares of people rendered homeless by disaster. She thought she'd grown a thick skin, but in the silence the images returned. At some point she must have dozed off, because she jolted awake to the faint creak of the cabin walls. Soft footsteps approached the door. Andrew's voice came from the other side, quietly. "You all right in there?" She swallowed. "Yeah, just not used to this kind of darkness." His silence suggested understanding. "If you need anything, I'll be in the office." "Thanks." It came out more grateful than she intended. He walked away, and she was alone once again. Except, somehow, she didn't feel entirely alone. The knowledge that someone else was under this roof, a man she barely knew, but who seemed to carry his own weight of life's tragedies, offered a strange kind of solace. Her eyes fluttered shut and she fell back into an uneasy sleep, lulled by the flicker of the lantern and the relentless hush of the snowfall outside. When dawn broke the next day, there was a lull in the storm. A pale sun hovered above the ridge, illuminating the world in a cold silver glow. Outside the outpost, thick snowdrifts stretched in every direction, but at least the furious wind had stilled for the moment. Carleen bundled up and stepped out gingerly. She needed air, space, something to push back against the claustrophobia that had settled in her bones. Andrew stood by the outpost's small porch, already shoveling a path to the propane shed. She lifted her camera instinctively. The moment felt surreal. Him, standing there against the backdrop of a winter wilderness, breath-forming small clouds in the frozen air. She snapped a photo. He looked over, and for a fleeting instant something softened in his expression. Not quite a smile, but a hint of acceptance. "I'm going to check the perimeter," he said, a note of invitation in his tone. "I'll come with you," she replied, surprising even herself. It wasn't part of her plan, but she felt drawn to see what he saw in this place. Together they trudged through the snow-covered trails, where trees lined the path like silent guardians. Andrew showed her the natural wonders often missed by the untrained eye, tracks from a rabbit or fox, patches of hoarfrost that looked like delicate crystals on the bark of ancient pines. He pointed out a small, half-frozen creek that still gurgled beneath a thin sheet of ice. "This is all going to be gone soon," he remarked quietly, gesturing to the outpost behind them. "They're decommissioning the station, and after that no ranger will maintain these trails." Carleen knelt to capture a shot of the creek, the lens reflecting the ephemeral beauty of water under ice. Seems a shame. It's so untouched. He nodded. That's why it's important. Places like this remind us that we're not the centre of everything. She heard the underlying reverence in his voice. He wasn't just a ranger doing a job. This was personal. Andrew cared deeply about preserving the wilderness. She found herself intrigued by the idea of a man who would choose the solitude of these mountains over the comfort of city life. They returned to the outpost by noon, rosy-cheeked and surprisingly content. The mutual antagonism had lessened. Something like camaraderie was taking its place. Carleen felt it in the easy silence they shared, the simple togetherness of preparing lunch, instant noodles in chipped bowls, steam fogging the cold cabin air. That evening Andrew retrieved a bottle of whiskey from a battered cabinet. "Emergency stash," he said with a small grin that barely reached his eyes. "Figure this qualifies as an emergency. You up for a drink?" They sat near the stove, flames dancing on the logs, the heat pushing back the chill. The whiskey burned Carleen's throat, but it also loosened the tension in her shoulders. She found herself talking more than she intended, about her life in the city, her earliest experiences as a photographer, the hopes she once had about making a real impact with her images. Andrew listened intently, occasionally nodding, his gaze fixed on the fire. She appreciated his quiet form of attention. It wasn't the polite, half-hearted interest she'd grown accustomed to from casual acquaintances. It felt genuine. She ventured a question she'd been holding back. "So, you've been here alone for years. Don't you get lonely?" He shrugged. "Some days, but I guess I traded one kind of loneliness for another. The city never felt like home." He paused, looking into the amber liquid in his mug. "Sometimes, though, the silence can be deafening." "What made you stay?" His grip tightened around the mug. "I lost someone," he admitted, eyes downcast. "The details don't matter much, but after that people felt too close, too chaotic. The mountains were quiet. I needed quiet." She felt her chest tighten. "I'm sorry," she managed, her voice almost a whisper. He nodded, the firelight throwing shadows across his face. They fell into silence, but it was a different kind of silence than before. A shared understanding lay beneath it, a fragile thread that connected their separate pains. She didn't push for more details. She understood that some memories were too raw to expose fully to a stranger. Later that night, as they shared another measure of whiskey, Andrew cracked a small, unexpected joke about how city folks freak out at the sight of a single raccoon rummaging through garbage. Carleen laughed, truly laughed, for the first time in what felt like ages. The tension that had hung between them seemed to dissipate, replaced by a cautious warmth. She studied his face in the flickering light. He had the rugged features she'd initially assumed were part of the typical mountain man persona. Stubble shading a strong jaw, hair that needed a trim, calloused hands. But there was an understated grace in the way he moved, the way he listened. She wondered if, in another life, he might have been something else. An artist, perhaps, or a teacher. Someone who gave more of himself to the world. The warmth of the fire and the alcohol lulled them into a languid atmosphere. Carleen felt her eyelids grow heavy. She realized she was dangerously close to letting her guard down. Before the lines blurred too much, she stood up and murmured, "Good night." Andrew's gaze lingered on her as she retreated to the back room. She closed the door gently, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her stomach. It wasn't desire exactly, or maybe it was, but overshadowed by an intangible sense of shared vulnerability. She wondered if he felt it too. The next day brought a moment of unforeseen danger. Desperate to capture more scenic shots during a lull in the snowfall, Carleen wandered farther from the outpost than she should have. The terrain was deceptive, an endless white canvas where every drift looked like solid ground until you stepped into a hidden pocket. She found herself sinking knee-deep, then waist-deep in snow. Panic spiked as the wind picked up again, obliterating her footprints. She fumbled for her camera, not wanting to abandon it, but soon realized she had no sense of direction. Each attempt to climb out only buried her deeper. Fear twisted her stomach. She thought of shouting, but the wind devoured her voice. Then, through the haze of white, she saw Andrew approaching. His figure was resolute, wearing snowshoes, face flushed with either anger, relief, or both. In moments, he was at her side, helping her out of the drift, supporting her as she stumbled. Once she was free, he turned to her, eyes blazing. "What were you thinking?" he demanded, breath ragged. "If the wind had gotten worse, I might not have found you." Carleen gulped down a sob. I just wanted to get the shot." He silenced her with a glare. For a moment it looked like he might unload a fury of scolding. Instead, he grabbed her shoulders, his face a mere inch from hers. "Don't risk your life like that," he said hoarsely. "This place doesn't forgive mistakes." She felt adrenaline pulsing through, her veins mixing with relief and something else, some powerful emotional surge between them. His breath warmed her face, and for half a second she was certain he might kiss her. She even leaned forward, just a fraction, drawn by the tension in the air, but he turned away, jaw clenched. "Let's get back." His voice was tight, betraying more worry than anger. He trekked back in silence, both shaken. Once inside, Andrew lit the stove with a fierceness that betrayed how rattled he was. Carleen stood near the doorway, heart hammering. She didn't know whether to apologise or to confront him for the near-miss moment they'd just shared. In the end, she just murmured, "Thank you for saving me," and slipped into her room. She closed the door, leaning against it, eyes wide. She was shaking, but it wasn't just from the cold. A part of her regretted that the moment ended the way it did. Another part knew the tension was far from resolved. That evening the blizzard picked up. Force again, engulfing the station in howling winds and walls of snow. The outpost groaned under the assault, and both Andrew and Carleen did what they could to brace the windows and doors. The storm rattled their nerves, a stark reminder of how powerless they were against the colossal whims of nature. In the midst of the raging tempest, Carleen ventured a timid apology. "I shouldn't have gone out alone like that. I'm used to pushing limits for a photo, but here it's different." Andrew exhaled. "Just don't do it again." His voice held an undercurrent of fear more than anger. She nodded, grateful for the minimal scolding. As night fell, the generator sputtered, leaving only the glow of lanterns and flashlights. The wind was so fierce it seemed to scream through the cracks in the wooden walls. Carleen's heart pounded at every gust. She found Andrew in the office, pacing restlessly, and realised she'd never seen him look so on edge. "This storm is bad," he muttered. "Worse than I've seen in years." He gestured toward the radio. Still no signal. If something goes wrong. Carleen understood the unspoken dread. They were utterly isolated. If a roof beam gave way, or if either of them needed medical help, they were at the mercy of the mountain. Amid this tension, something in Carleen snapped. She hated feeling helpless. Memories from her photo assignments flooded back. The terror of being pinned down in a war zone, the anguish of photographing wounded civilians when she couldn't help them. Emotions swirled like the storm outside until she broke down in front of Andrew, tears glistening in the lantern light. "I'm sorry," she said in a trembling whisper. I'm tired of watching disasters happen and feeling like all I do is document them. I thought I'd come here and find something gentle for once, but even nature can be brutal." Andrew looked torn, sympathy warring with his own internal guard. Slowly, he placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's okay," he said, voice quiet. "You're human, Carleen. You don't have to hold it all together every minute. She let out a shaky breath. The cabin's dim light cast elongated shadows on the walls, turning the moment into something more intimate than she expected. She looked up at him, noticing the flicker of his eyelashes, the tension in his jaw, the lines that sorrow had etched into his brow. Before she knew it, her arms slipped around him, seeking warmth, seeking comfort. He stiffened for a heartbeat, then relaxed, folding her into an embrace that felt both awkward and profoundly comforting. She wasn't sure who moved first, but their lips hovered close enough that she caught the faint smell of whiskey on his breath. A crack of thunder-like wind split the air outside, jolting them from the threshold of a kiss. They broke apart, each rattled not just by the storm but by the intensity of the moment. In the ensuing silence, Andrew cleared his throat. "I need to check the roof," he mumbled, stepping away hastily. Carleen stood there, heart pounding, half dazed. She knew then that their fragile equilibrium was shattered. They'd crossed a boundary, though they hadn't followed through. The almost kiss lingered, electric and unresolved, like a cord left hanging in the air. Hours later, with the storm still raging, Andrew returned from his checks. Wet snow clung to his jacket and hair. Carleen handed him a towel. He murmured thanks and sat down on a battered wooden chair. His face was etched with fatigue. She watched him quietly, uncertain whether to speak of the near kiss or bury it. But that night had other revelations in store. As the storm rattled the door, Andrew began to talk, haltingly, as though dredging up words from a dark well. He spoke of his fiancée, Helen, who had shared his love of the outdoors. They'd been hiking in these very mountains when an unexpected avalanche swept through, a pass. He was ahead, and she was behind, out of sight. By the time he realised what had happened, it was too late. "I tried to dig her out," he said, voice thick with memory. "But you can't outrun an avalanche. It moves faster than you'd believe." He swallowed hard, eyes distant. "She died by the time search and rescue arrived. His voice cracked. "I couldn't save her." Carleen felt tears she didn't know she'd left. "Andrew," she began, words failing to encompass the enormity of his grief. He pushed on, as though needing to purge himself of the narrative. After that, the city felt unbearable. People offered their condolences. They tried to empathise, but no one could reach me. I just wanted quiet. So I came here. She reached for his hand, their fingers intertwining. "I'm so sorry." The phrase felt inadequate, but it was all she had. They sat like that for a while, sharing a moment of raw vulnerability that eclipsed any differences. They had. In that moment, the storm outside seemed to mirror the turmoil in their hearts, wild, relentless, and destructive. And yet, within the chaotic swirl, they found the faintest glimmer of solace in each other's presence. Eventually, Andrew withdrew his hand, gently but firmly. "We should get some rest," he said, voice laced with sorrow. "Who knows what tomorrow brings?" Carleen nodded. She stood, paused, then leaned down and pressed a light kiss to his temple. It was a tentative offering of comfort, not passion. Andrew closed his eyes, accepting the gesture. Then she moved away, leaving him alone with the storm and his memories. Morning dawned, cold and eerily still. The storm clouds had departed, leaving a pristine white world in their wake. Outside, the glistening snowdrifts were both beautiful and treacherous. Andrew managed to get the radio working well enough to hear a faint broadcast. Rescue crews were starting to clear the roads. They should be able to reach Blackwood Outpost within a day or two. Carleen found herself torn. Relief flickered. She could return to normal life soon. But a heavier emotion weighed in her chest. The realization that this strange interlude of forced closeness might be coming to an end. Would she go back to the city and pretend this connection never happened? Did Andrew even want her to stay? The day passed in an awkward dance around each other, both keenly aware of the unresolved tension. When the rescue crew finally radioed in, confirming they'd arrived the next morning, Carleen felt her stomach drop. Andrew's gaze flicked to her and then away, as though bracing himself for a goodbye. That night, the air was thick with unspoken words. Over a meal of canned stew, they avoided direct eye contact. Carleen tried to lighten the mood. "You know, if I ever use these photos, I'll have to title them Whiteout Haven, or something equally dramatic." He huffed a soft laugh, but his eyes didn't smile. "It's fitting," he said. "This place can be a haven or a prison, depending on what you bring with you." They washed up in silence, the domesticity of the task contrasting sharply with the emotional tide swirling between them. The moment they finished, Andrew announced he'd go check the perimeter once more. Carleen busied herself with packing her camera equipment, heart twisting painfully. When he returned, he paused in the doorway. "Tomorrow, when the crew comes," he began, forcing each word out, "you can head down. There's a town about an hour away, if the roads are clear, where you can catch a bus or stay at a motel." She bit her lip. "Right," she managed, trying to hide her disappointment. "Makes sense." A beat of silence stretched. She wanted to say something, anything that might change the trajectory of this farewell, but the words were tangled in her throat. Andrew offered a tight nod and disappeared into the back room, leaving Carleen alone, in the flickering lamplight, wondering if she was about to walk away from something more profound than a fleeting attraction. Morning came with a flutter of helicopter blades overhead. The rescue team had cleared a narrow path along the main road, enough for an SUV to make it down the mountain. The men who arrived were efficient and brisk, their faces lined from the cold, but relieved to find Andrew and Carleen uninjured. They offered hot coffee and a direct route back to civilization. Carleen stood outside the outpost, gear packed, heart heavy. Andrew helped her load her bags into the rescue vehicle. Their eyes met, and 1,000 unspoken feelings hung between them. She wanted to reach for him, to say something that could shatter the distance forming again. But fear of rejection, of clinging to something that might not be real, held her back. The drive down the mountain felt surreal. As the outpost faded from view, Carleen pressed her forehead to the icy window, watching the trees blur past. She felt like she was leaving behind a piece of herself. By the time they reached the nearest town, her mind was already spinning with how quickly life had resumed its usual pace. Cars honked, store lights blinked, and the hum of human activity surrounded her. She spent 2 nights in a small hotel trying to finish her article about Blackwood Outpost. Her editor had called, excited to see the pictures and praising her for surviving the storm. Carleen listened, numb. She opened her laptop and scrolled through the images. There was the outpost sign, half buried in snow, the aging logbooks, the view from a cliff on a rare clear day, and then the photographs of Andrew. In one shot he was turning away from the lens, a half frown on his lips. In another, he was silhouetted against the cabin's porch, exhaling a plume of breath into the cold air. She lingered on a close-up where the golden afternoon sun caught the lines in his face, revealing a quiet, profound sadness. Looking at those photographs, she realized she'd captured more than just a man or a place. She had captured the essence of an unspoken story, a wounded soul finding refuge in the wilderness. Her heart squeezed. It felt dishonest to write a fluffy piece about a nostalgic station closure without acknowledging the depth of what she'd experienced. That night she laid awake, the hotel's dim bedside lamp casting shadows on the walls. The city lights flickered through the window, and she realized she no longer found comfort in that neon glow. Instead, she craved the hush of snowfall, the crackle of a wood stove, the steady presence of a man who had let her glimpse his hidden sorrow. By dawn, her mind was made up. She packed her things, checked out, and ignored a half-dozen messages from her editor. She had a new plan. The road back to Blackwood Outpost was partially cleared, enough for her SUV to navigate slowly. Slush and ice made the drive treacherous, but determination fueled her. She arrived to find Andrew outside, loading a truck with boxes from the station. He was packing up exactly as she'd feared, preparing to leave the place he'd called home. For a moment she watched him in silence. Her heart pounded as she forced herself out of the car. He looked up, startled. His expression cycled from shock to guarded concern. "What are you doing here?" she swallowed. "I couldn't leave it like that." He set down the box he was holding. "Carleen, I'm closing this place. There's nothing left here." She stepped closer, pulling a single photograph from her coat pocket. She offered it to him. It was a print she'd made in the hotel's business centre at dawn. A shot of him standing at the edge of the forest, lost in thought. He gazed at it, throat bobbing. She saw him fighting some internal tide of emotion. "Why did you come back?" he asked, voice thick with caution and hope. "I don't know what comes next," she said, echoing words that had circled in her mind for days. "But I know I don't want to leave you behind." Her voice trembled, but she pressed on. "These last few days I've seen something here, something in you, that makes me believe there's more to life than just chasing the next big story." Andrew clenched the photo in his hands. "I'm no good at this," he admitted, voice raw. "Letting people in. Not since—" He trailed off, but she stepped forward, closing the distance. "I'm not asking you to be perfect. I'm asking you to let me in just enough so we can figure it out. Together." His eyes glistened, and for a long moment they stood on the snowy ground, the world around them utterly silent, waiting. Then, in one swift movement, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. It wasn't a timid, half-formed thing this time. It was urgent, fueled by days of tension and unspoken longing. Carleen clung to him, feeling the solid press of his body, the warmth of his breath against her cheek, the beating of his heart. When they finally broke apart, his forehead rested on hers. He exhaled, a shuddering breath that carried relief and acceptance. "Stay," he whispered, voice cracking, "or let me go with you. Whatever you want. Just don't walk away again." Tears brimmed in Carleen's eyes, but they were tears of joy. "We'll figure it out." Months later, a different kind of hush envelops a small cabin tucked away in a pocket of the same mountain range, but not so remote that it's inaccessible. Carleen perches on a simple wooden porch, camera in hand, capturing the gentle drift of snowflakes. Inside, Andrew is stacking logs in the fireplace. They share this cabin now, an arrangement that defies easy labels but feels deeply right. Sometimes they head to the city to deal with personal matters or for Carleen's photography exhibitions, but always they return to this wilderness sanctuary. Carleen has stepped away from the chaos of war zones, choosing instead to focus her lens on nature's beauty and humanity's quieter stories. She still cares about documenting truth and hardship, but she's learned there's a healing power in highlighting resilience and grace. Andrew, for his part, has learned to open his heart again, slowly allowing himself to imagine a future where love and loss coexist but do not cancel each other out. On this particular afternoon, the sun sets behind a ridge, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose. Carleen lifts her camera to capture Andrew stepping outside. He looks at her, that familiar warmth in his eyes. She snaps the shutter. In that single frame she sees their entire journey, the storm that first trapped them, the emotional barriers they broke through, the fragile bond that blossomed into something that feels like home. She lowers the camera and smiles at him. He returns the smile, small but certain. Somewhere in the distance the wind rustles through, snow-laden pines. It's a soft, almost musical sound, a far cry from the howling fury of the storm that once imprisoned them in Blackwood Outpost. And with that gentle whisper of wind, they both know, some storms don't just trap you, Some storms bring you home